The Board of County Commissioners acts as a quasi-judicial body when it hears requests for rezoning and conditional use permits. Applicants must provide competent, substantial evidence establishing facts or expert witness opinion testimony showing that the request meets the zoning code and comprehensive plan criteria. Opponents must also testify as to facts or provide expert testimony whether they like or dislike a request is not competent evidence. The board must then decide whether the evidence demonstrates consistency and compatibility with the comprehensive plan and the existing rules in the zoning ordinance, property adjacent to the property to be rezoned, and the actual development of the surrounding area. The board cannot consider speculation, non-expert opinion testimony, or poll the audience by asking those in favor or opposed to stand up or raise their hands. If a commissioner has had communications regarding a rezoning or conditional use permit request before the board, the commissioner must disclose the subject of the communication and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place before the board takes action on the request. Likewise, if a commissioner has made a site visit, inspection, or investigation, the commissioner must disclose that fact before the board takes action on the request. Each applicant is allowed a total of 15 minutes to present their request, unless time is extended by majority vote of the board. The applicant may reserve any portion of the 15 minutes for rebuttal. Other speakers are allowed 5 minutes to speak. Speakers may not pass their time to someone else in order to give that person more time to speak.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the May 30th Planning and Zoning Board of the Board of County Commissioners. It is 3:30, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. And just ask if you could bow your heads for a moment of silence, please. Please stand for the pledge.
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That's the wrong one now.
Item D, minutes for approval. Can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Lober,
Second?
second by Commissioner Pritchett. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Item E, we have a resolution. If we could have the agencies come on up. And you can speak after. There's just too many of different agencies, and I don't want to leave anybody out. You can come up. This is a resolution for Elder Abuse Awareness Day. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Whereas it is the desire of the Brevard County Board of County Commissioners to raise awareness and educate others about the implications of abuse on individuals and families, and whereas federal government estimates show that more than 1 in 10 persons over the age of 60 are victims of elder abuse each year, and the vast majority of the abuse, neglect, and exploitation of older Americans goes unidentified and unreported, and whereas elders who experience abuse, neglect, or self-neglect face considerably higher risk of premature death than elders who have not been mistreated, and whereas public awareness has the potential to increase the identification and reporting of elder abuse by the public, professionals, and victims can act as catalysts to promote education and long-term solutions, and whereas the annual World Elder Abuse Awareness Day event, now in its 10th year, sponsored by the Brevard Commission on Aging, Department of Children's and Families, Adult Protective Services, Brevard County Triad, and Brevard Alzheimer's Foundation, together collaborate to serve our community with education and information. And whereas the Brevard County Board of County Commissioners wishes to thank the agencies involved for a job well done, advocating for seniors and using every opportunity to raise awareness about important issues facing our seniors. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Brevard County, Florida, does hereby proclaim June 14th, 2019 as Brevard World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, done, ordered, and adopted in regular session this 21st day of May, AD 2019. Can I get a motion, please?
Move to adopt.
Motion by Commissioner Lober, second by Commissioner Pritchett. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Anybody like to speak? Tell us a little bit about what you do.
Hi, good morning. I'm Teresa Russell. I'm with Department of Children and Families Adult Protective Investigations. I have been the chairperson for the World Elder Abuse Awareness Senior Expo Day, which will be actually held June 14th this year at the the Melbourne Auditorium. It's where we bring together all of these agencies and many more to provide information and education to our seniors about being able to live in their homes happy and healthy. It's about coordinating with law enforcement and our fire departments and doing our initiatives like our Vial of Life initiative that was kicked off this year and several other things we've done. Brevard County Triad does the Project Lifesaver, which is the necklace or the bracelet that people who have Alzheimer's, dementia, or children with autism who can't speak for themselves, if they wander, then it gives us a way to find them and help. So we partnership. And I wanted to thank the commission, especially the commissioners, for allowing us the Brevard Commission on Aging, which is the conduit that allows all of us to work together, bring resources together to provide education and resources to our community. So I wanted to thank you all for everything you do by helping us.
Thank you. Anybody else? Don't feel obligated. I just wanted to offer it to you. Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move to consent, but I have some cards for F10, so we will, after we go through to see if anybody else wants anything removed, just include that in your motion, please. Commissioner Tobias?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to pull F8.
Anyone else? Okay, can I get a motion with pulling items 8 and 10?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Lober to approve consent with the removal of items 8 and 10, second by Commissioner Pritchett. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Tobias, item F8.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to have a motion at the end of this. I'm not necessarily opposed to a limited waiver for the county attorney's office to represent Myra, but I am uncomfortable that Myra seems to be acting more like a proxy for a city. While the area is getting the benefit of home rule via Myra, it is not taking on all the responsibilities that go with it. They're getting extremely experienced management, such as Mr. Abate and Mr. Denninghoff, at little or no cost. This is an invaluable resource that any rational municipality would be ecstatic to have. Similarly, they are receiving the services of the county attorney's office, which is second to none for close to nothing, that amount being about $2,400 a year. County attorney's office has at times worked in excess of 40 hours a month, specifically in representation of Myra, at a minimum of 8 to 12 hours per month. Clearly, the services of the county attorney's office are worth far more than the $10 to $20 an hour they are reimbursed for. While I believe it makes some sense for the county attorney's office to represent Myra given its structure, statute also treats CRAs, even county CRAs, as distinctive legal entities. Therefore, I believe that the CRA should pay its fair share through an governmental transfer to the county attorney's offices for services rendered at a rate of actual cost. I'm not looking to make a profit off professional services, but I also do not believe it is right for the rest of the county's taxpayers to take a loss and, more importantly, suffer a reduction in services. Therefore, my motion is to direct staff to charge Myra for professional services of the county attorney's office at a rate which reflects the actual value of services rendered. That is my motion, Madam Chair.
I have a motion by Commissioner Tobias. Do I look for a second before we finish discussion? What's the desire of the board? I think we should finish discussion before your motion dies in case there's some... Well, I'm just saying if it does.
That's fair.
Commissioner Lober?
I was going to say, what's being done here is not seeking to expand the resources that they're being allocated. This is simply seeking to codify this. This is in part based upon, and it's come about based upon discussions I've had both with Myra and with the county attorney's office. And there was some concern, actually, from Myra that this might somehow restrict them in the other direction. So it's kind of interesting to see that the opposite thought may exist here on the commission. But the crux of it is, I think anytime there's an ambiguity or there's a lack of a specific code section that would be helpful in codifying and laying out the situation insofar as Myra is concerned, I think it's a good first step to getting down what's already in practice into the code. If there's some need to adjust that down the road, we can do that very easily. In terms of charging Myra over and above the rate that they've currently agreed to pay for county attorney services, I didn't know that was going to come up until the motion was just made now. I don't have an opinion at this point because, quite frankly, I haven't had time to consider that. I'm not going to support it today. I don't know whether I'll support it in the future. But the initial thought that I have with respect to that is that would amount to potentially punishing Myra or treating Myra differently than other CRAs, which is concerning to me. I don't know why they, in an unincorporated area, ought to be punished when we're leaving the other CRAs intact. So if we were to do something like that, I don't know that I would ever support singling out a particular CRA to do that to. Either it would apply to all of them or it would apply to none of them. But either way, I'm not prepared without having some time to think this over to support that this evening.
Commissioner Tobias?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this question is for the county attorney's office. Do you serve as the legal representation for the CRAs in the other municipalities?
No.
Therefore, we're not singling anyone out. We're asking that the county attorney's office gets more than $10 to $20 an hour for the services that they provide solely to the residents of Myra at the detriment of every other commission district up here. So they're being singled out because they are unique in the fact that they are the only one that uses the services of the county attorney's offices. This is nothing more than a fair or a parity issue. It is not a singling out in any way.
Ms. Bentley? Your light was on. Okay. You can't shut it off once you trigger it. Yeah, it's okay. Commissioner Lober?
No, I stand corrected with respect to that. It's something, again, I hadn't known that this was going to be coming up until it was just brought up. So, I do stand corrected with respect to that. But nonetheless, I still would like to have an opportunity to consider this before supporting it. If that's the direction I end up going, I certainly do want to have a conversation with the county attorney's office, separate and apart from an on-the-spot conversation in the middle of a meeting. So I can't support it tonight, but that doesn't mean that I wouldn't consider supporting it after I've spoken with staff and gotten their input to determine what their thoughts are.
Commissioner Pritchett?
Yeah, I think I need some time to think through this through. Any entity you have that's piggybacking resources, a lot of times there is interfund transfers. So I think it's something that I would need a little bit of time to look at too, Commissioner Tobias, if you'd be willing to give this a little bit of time.
Commissioner Tobias?
Madam Chair, can I change my motion to request that the county attorney's office provide us with as much detailed analysis of the amount of hours that they've worked solely for Myra and the amount that they've charged? I asked this at the county attorney's office at the last moment. I understand that you guys don't have the benefit of that, so I'd amend my motion just to direct the county attorney's office to provide us with an accounting of the hours spent.
I'll second
for Myra.
that.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Tobias, second by Commissioner Lober. And I was going to agree with you, Commissioner Tobias, because I think we have to be careful because of that interdepartmental transfers that we often do when we utilize the services of another department, especially the attorney's office. So, I mean, I've always said, and it's never been a favorable opinion, that Merritt Island should be incorporated because of what they do and the monies that they're already taking from the county. And I think they would probably be better managed if they were their own city, but that's just a discussion probably for another day because it would take the willingness of many to make that happen. But I'm interested in seeing that information as well. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. Item F10, I have some cards. I'm not sure if, Ms. Bentley, if you'd like to introduce it, or if, I mean, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but.
Ms. Chair, did we need to go ahead and approve this, though, for Commissioner Lober tonight? So that she's able to do
Which portion are you looking at?
F8? Do we need to go ahead and pass that through tonight to get rid of the conflict until we make a change later, possibly, or not?
I'd have to defer to Ms. Bentley on that.
I think you just voted on his motion, so you would need to vote on the conflict.
So I think we do need to vote on this still.
Okay. I imagine it'll be subject to modification, I guess, if we have to vote on the conflict.
It's separate from the compensation issue.
I think we have to do this, though.
Commissioner Tobias?
I'd like to make a motion to approve F8.
Motion by Commissioner Tobias to approve F8.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Lober. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed unanimously. Thanks, Commissioner Pritchett.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. F10.
F10 is the letter from the representative of the former Children's Services Council. They provided an offer of settlement to the Board of County Commissioners in April. We had tried to verbally work with them to come back with something we thought we could recommend to the board, so that we just came to you once. They declined to negotiate. They wanted you to see their offer as it was in a board setting, so we put it on the agenda. That's what you have before you.
Okay. All right. You want to hear from the public first?
If I can just have a moment. Brief
Sure.
moment.
Commissioner Lober.
I want to point out there was an email that I received from one of the officers of the CSC yesterday, to which I replied. Right before this item just got called up, I went ahead and copied all of the commissioners by hard copy, both the email received from the CSC and then also a response to it, and the clerk has a copy which will be added to the minutes as well. So with that said, everyone's on the same page, I believe.
All right. I got that copy, but I haven't had a chance to read it yet.
Understood.
Okay. Ms. Rosanka? Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Isnardi, members of the County Commission. My name is Kim Rosanka. I am with the law firm of Cantwell & Goldman. I'm here representing the CSC on a pro bono basis. I'm also here to ask that you accept the settlement offer that was sent to the County Commission to review and to discuss in public. It wasn't sent to the County Attorney's Office to make a unilateral decision to reject it, which is what the recommendation was. Regarding the email that was sent, I know you're reading it right now. I did speak with Commissioner Lober. I was concerned why it had been 3 weeks before this had been brought to the County Commission when I talked to him on May 2nd. So, and there was a lot in that email. I don't recall all that. I do remember him saying he could not support it. You all now know he cannot support it because he's given you his email, giving you his position. The offer is for you. In the real world, offers are given to the corporate body to make a decision on, and that's what we are asking you to do. This offer was made after much consideration from each member of the CSC. The CSC board members and its attorneys and 5 other law firms in the state of Florida believe that this was not dissolved properly. The CSC was not dissolved effectively without a referendum of the voters. As you all know, there is legal authority to support the CSC's position. There's absolutely no guarantee that the county would prevail in a lawsuit. As you know, if the county loses the lawsuit over the dissolution, it may have to pay the attorney's fees from taxpayer money because the county refused to engage in mediation. Please look at this as a compromise that truly does not cost the county a penny. The county never had possession or control of the $22,726.40. That was from private donations from the CSC. By your own motion in March, that money was transferred before the dissolution resolution was effective. That money was transferred properly based upon prior motions of the CSC board. There was no bad behavior on the part of any member of the CSC or its agents. They followed the law as they understood it and were advised by legal counsel, and more than just me. If the settlement offer is not accepted, the attorneys for the CSC will have no option but to place the CSC funds in the court registry and ask the court to determine who owns the money. Was the dissolution resolution effective without a vote of the electors? And did the county commission have authority to deny the request to put the ad valorem tax issue on the ballot, since there's no other way to do it, since the county charter does not allow it? Is the fight over $22,726.40 that was never in the position of the county worth this battle to you, the county commissioners? Is winning the argument more important than letting the matter conclude and letting those involved move forward? The CSC respectfully requests you accept the settlement offer. Thank you.
Thanks. Bart Getchens.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Bart Getchens, 1535 Mallard Court, Titusville, Florida, represented by District 1. Thank you, Commissioner Pritchett. I served you in Brevard County as the Secretary and Treasurer for the Children's Services Council. Prior to your vote to disband the CSC board voted to transfer the remaining grant funds, not taxpayer dollars, the account balance to the Space Coast Health Foundation for safekeeping. I urge you to accept the proposed settlement submitted to the Commission. I'd also like to go on record to say that it was an honor to serve this Commission and Brevard County. The CSC was not a scam, and I'd also like to set the record straight that I was honored to work with a great council whose mission was to provide a voice for children who didn't have a voice. I have heard during the Commission meetings people stating that the private sector should fill the gap of children's needs in the county. We have proven there is a gap because there is not enough current funding or a mechanism in place to meet the needs in this county for our children. Now that there is one less advocate group for children in this county, I respectfully ask you to please consider the next steps, which was missing through the recent meetings, to address the gap in children's needs. I am hoping that we can continue to make this county a better place for everyone, including children, and that means starting at an early age by investing in our children. I thank you for your time, your leadership, and may God bless Brevard County. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Rains.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Rob Rains. I live at 615 South Tropical Trail in Merritt Island. I am here as a longtime supporter of the Children's Services Council. The organization I work for used to be the administrative entity for the council. Now the administrative entity for the council is the Space Coast Health Foundation. They took over that on January 1st of this year. I'm really here. These people right here, this is who the Children's Services Council is. On the decision, on the day that the council was dissolved by this committee, these were the people that were serving on the council. It's Judge Kelly McKibben. Wonderful, wonderful child advocate. Commissioner Pritchett was duly appointed by the commission and served on the council, had not resigned. Adrian Lafitte, you got the note from our vice chair. Dr. Mark Mullins, Bunny Finney, incredible child advocate for 40 plus years. Todd Morley with the city of Cape Canaveral. Tracy Klinkbell, who was here earlier and has since resigned. Bart, who you just heard from, and Sharon Underhill. These are the people that you're talking about. So I want to just talk a little bit about the timeline, because the reality here is in the communications we've got, the county is calling these people thieves. The county is threatening to file civil suit against some of these individuals. Bunny Finney had to call an attorney, spend her own own money Because she's an advocate for children. I'm here because these are my friends and these are child advocates, and I think what is happening is wrong. So here's a timeline. On Martin Luther King Day, I go back. We were moving along, not anticipating this. On January 7th at 10:30 at night, there was a motion. It wasn't on the agenda to dissolve the council. And then 2 weeks later, we asked for more time. We asked to allow the judge to be there. There was no time given, and we were limited. So here's a timeline. On Martin Luther King Day, January 21st, aware that the commission might dissolve the council voted to transfer all remaining funds from the Space Coast Health Foundation. The council gave the Space Coast Health Foundation specific instructions for use of the funds. The council, at the recommendation of Kim Brzezinska, agreed to engage a law firm to challenge the commission's right to dissolve the council. On January 22nd, the next day, the commission voted to dissolve the council. The same day, the funds were transferred to the Space Coast Health Foundation, executing the decision that the council had made the day before, a day on which banks were closed. It appears the position is that as soon as the county commission voted, the funds belong to the county. The CSC's position is that the council made a decision, lawful vote, while their existence was not in question, and their duly legally made decision was executed the following day. The county did not engage in mediation when we requested to do it, and I know I'm out of time. I've just been disappointed about how this has been handled, how this has been noticed, and I hope that the commission will accept and let everybody move on this recommendation. Thank you for your time.
Commissioner Lober?
I'm kind of struggling with how much I want to really debate here, because there's so much that I've heard that is missing so much context.
Right.
I kind of feel drawn and compelled to respond to some of the items that we've just heard. I'll just start with a couple of them that stand out to me. As far as Ms. Brzezinska mentioned, whether this is worth winning the argument, the same can be said for the CSC. If this isn't a question of who has the last word, why are we here? I've made it clear that from my perspective, I don't have any issue with the county taking county funds back and spending them as the donors intended, namely for the benefit of children's services, 100% of those funds. But the concern here is that when those county funds were taken, regardless of who happened to have custody of them at any point in time, they were county funds upon dissolution. A portion of those funds were used to sue the county. I don't think that the individuals donating for children's services wanted the money to be used to sue the county. I certainly would be pretty infuriated if I gave money to a 501c3 or some other nonprofit to find out that's what the use was. So we're hearing kind of bits and pieces of the story here. In terms of what Mr. Raines had mentioned about someone getting sued or potentially getting sued and having to seek legal advice because she was a child advocate, guess what? I've advocated for children and for animals. I've never been sued. What's the difference? The difference is I've not done something that's a tort. I've not violated the law. I've not put myself in a position where joint and several liability would be an issue where I could be sued. So it's not that someone's being sued. The cause of action isn't child advocate, how dare she? Not at all. As far as the other item that we heard about there being disappointment that we didn't participate in mediation, if we went to mediation, let's think about who would be paying for that. So the county obviously would be paying for the county. And if we take the position as the county attorney has taken, as I've taken, and I believe the board in a resolution that I put forth some time ago has taken, we didn't participate in mediation because we didn't want to pay both our costs and also the costs of this other no longer an entity, whatever you want to term it, to basically pay someone to come after us when we're paying our costs as well. So it's not that we've acted in bad faith. To say that, well, no one's done a bad thing or no one's done something that's illegal, and that's what one or more attorneys have said. Well, we're not represented by the attorneys who are conflicted from representing us because they represent the CSC or whatever you want to call it, remains of it. We have the attorney that we have. I don't question her advice. Absent some need to question her advice. There's nothing that I've heard that stands out that's problematic from a legal basis. There's nothing that I've heard that's problematic from a commission basis. For the folks that haven't had a chance to read through that email, the set of emails that I had passed out just before this got called up, it pretty well sums up what I've conveyed to the CSC. And obviously, they understand what I signed solely in my capacity as D2 County Commissioner or whatever analogous language I used. that I'm not speaking for everyone, but based on the fact that we had a resolution passed addressing exactly why we did the things that we did and why we directed the county attorney to act the way that she's acted, I don't understand why it's all of a sudden a surprise and it's somehow unexpected to anyone with the CSC that we're doing what we said we were going to do. So I respect people's enthusiasm, I respect people's passion, but I think there's more to it than we've heard. I think that the board has already addressed that, and as such, I'd move to go ahead with the county attorney's recommendation of rejecting the proposal that the CSC has put forth that would involve allowing them to keep county funds that they shouldn't have taken in the first place, some of which they've used to retain counsel to the detriment of the county.
Would that include directing us to continue negotiations?
At your option, yes.
Okay. We would like that authorization.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Lober and a second for discussion by Commissioner Pritchett. Go ahead, Commissioner Pritchett.
I agree with the county manager on this also. I would be willing if we could come to consensus as a community and a commission of where the $22,726 should go as far as aiding the children, because I believe that was given with that designation. So I think that could be a place that I would be open as a commission. I'm sure the commissioners up here would also, to come up with the ideal place to place those funds because they were designated that when they were given. So I think that might be some kind of ground, you know, as we get through this, knowing that we're all about helping the kids too, and we could move that into that place we'd all agree upon with the help from the community.
Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, I'd like to weigh in just a little bit. $22,000 isn't going to make you guys rich. It's not going to make us rich. It's not going to make any one children's organization rich. I think it would be foolish on both parties if we just get into a real hissing match, because that's going to cost a lot more than $22,000. So I would like to see some kind of middle ground reached, and if we can give $22,000 to some worthy children's organization that maybe you guys would recommend or we could come to some agreement on, that would work for me. I just think it's gotten too far as it is.
Ms. Bentley, I just want it clear for the record. I mean, this was a very long process, and I want to be careful about what's said here because of potential for exposure or future litigation. But you believe that we had the authority to dissolve the Children's Services Council?
Yes. And lawsuits are made of disagreements. This is pretty standard to have a dispute.
Correct.
But
you stand by that legal opinion?
Oh, yes,
correct?
absolutely. We would like to continue talking to them. We think there are routes that could reach some of the goals that you've discussed. So we weren't seeking an impasse here. We were just trying to move to the next step.
I think you probably wanted to put it on the record that we weren't agreeing to the current offer, correct?
Correct.
But you did say something that troubled me a little bit at the beginning when you introduced the item, is that you said that they didn't want to negotiate?
Well, it's a very confusing situation. There's a different attorney who sent this letter that is in your agenda packet. That's Andrew Bowman, and he's not here today. And we were not able to get a discussion going with him. And I'm not sure that the discussions have been translated among the parties the same way we heard them. I mean, we heard that they didn't really want to negotiate unless this offer came to the board, sitting as the board. So we weren't able to make any headway with getting to any second step. So we brought it to the board so you could discuss it and decide what you wanted to do as a collegial body.
Okay. I agree with Commissioner Pritchett. I think that, I think the goal is, obviously the goal of this board unanimously was to shut down the organization, possibly because we didn't see a way forward of this going on the ballot. And I believe that we were within our legal authority to do so. And so I want to support an effort that gets us toward that end goal. And I think anybody that says that we would call board members thieves, I mean, come on. I mean, that's just really pathetic to bring emotion and to try to incite that anybody would call any of these wonderful people thieves. So I refute that strongly, and I think anybody up here would. And also as well, we gave more than a day's notice for public notification on bringing this to the board. What we did waive was legislative intent. What we waived is those extra 2 weeks, but we did give weeks notice before this came on our agenda did it give you enough time to organize and did have people come out? Maybe to the degree that you would have liked, maybe not. But there was public notice, it was legally advertised, and it was obviously discussed in great length here when it came to our meeting. So that's another piece of misinformation I think that was expressed here. I think where you sort of parked your money is actually a great place to start. Maybe that money could be designated, just as a suggestion, not obviously as any kind of negotiating authority, but as a suggestion perhaps that money, if it goes to the Space Coast Health Foundation towards a children's service or otherwise. Because unlike Commissioner Smith, I think $22,000 is a lot of money. And it is a lot of money that, can impact, even if it's just a few dozen children, that's impactful on the community. So I would be okay with those monies going toward those services if we can try to get to some sort of agreement that gets us to our ultimate goal. So if there's no further discussion, the original motion, you wanted them to continue to negotiate?
At the county attorney's option, and I believe she's going to exercise that option.
Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. Okay. Moving on to item G, public comments. And it doesn't look like we're going to be, we'll have to go on with other business before we get to anything beyond public comments, item H, because we can't hear those items until 5 p.m. for legal reasons. We just started the meeting early because this agenda is jam-packed. So after public comment, we'll move beyond the items on the planning and zoning agenda, if that makes sense. All right. Anthony Pesci? Or Pesci? Pesci. So I was right the first time.
My name's Anthony Pesci. I own and operate a small golf shop in
Give your
Cocoa,
address too, I'm sorry.
where I live,
Yeah,
575 East Chrysophilie Road,
thank
Merritt
you.
Island.
Thanks.
It's recently been brought to my attention that there may be an issue with my tax certificate. So there's some confusion there. Not sure if it was a zoning or tax certificate issue. I guess that's where the confusion is. I'm being told that I'm kind of operating illegal right now, and it may take some time to straighten it out, but I realize you're going on a vacation or for a month or so, so I'm wondering how I go about operating legally until you return. They say I may have to create a new category for golf shops. I don't know. So I do need to continue business until it can be resolved. I tried handling it at lower levels, but this is where I was led to, so that's why I'm here today.
Okay. Did you want to say
No.
anything else, or did
No,
anybody have any questions? Commissioner Burchett?
Yeah, I think you called my office yesterday and we started working on it. My legislative aide put in some calls and we called up Tad. So I think we actually know about the situation. We've started making a few inquiries of county staff. So I'm thinking Marcia might have called you back and told you we were starting some process
No,
on it.
Actually, it was a few days ago I called, and I did do a few follow-up calls, but no one ever called me back, and that's why I had to call Commissioner Lover's office.
Oh, well, we did call you back. I know we did because we've been talking about it extensively. And I think we talked to Tad a little bit. We're trying to get some information for you. I think you have a little bit of a zoning conflict if you're trying to expand. And we're trying to creatively think of what we can do. But as of right now, we have to get you in compliance. Tad, did you have some things that you want to?
We've just started looking into this matter, and I'm sorry, Mr. Pesci, I haven't had a chance to get back with you, but you're here today. We can take a few minutes and we can talk a little bit and see what we can do to get you set in the right direction. I do believe that there is some confusion of what you're trying to do as it relates to what our code allows, so we got to figure out how to navigate through that, and I'm happy to help you with it.
So can and I operate for now until this is taken care of, I guess, legally. I mean, I've been there 3 years and providing services. I don't want to do anything different. The expansion of the building was going to be the same exact services.
Weren't you trying to do industry instead? You were going to try to make golf clubs or something, which gave us a little hitch.
No, I service golf gear like any other golf shop.
Okay.
Replace grip shafts. Yeah, that's all I do.
Might just be a communication thing we're going to try to work through with you.
Can we allow for that until we figure it out? I mean,
I don't know if there's a issue with the zoning. I don't know that we have a mechanism that would allow us to waive that. But if he's been there
For 3 years.
for 3 years and we haven't had a complaint, then I don't see it being a necessary issue of immediate resolution. I think what he's trying to do is expand a service because you said you've got a new tax receipt.
No, I'm actually. I originally approached planning and zoning. I physically want to expand the building because, I think business has been decent. So originally I approached them to, with some drawings of the building, not fully engineered, but enough to see if that piece of land could handle it. They said setbacks, everything were good, no issues there, but you're not going to be able to fix golf clubs there. And that is what I do, so there's no point in expanding the building if I'm not going to be able to do what I do. So, at that point, I was told that, I can't service golf gear, and it was back and forth between the CERT people and zoning. I don't know if it's a zoning issue or if it is a CERT issue, but I have to, I'm trying to make decisions for my business, whether to expand it or not. There's no point in investing in a building if
We'll get
I'm
it
not
figured
going to be
out.
able to allow.
Yeah, if you'd give us a little time, we'll keep working on it. It might take a few weeks.
Yeah, well, I
But we have
understand
some
that.
time, so if you give us a little time, we'll be back with you. If we hit a dead end, then
But I'm okay to operate the way I am. and
I
no
think
one's
if you're
gonna
doing
come
what
in
you've
and-
always been doing, now if you start building on a building and do something
No, no,
different,
I wasn't gonna
okay.
do that.
I think you're fine right now.
Okay.
Commissioner
Okay.
Lober?
I just want to get a little clarity for his sake. Should he follow up with your commission office, or should he follow up with TAD?
We've been working on it, Commissioner.
Okay.
Cooper.
I just want to make sure
Yeah.
he and everyone's on the same page with who's
Yeah.
following
Yeah,
up with
and
them.
I believe I was told it might be an agenda issue, so do I get on some list for an
That's-
agenda in July or August or?
Well, that's if we
something like
have to
that?
modify the zoning or if we have to do some changes, then your item will come to an agenda.
Okay,
But right now, we just need to figure out how to get you, make sure you're in compliance, make sure that we have some place that we can make work or a zoning category possibly, just to make sure that everything's correct, if that makes sense.
I can fix cars, motorcycles, all kinds of things. It is zoned for that type of stuff.
I don't think you're
It's
getting a
just-
lot of resistance. I think we just need to get it figured out.
Okay.
Okay?
All righty, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Yep.
John Bell? John Bell? Anita Unrath?
Good afternoon, Commissioners, everybody. My name is Anita Unrath. I live at 1170 Ida Way in the Springs of Sentry, about 4 miles from here. I don't exactly know who to say this to, but I wanted to bring it up at a public meeting to say thank you. Thank you to Commissioner Smith. I'm sure you had something to do with this. Thank you to John Denninghoff, and you don't know what I'm talking about, do you? I have a story to tell. My husband and I went to John's office about 4 or 5 years ago, and we asked about a terrible intersection at Holiday Springs and Vieira Boulevard. And we said, it's supposed to be 4 lanes. It looks like it's a boulevard. When is that going to happen? And I believe John told us that, well, the interchange is going to come for I-95 in 2019, and the road will be widened in 2020. And my husband and I are just kind of scratching our heads going, what? You're going to widen or do the interchange at I-95 and then work on the road that's already awful? I mean, can't something be done about this? And I believe the Viera Company is working on it as well, right, with the county, and it's a joint thing. And I just want to say thank you, because the interchange is almost done. It is 4 lanes, 2 in each direction. There is a great big old stoplight there. And they've been working on it simultaneously with I-95. So I want to thank Public Works. I want to thank former head of Public Works. I want to thank, it's Andy, is it Andy now who's in Public Works? Yeah. Oh, he's not there anymore. Whoever, I don't know whose idea this was, but one of the fixes along the way was a great big old stop sign. That's about like this. Like that was going to help after the SD building, the SATCOM building went in at the corner, and the road was a curvy, dangerous intersection. So I know there might be some people out there who are watching in their offices in these buildings who had something to do with it. And so whoever you are out there, I want to say thank you very much. My husband and I, people in the Springs of Suntree, right there, that's our neighborhood. We want to say thank you. Somebody did it right, and they did it at the same time before I-95 is officially opened. So regarding the diverging diamond, I think it's great, but there was some crazy person out there today who just blew through a red light. So I don't know if there are any, and that scared me. I mean, I saw the yellow light, I slowed down, and this other person went through in a red light. So I think there's a little delay on those lights, but I don't know. I know that's a state thing, but maybe some of those cameras there to take pictures of the license plates to do that or something. Anyway, you are making Brevard County safer. That was a terrible intersection there at Holiday Springs and Vera Boulevard where there were accidents. So anyway, thank you to whomever decided that it needed to be done simultaneously. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Lober?
Just want to thank you for coming up with something good for a change. Normally in public comment, it's kind of downtrodden and negative stuff. But as to your comment about someone blowing through the red light, I believe that area, I see the West Precinct commander in the back here. I know he's going to get right on that and make sure we nab those folks. But thank you so much for coming here with good news for a change.
Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, I just wanted to give you some background. Before I took office and before I even was elected, the Diamond Interchange, Diverging Diamond, was introduced to the folks of Brevard County, and excuse me, people were very upset about it. They didn't know what they were expecting, and that's pretty common when something happens that you're not familiar with. So when I took office, the plan was to start the Diverging Diamond and get it under construction. And as you mentioned, Viera Company had until 2020 to do the expansion on the road. Well, I lobbied Todd Precreva pretty heavily, and he agreed with me. It was really silly to do the road after the bridge. Our whole thing was, why don't we do it all at the same time so everybody has to endure all the construction at once instead of finishing one project and starting another. So they did that. So Viera Company is really the people to thank.
Public thank you to the Viera Company and to Commissioner Smith. Thank you.
They agreed. So they got it done.
You probably got some grief about that diamond after that circle of death over in, that everybody,
Yeah.
one day they will fix that. If I'll go to my grave, that will be fixed.
My brother lives in Charlotte, North Carolina, and they have those diverging diamonds. And so one time I visited him, I drove back and forth a couple of times, and I thought, this is great. Good idea.
But if you know how to drive it, they're wonderful.
Yeah.
And the circles are great too, but I just think that 2 lanes for that very small circle is what makes it dangerous, because most people don't know how to operate it. And I don't think 2 lanes is a safe thing, but that's just me.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway.
That'll be on the next thing for us to come up with a plan, right? Right, Mr. Denninghoff? He's tired of hearing me complain about it, I think. All right, John Bell? No. I tried. All right, that's it for our first round of public comments. Like I said, items H under public hearings have to wait till 5 p.m. because that's how they're advertised. So I'm going to move on to item I1. Federal Lobbyist Services?
Yes,
Go ahead.
federal lobbyist. This item is requesting the board to approve the final recommendation from the Selection and Negotiating Committee for a contract for federal lobbying services with Becker and Polikoff. The RFP went out. The committee reviewed and evaluated the responses. They did negotiate a contract for $50,000 from the proposed $72,000.
Commissioner Lober?
I'm going to move to approve.
I have a motion by Commissioner Lober. Second by Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Tobias?
Thank you. And I will be supporting this. I just wanted to mention that Mr. Darling I was on the negotiation conference call, and I think if any of us ever need a car negotiated price, he talked those guys down a third very, very quickly. Also on the selection committee, I want to make note that the vote was 3-1, and I lost on that one. So even on the non-commission ones, I still lose, but I think that shows objectivity and the apolitical nature that Mr. Abate has put out there for staff. So I think that this is certainly a learning process for me to show what a wonderful staff that we have. So I certainly will be voting yes on this one.
Thank you.
Any more further discussion? All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. I-2.
Okay, I-2 is the state lobbyist services, and this is for the negotiated contract that Mr. Darling worked on. This is with the Ronald Book. This was based on the board direction. The contract remains at the existing contract price and at the same term, which is the 3-year term with the 2 one-year options. There is the option to increase annually at the CPI or a 3% cap.
Commissioner Lober?
Move to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Lober.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Tobias. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, item J1. And I've got some cards too. Scott Knox, and then after Scott Knox, Ernie Euler.
Members of the Commission, thank you for having us up today. I'm here
Name and address.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I forgot already. My name's Scott Knox, and I am with Wiedemann Malloch Law Firm, 1990 New Haven Avenue in Melbourne. Here to talk about an option that staff has given to you about exchange of property involving my client, which is it's an offshoot of Matthew Development, but it's not really Matthew Development. It's NASA Investment Partners is the name of the group. And what we're going to recommend to you is the option 2 that's been given to you, which is that you go to an exchange agreement, a private exchange agreement with that company. And I'm going to give you some reasons for that. And I'm also going to give you a little bit of a contingency that goes with it at the end of this when I get to the end of the conclusion of this presentation. We've met with all of you about this issue, and one thing that we haven't discussed in great detail is the history of what went on behind the scenes before this ever came before the board. Sometime back in early of 2015, the folks at NASA Investments made a proposal to DOT to do the same exchange agreement that's before you today. And DOT, they had done several months of preparation for that proposal, and DOT seemed interested in it, so they went ahead and did more due diligence. And in 2018, they actually proposed an agreement with DOT for this exchange. Unfortunately, DOT discovered at that point in time, after all this work had been done to get to that point, that they had an obligation to sell, or not sell, but to give this property to Brevard County. And that's what they did. And so we are now sort of required to come down to the county if we wanted to do this kind of an exchange deal. We made that proposal to staff back in 2018, We've been working it over. We prepared agreements that went to the staff. The staff looked at it, and basically it came before the board in the form of, I think it came up sort of ad hoc at one point. And we're here today to discuss it. Obviously, we feel it's the best deal you're going to get is going to be an exchange with this particular group because they've got a piece of property under contract, which is adjacent to this piece. And it's probably the only feasible way to make this thing work because that's the only property that's going to be able to be used as an alternate stormwater pond. There are others behind me that will come up and say something about the benefits that's going to have for the county. But I will say that it's going to cost this group about $1.5 to $1.7 million to pull this off if they do it. And I don't think the property that we're trying to exchange for on the corner of Wickham and NASA, which already has a dry retention pond there, is worth very much with that dry retention pond because it's going to have to be basically reconfigured. They're going to have to take out all the structures that are there now. They're going to have to fill it, and they're going to have to find another piece of property to put a stormwater retention pond on if somebody other than this group is going to do it, because that's the plan that this group has. So we're recommending and hope that you will consider option number 2, which is to go through with a private exchange for the with this group, the NASA Investment Partners. And we would even make a contingency of that offer that you say that if we do not close on the property that's adjacent to this, in order to pull this deal off within 6 months, that should then go out for RFP. So that would be our proposal.
Just for the record, I added more time because this is an agendized item. So rather than give you 3 minutes, I believe that we typically usually give at least 5 to 10, depending on the item.
So I had 2 more minutes.
Well, I added it already. You missed your window. No, I'm just kidding.
All right.
Commissioner Lober, did you have questions for Mr. Knox, or did you?
I just wanted to kind of get on the priority there so that after we have comment on the item, I can jump in.
Okay. Did the other gentleman want to speak on the item, or did you just want to be part of the record? Okay. Ernie? Okay. Matt, want to go first?
My name is Matt Williams, address 7331 Office Park Place, Melbourne, Florida, 32940. I'm one of the partners in the development company that's been pursuing this project for the last 4 years or so, and just wanted to come up here and elaborate on some of the benefits that the county will receive in this. And one of the basically 5 items I want to highlight. One of them is the maintenance of the pond. We've submitted to you guys a proposal that will maintain the pond, the new pond that we build in perpetuity. We think that's will save the county about $14,000 a year. Also, there's under drains in the current pond that is county owned now. Those under drains should be serviced and potentially replaced every 10 years at a cost of 30 to 50 grand every 10 years. Something else we discovered in our 4 years of due diligence on this project is there's 2 stormwater pipes under old NASA that are undersized and at an elevation that's about 2 feet higher than pipes that are upstream and downstream. This has, it's almost causing a damming effect, and kind of digging further into it, there's neighborhoods in the southeast quadrant of Sarno and Wickham surrounding the Roy Allen Elementary School that have seen flooding issues, as well as the City of Melbourne Public Works facility that said, us fixing these pipes will help alleviate their flooding. We've chosen to do that at our own cost for around $150,000. Next, the kind of an obvious one is the tax basis. If we take over the piece of property and do kind of what we do for a living, develop, we think the tax basis will increase from basically 0 to around $38,000 a year. And lastly, the construction project, typically for this corner, about $4 to $5 million. Temporary jobs in construction, and estimate about 20 to 25 permanent jobs for the county. Over the next 30 years, we think the maintenance costs would be about a $500,000 savings to the county. Wouldn't have to replace a $150,000 storm pond and generate over $1.1 million in taxes. As a taxpayer myself, I think this is a very positive transaction. I think it's truly a win-win. I was born in Melbourne, born in Brevard. That I'd like to see something happen. I appreciate your support.
Did you have a question now, Commissioner Tobias, or you just want to? Okay. Ernie Bueller? No. Mike? Okay. Commissioner Lober?
Okay, I respect what everyone's trying to do as far as the folks seeking to have this go through. If I were sitting in that seat, I'd probably do exactly the same thing. So don't take anything I'm saying as being incompatible with that, because I would do the same thing myself. That said, I'm in a position where I'm not sitting there, fortunately or unfortunately. And when I look at this particular piece of property, normally when it comes to an item that affects disproportionately one particular district, I tend to defer entirely to that commissioner's office, whichever district it may fall in. There are some times, however, when there's a real compelling concern that causes me to potentially deviate from that. And my thought with this, or my thoughts just in short, are we're talking about a major intersection where we're going to have an increase in value, not a decrease. If we had been advised by county staff that this is something we should pursue for the benefits that were mentioned, and I'm not saying the benefits don't exist. I think you're right. I think they do exist to the county. But if it was something that was a compelling need, or something where the benefits were such that this was truly something that we should have looked at pursuing, I have confidence that staff would have approached us at some point in time and said, hey, we could get with Melbourne and try to figure this out. And it concerns me to a degree that we were approached about this, not the other way around. And the reason that I say it concerns me to a degree is there are things in life, and there are situations that are either unforeseen that come up or even unforeseeable. And my concern with this, my biggest single concern, is I don't know what I don't know. And quite frankly, if we agree to this and we find out there's some major expense for the county that no one anticipated, it's not that we're going to be indemnified in some way as a result of it. And my thought is, if we're in a situation that may not be perfectly ideal, but at least it's safe and we know that there's not some pitfall waiting for us, unless there's some compelling reason to switch, whether it's financial or otherwise, I'm just hesitant with that. I didn't want to, I guess colloquially, go around anyone's back and have staff discuss this with Melbourne and try to work out something, even though I think there's nothing that prohibits us from doing that. But I'm just concerned that there's no cushion for us at all. And I haven't opposed this. I've just been concerned that if we have no money brought to the table, that if we have a problem, we're going to get burnt for trying to do a good thing for everyone. So I'm not vehemently opposed to this. I'm just concerned that there really ought to be something over and above nothing to cushion us if we have a problem down the road. I recall from this having come up before that another commissioner may have also asked for some money to be brought in this direction. I don't know if the request was higher or lower, or if I'm just mistaken with respect to this item being that the one where that came up, but I'm just concerned about it, and I don't know that we should be marching with both feet forward when we don't know exactly what we're marching into.
Commissioner Tobias?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my concern is slightly different. I do believe what Matthews Development, or the subsidiary of Matthews Development, proposed is a good deal and was made with good faith and provides overall benefit to the taxpayer. However, there's no way to know that this is the best deal without an RFP. If Matthews Development is correct, and there is no other developer who is willing and able to accomplish this, then they will truly be the only one to submit a responsive RFP, and we would be certain that we were not only getting a good deal, we were in fact getting the best deal. As Commissioner Lover mentioned, this land is expected to increase in value due to a new interchange, so there is no reason to rush into this. As Matthew Development has said, they have been working on this for numerous years. Simply put, this is a no-bid contract. I am certainly not comfortable with providing a land swap without opening it up to other developers. So I would like to make a motion, which would be option 1, public RFP with the following requirements. Include provisions requiring stormwater treatment to permanently replace the existing stormwater treatment, including all required permits or permit modifications. Proposer is required to maintain the replacement stormwater treatment pond in perpetuity. Proposer is required to adequately provide for the design, permitting, and construction of appropriate additional technical engineering details at staff's direction. And staff shall have the authority to include any other requirements that are in the public's interest. That would be my motion, Madam Chair. And I sincerely hope that Matthew Development would come back at the top of this, but I am not comfortable with providing a no-bid land exchange, having no idea what the true value of the land is.
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Tobias and a second by Commissioner Lober. Commissioner Pritchett?
I like the project, and I like the idea, and then I started asking a lot of questions. So let me run this by, I think Mr. Denninghoff was talking to me yesterday. This really isn't a land swap. This is almost a use swap, because when we're done with this, they're going to retain ownership of both pieces of property. With the deal, they have to maintain the stormwater on the other piece. Am I correct with that?
Yes.
So we're really just giving up the ownership of the property with the deal that they're going to maintain stormwater on there. So I started getting a little bit of, I don't know, I started thinking through it a little bit more. So I don't know, and I know that needs to be done because the stormwater situation you said is going to be costly. But Commissioner Tobias, I'm not so in disagreement with you on this right now, because I'm thinking that if different types of technology comes through and we don't own this piece of property or any piece of property anymore, there could, I don't know if it's going to cost taxpayer funds. So that kind of caught my attention on this.
We'd be exchanging property, meaning we would get title to one property, you would get title to the other property. We would then be taking care of it. We maintain it for the rest of the, after we build it, we'll maintain it. We'll have a contract to maintain it the rest of the.
So that would be Brevard County's property right there?
Right.
Certainly an agreement could be worked out that way. One of the ways that we considered it was we would receive an easement over the new retention area location, and they would retain the fee to that area. But it could be done the other way as well, just as Mr. Scott has.
Okay, because I think we should maintain some type of property. And the other thing I didn't know you guys didn't already own the property. So that gave me a little hesitation too. So those are some things I'm thinking through, and I would love to hear from the commission as we're trying to hash this out a little bit.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I come to this proposition by Matthew Development, or whatever they want to call this particular project developers, from the perspective that currently there is a retention pond there, which doesn't have any value to us, taxpayers. The net advantage to taxpayers on this is zero. These folks have offered to allow us to have a net increase in a lot of tax money. Do we have any idea how much tax money this might generate? $38,000 a year. Well, that's a pretty good plus. We go from zero to $38,000 the first year. And we don't know what the value is going to increase as time goes by. So that's a huge benefit to the county. The retention pond that they're going to create, they've stepped up and offered to maintain it in perpetuity. And we know at the beginning, from what they've told us, that that's going to save us, taxpayers, $14,000 a year. And we know that's going to go up in value as well, because that's what happens in America. We have escalating values and properties and taxes go up and costs go up, and generally it's called inflation. So we know that $14,000 is a low number. Something that I wasn't aware of before is that there's evidently some pipes that are underground that they are willing to move and correct drainage problems at their expense, which would be roughly $100,000 plus savings to the county, and the county's problem of flooding would be eliminated as well. So I don't see any downside on this. Commissioner Tobias says that, well, this is a good deal, but he doesn't know if we could get a better deal. This is America. That property's been sitting there for a long time, and nobody else came up with the idea of what these folks have come up with. And because it's America, I think that they should be rewarded with the fact that they're the ones that thought of it and not somebody else. So I'm totally in favor of this.
Commissioner Lober.
I don't mean to be snarky at all, but no one's ever come up to me and said, I'd like to give you X number of dollars for your house. But if someone did, even if it's a good deal, I think that the point stands, there might be a better deal out there. So I understand where you're coming from, and I'm not looking to punish anyone for picking up on a project that may be a benefit to everyone. And I'll just say my second's going to stand regardless, but I would just ask that Commissioner Tobias consider, instead of having all the conditions associated with option one, just to have a straight RFP without those conditions, because quite frankly, if the value that's offered is high enough, it'll offset the cost to put in the pipe system, and I think it would potentially dissuade people from bidding if they don't want to have the liability of messing with the pipes and having the maintenance and all that. And frankly, and I don't know if Mr. Denninghoff wants to jump in on this or not, but I know that we've talked about, not with this project, but with other projects, that there's a concern oftentimes, not with these folks necessarily, but there's a concern that if some other entity, whatever that entity is, or individual is obligated to maintain part of the stormwater infrastructure, if they fail to do that, it's going to come back to us to do anyway. So my concern is, if we want to see what the best value is, I would rather it just be a straight RFP without all the additional conditions. But like I said, my second will stand either way.
Commissioner Tobias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I try to refrain from doing this, but I do have a couple of questions for Mr. Denninghoff on this one. I haven't prepped him with these questions yet. First of all, I want to thank you for all the time and effort that went into this negotiation. I can't imagine the hours that your office has put in onto this. But as you were negotiating this, did you add like the pipe conditions and things like that when you noticed that there was a need?
Yes.
So, in other words, the initial offer made by Matthew Development was not as good as the one that currently sits here today. Is that a fair assessment?
There was certainly some give and take. The majority of what we wanted was in their initial offer. There was a few things that we didn't like, but they came around to our satisfaction very quickly.
And Madam Chair, yes. I greatly appreciate all the effort and time that went into this one. I think Commissioner Lober has brought up a good point, one, but without an engineering background, I would hand that over to you. In your perspective, if we were interested in receiving as many viable RFPs responses as possible, and we were interested in meeting the condition to make sure that there was no flooding, do you think it would be in our best interest? Because my goal is just to get the highest and best value for this, while providing a benefit of stormwater runoff, which would, in your opinion, be the best option to take? Should we RFP it to keep it clean or to keep the conditions?
I think we need to, at the minimum, keep the condition that the stormwater treatment capacity that currently exists has to be maintained. That is an absolute requirement. We would not be able to comply with St. John's River Water Management District permits and our agreements with the DOT. And quite frankly, our obligations about keeping the lagoon clean and other things such as that. So that one is something we just have to have. A developer might think that they could get away with just putting in the stormwater treatment for their new development that they would put there. they need to understand they've got to duplicate that. The maintenance aspect of it is something that is valuable to the public, just in terms of a ongoing perpetual value that is compared to what we have right now, would be a reduction. And so in our view, we saw that as something that was a benefit to the public that would be perpetual, that was available in this deal. Now, if that's not a requirement in the sense that staff had the ability to require that, that was something that staff felt very strongly about in order to be able to present to the board, to you all, a deal which we thought would have appeal in the long term. In any event, that certainly would not be a requirement. And I believe I told the developers that, but I also told them I wouldn't support it without it. So to be clear to you, that's something I do feel strongly about. But certainly, I'm not the policymaker. The board is.
Commissioner Pritchett, are you done? Were you done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Commissioner Pritchett?
If we went out for RFP, how long would that take to get the bids back in?
I think that we would probably have to put together an RFP package, bring it to the board, get your final approval on it before we then published it, advertised it, gave a reasonable time to respond. The only experience that I've had with doing something such as this in the recent past, Anita Unrath was here earlier, I don't know if she's still here, was for the 114 acres that is in Suntree, that the county went out for RFP on that, and then in the end wound up not agreeing to sell the property. That's the only other time I've ever been involved with something like that, and that was a very difficult situation. This one's probably not as complicated.
How long?
I think that one took us better part of a year to bring it through to the board to come up and say, hey, here's what your final decision was.
Well, yesterday you started talking me out of this, and today you've almost talked me back into it. Because of the complexity of what would have to be done on that property, especially Mr. Tobias' conditions on his motion. And, doing the math with Commissioner Smith, what brought up, I added the maintenance along with the tax base. It's $52,000 more a year. And the sense that Brevard County will maintain ownership in that other piece of property with you guys doing the stormwater on it, it kind of made a plus too. My only other thought on that, Mr. Denninghoff, is when you said that you had negotiated some terms on this, so you got it to a place where you thought the county was in a better position. So I think maybe at this point I might be at a place now of thinking this might be a good idea, because if we took a year on an RFP, there's an opportunity that they might lose interest, and ergo we're going to be a few $100,000 out trying to fix a retention pond and a piece of property that might do good business, won't be able to have business. So I can't see anybody else being able to do anything on this unless they came along with the same idea you have, and then they're going to have to get through us again. So I think I might have just gotten more comfortable with this. So,
Commissioner Lober?
With respect to this, is there anything that we can do to shave off the time for an RFP? I don't know if it's obligatory that it comes back to the board for approval, or if we can delegate that.
Yes, we can. We could get it down to under 6 months.
Okay, because I'm happy to delegate either to the county manager, to his discretion if he's satisfied with the RFP, because I think we've had enough discussion on this.
I haven't talked on it. I mean, if you're interested in finding my position.
I'll shut up for a moment and let you go for it.
I try to let you guys hash it out first, and then I give you mine to not interrupt or be rude. I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, John. Mr. Denninghoff, a lot of people don't see the sausage making that goes on behind the scenes, and how much time that we each put into this, and research and meetings in the office and multiple discussions. If the decision were up to you, do you think that the county commission, if this were to be approved today, would be getting a fair and good deal for this exchange with the inclusion of that maintenance and the stormwater improvements and the pipe improvement? Because as I understood it, especially because I don't own the property, to go out to RFP would be more almost like an exercise. If we were to require all these things in there, it is such a unique. It's like sort of putting out a job description catered to one person. If we were to put these things in there, it's sort of unique to that. And is that going to take 6 months of staff time or better? And a lot of, when we could have already had this stormwater issue improved and improve the flooding in the area. Like, do you believe that this is a fair deal to bring forward to the commission?
My opinion about it was that with the correct conditions built into it, that it was. And we were going that direction. And so I was very happy with it from that standpoint. But I will say, when I've been asked this question by others, that I do not know that it is the best deal we can get. I do believe that it's highly unlikely that there's going to be somebody else out there that can come up with a deal that's similar to or as favorable as this one is, simply because of the difficulty associated with it. Now, I'm going to tell you also that the developer is the one who put in a lot more work than county staff did on this deal, I can tell you. But nevertheless, we did put in a fair amount as well. But it helps solve some problems that we would have to pay for if we were to do it, such as replacing those pipes under old NASA. It does eliminate our need to have to maintain that retention pond. The only risk that I see is that the developer or the subsequent owners of the property somehow default and don't perform the maintenance that's necessary. We would probably have to take that over if they stopped. I'm going to tell you the property is going to be of such value that it's hard to imagine that would be the case. So,
And that would be true of anybody who has an agreement with the county. We'd be in the same boat under any circumstance.
it's difficult to figure out a way around that problem. I tried.
Because the thing that appealed to me about this, and I'll just tell the board, the thing that appealed to me about this was the immediate improvement of the property. And that's what I guess I liked the most out of it, the immediate improvement of the flooding, the immediate improvement to a piece of property that wouldn't be able to collect that tax base, as opposed to another 6 months or better of staff RFP time and otherwise. And again, it's so unique to what they'll be doing there, and it's such a, I don't want to say it's a deal, because it's not a deal until we say it is, of course, but I think that it's sort of a unique situation. It's not a piece of surplus property that we're giving away, okay, let's put it out to RFP because we want to get the highest bidder. I mean, it's not quite that simple. And no one else has approached us ever about this property, and we do have a flooding issue there. And so to me, if the county is to see a quicker and an obvious benefit, it would almost be, silly not to move forward with it if we can come up with an amicable agreement. That's just my opinion. Okay, Commissioner Smith has called the question, so we have a motion by Commissioner Tabaya to put it out to RFP and seconded by Commissioner Lober. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Do we have any other motions, or do we want to direct staff?
I'd like to make a motion to accept option 1.
2.
2, I mean, the private exchange. So just so as we're clear, the private exchange.
Okay. I second that.
I have a motion by Commissioner Smith, second by Commissioner Pritchett. Commissioner Tabaya?
Madam Chair, just one question for Mr. Denninghoff. You brought up the issue that if Matthew Development or NASA Partners goes defunct one way or another, that we could be on the hook for maintenance in perpetuity. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, just in the world of development, you always have to think about the extreme outcomes. And the ideal outcome here is that we always have a entity at that intersection that's there and viable and performing the way we expect that they will. And we have no reason to believe that they wouldn't do that. The history of these types of developments is very good in that respect. However, we have bonds and other things for subdivisions when they get developed to protect the public in that regard. In this situation, we would not have that, I don't believe. So if they did begin to default in some sort of way, we would have to maintain that retention pond at some level. I can't speculate as to what the cost would be, but somebody's going to have to step up to the plate and take care of that retention pond in the future. And
in your opinion, what amount of a performance bond, length, so I honestly have absolutely no idea. But when when the county votes for a no bid contract, I certainly want to make sure that taxpayers are at least covered on one end of it instead of the other.
Yes, the way we had envisioned this thing with the county attorney's office involved with it as well was to place provisions within the contract that would protect us during the development phase and provide assurances that everything would be done properly up until it was all completed and they perhaps received a CO, for example, for whatever the project is that they would build. And at that point, of course, they're moving in and they've got all their financial obligations in place, and they would be in a good position to move on into a maintenance capacity in the future. What we were having difficulty coming up with was some sort of indemnification going into the future that would be long-term and perpetual. Bonds, you don't post bonds that are perpetual. I've never heard of one anyway. And I see Mr. Knox over there anxiously trying to get our attention.
A marriage would be a perpetual bond, Mr. Denningham.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We have a comedian on the commission.
So in other words, all we can do is guarantee. I guess this would be the county attorney's office, just the development process. After that, the $14,000 or whatever it would be just take them at their word.
Yeah, there are no bonds in perpetuity for perpetual maintenance. We might be able to devise some language that would run with the land, that would require them to maintain it, and if they failed to maintain it, create a procedure to charge them for the cost of doing the maintenance. Now, of course, you always have to look at the viability of the entity that you have at the time you're going to collect. And we won't know that, but we can protect as much as we can with that approach.
But there would be inherent value on the land. Is that fair?
Waiting, and
there would be
it just
value to
doesn't
the land.
stop.
So if there was some sort of
I got you on the
mechanism,
list.
we would have that ability to.
We could provide that we can put a lien on the property.
Yes.
Mr. Sons? I'm sorry.
Commissioner Pritchett?
Yes, I would
One
like
thing we
that.
had talked with staff about was the possibility of putting special assessments on in those situations. So if we're unable to maintain it, we'll agree that there's a special benefit on this property, unique because of the situation, which allows you to impose a special assessment to collect whatever money it's going to require to maintain the pond. And that goes on forever and ever, and it's a lien if they don't pay it.
Great.
And then you have a nice corner property on Wickham Road and NASA.
Commissioner Smith?
Mr. Denningham, who's paying for the maintenance of the current retention pond?
Brevard County.
So if these guys fail to pay 5, 10, 20 years or whoever's maintaining it, the same entity that's paying for it now and will in perpetuity if they don't develop it is going to be Brevard County. So why are we spending all this time dancing around this issue? I don't get it.
Because it's fun to talk.
I guess.
Commissioner Lober?
All right, I'll keep it short. If we have that added language, then I'm happy to support it, and then there we go. It's probably going to be 4-1.
And after this, I guess I'll call the question. I find it interesting that we pound our fists and say this is a no-bid contract when we just approved a contract that didn't go out to bid for our state lobbyists. We agreed as a commission to go into negotiations with them because we recognized a good deal when we saw it. I don't want to bring Ron Book into it, but he's an excellent lobbyist, and he's been a great lobbyist for our county. So we did not go out to bid. It was a no-bid contract that this county commission directed our staff to handle negotiation of his contract. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 3-2. And we're going to take a quick break so everybody can get situated because there's a lot of movement, noise, and card filling out going
Madam
on.
Chair, where are we going to pick up?
We're going to pick up with P&Z business.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move back into items under H. I have a significant amount of cards. I don't know if you guys can see from, and when I say significant, this is like probably past midnight. So I would just ask if a lot of you have the same thing to say. Of course, you're welcome to use all 3 of your minutes. There's no problem with that, and I will not tell you different. But I would just be asked that you be considerate because there's probably a lot of people that want to speak. So if you, rather than repeat yourself, just maybe you agree or disagree, or I think we'll know, we kind of know the tone anyhow, myself. So, and I would ask that the board hold off on questions until after. Write down if you guys have questions for anybody, unless it has to be asked early on for context, just to wait till the end, if that makes sense.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. That being said, it's a good thing we broke before, right? Okay, do you want them to introduce it first?
Sure, either way, as long as I can go before public comment.
Okay, sure. Item H1.
Item H1 is a proposal by Clark and Patricia Sims requesting a change of zoning classification from RU19 and EU to all RU19. This is on a property that's 2.92 acres in size, located on the west side of North Tropical Trail. This item has come before you before as a multifamily proposal, and it was re-advertised and re-noticed to the current single-family zoning classification. And you have a BDP in your package as well.
Okay, there's not like 30 cards for this one. There's just about 4. Commissioner Lober?
Okay, I'm not going to discourage anyone from speaking. Certainly, if you want to come up and say your piece, by all means, God bless. That said, I just want to make sure everyone here is at least on the same page that I'm on with this, because I was far less than thrilled when this first came up, but I'm much more comfortable now than I was even a month or 2 ago. We had, at first blush, we had a proposal that involved putting multifamily zoning in an area that had no multifamily. We had some ambiguity as to whether or not there would be sewer versus septic. And at this point, I think we're in a much better position, and the concerns that were first brought to my attention and my office's attention have by and large been totally resolved through way of a binding development plan. As I understand it, and I invite either Aaron or anyone else on staff to jump in and correct me if I'm incorrect, the BDP obligates the applicant to use sewer, so there's now no longer a concern that they'll be on septic right on top of the canal. 0 additional septic tanks of any variety, advanced or otherwise. It's now going to be single-family zoned. I believe there, at some point in the near to intermediate future, may well be a request to subdivide the property. Is that what we're contemplating?
Yeah, in order to build the second single-family residence, it must be subdivided.
Okay, so I think everyone understands that. And there's also, I believe it was added, but help me out on this one, a provision that they will use one driveway for the additional structures that will go up at whatever point in time they're approved. Is
Yeah,
that right?
once they're subdivided, they'll have to come through with cross-access easements, and then they have a commitment in the BDP for that.
So essentially, the big issue is we're not going to have any multifamily. It's all single family. We're not going to have, as I understand it, more than one primary residential structure per acre. Obviously, guest houses are separate and apart from that, but in terms of the primary residential structure, I also understand that there's no lawful means by which guest houses can be rented, that they're not entitled to have their own power meters on them, and perhaps also not water meters. Is that right?
That's correct. No separate utilities.
So, all I can tell folks that are still concerned about the rental prospects, if you want to look at VRBO or Airbnb and see if it's up there, feel free to check and try to police that if you're really concerned. But I feel satisfied that the concerns that were brought to my attention are addressed. So that said, anyone that wants to come and speak for or against, you're still welcome to do that. But from what was brought up at the outset, the issues just don't seem to exist anymore. And I'm actually rather surprised that we got as far as we did. I think a lot of that, and I've heard from both folks that were originally for and against this, that Aaron was great in working with everyone to try to ensure that we address those particular concerns that were raised. But I know we've got a lot of cards, so I'll leave it at that.
Sorry, I'm just arranging ones I just got handed. I don't want to miss anybody. Yes, Commissioner Pritchett?
Mr. Lober, I agree with you. I was wondering if the party would be willing to put in just a couple extra words in their BDP. It's the same thing, it's just for clarification. Item number 3, when it says any new single-family residence will be connected to sewer, I just wanted to put at the owner's expense. just to clarify that. So it's just something moving forward when you're discussing it with the owner, sir. And on number 2, I think just the statement, and I agree with you, I think that's good, what they broke out into do, but one house, one guest house per lot, I think that's just a little bit more clarity, and I agree with you. I think it's a good contract.
I think we're all on the same page with that. I mean, once it's subdivided, obviously, for each subdivided piece, you're now dealing with a separate lot. And if and when that happens, obviously, that will factor into how many structures are actually permitted. But I don't...
I just asked staff about it, and I asked them if there could be that. And they said, well, how to fix that would just be to stipulate one house, one guest house per lot. They said it would make it a little cleaner when I was discussing it with them.
Yeah, I'll defer to the applicant,
Okay.
but I'm fine either way.
Okay. And also connect it to sewer at the owner's expense. And thank you. That's good.
And just so we have it on the record as well, I got, I think, a nod or something in the affirmative. Fair enough. Okay.
Okay. Do you want to come up now for your 5 minutes? Or you just want to hold off if we have questions? Does anybody have any questions for the applicant? I think most of us remember this item. Mary Hilberg? Okay.
And I actually do, I'm sorry, before we get too far here, I do have a small handful of disclosures. I have some for H9 as well, but for H1, if I can go through them just real quickly.
Sure.
Okay, so on 3/20 of this year, I met with Susan Johnson and her husband, who were concerned about this. On 5/12 of this year, received an email from Ron Barcher supporting the rezoning request. On 5/14, I met with John Mason, who was concerned about it. On 5/23, Fritz in my office spoke with Bill Hank, who was concerned about it at the time. On 5/23 also, I met at the Vieira Government Center with Ms. Sims, Tad Calkins, and Aaron Stirk to discuss the rezoning. And then on 5/28, just a few days later, I met with Bill Hank, who was originally concerned but seemed to be far less concerned during that meeting.
All right. Susan Johnson? Okay. John Mason or Leanne Walters? Okay. All righty. That's it for those cards.
All right, unless there's any other discussion, I'll move to approve it at this point.
Is that with Commissioner Pritchett's?
Yes, with the modifications that were proposed by the D1 Commissioner
In the binding development plan.
in the BDP, and as I understand, the applicant is accepting? Okay,
Second
perfect.
still stand? So I have a motion by Commissioner Lober, a second by Commissioner Pritchett. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you all on both sides of this thing.
Item H2 is a proposal by Robert Bailey requesting a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment to change the future land use designation from residential 1 to residential 4 on a property that's .35 acres in size located on the south side of Craig Road, just west of Friday Road. And there's item H2 is a companion rezoning application at the same location, proposing to change the zoning from GU to RU 113. Okay, the applicant, Robert Bailey. Did you want to come up, talk about what you're doing? Yeah. Name and address for the record, please.
My address, 195 Treasure Street, apartment 102, Merritt Island, Florida.
And you're Robert Bailey?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
great.
And what I'm proposing to do, at one point my dad lived adjacent to that on Saturday Place, and so I purchased it from him eventually to build down the road. But and so what I'm trying to do is get it rezoned so it can have something built on it. But I really no longer wish to live there now that he's not there and passed on. But I'm just seeking to be able to get the property rezoned so that a single family can be built on there, and that way it can be used for something. Right now, it's of no use in any way, and so I just really want to be able to move forward with the property rezoning.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, does anybody have any questions? No? Kathy Carpenter? All right, we'll call you up if we have any questions.
Hi.
Hi, Kathy.
I'm
Kathy Craig Carpenter, and it's with my mom who lives at 5040 Craig Road. And we're opposing the rezoning because of my mother has been there since in the mid-50s. Right now, this zone, it has to be minimum an acre other than the homes that were already existing. And I think it may be 2 that's on like 0.18. So we just don't want to change the appearance. It's rural. And if you rezone, then that could bring on more traffic out there. So we're opposed to it. I sent, I have a petition, I don't know if you have that, a petition from the existing owners that are living on Craig Road, and they're also opposed to it. I don't know if any of them are here now or not, but I do have the petition about, I think, 5 or 6 owners who've signed to remain as is.
Okay.
And I don't know what he's planning to do, but there has been someone is interested in buying prior to, even as long as 3 or 4 years ago. So I don't, you want to say anything, Mama?
No.
Okay.
Okay. But I agree. I'm in agreement.
All right, anything further?
No. I think that's it.
Okay.
Unless I could bring up, I sent everything to Commissioner Pritchett, so I don't know if I need to expound on what I sent you or just if everyone has copies of it.
Since you got a little time left, maybe you could just kind of give us a brief summary?
Well, for one thing, the last meeting, the first meeting, it was kind of misleading because there's a pending sale on Mr. Bailey's property. So there's someone who's interested in buying it as is, but with this pending sale, if he gets it rezoned, he can increase the sale price. So it's not taking in consideration of the homeowners that are already there. It's what he's trying to, it appears from what all the information I've gathered, that he's trying to get the maximum amount of money for the property, not to build on it himself, because there's a pending sale since July of 2018.
I appreciate it. Yeah, and I'm just having a chance now to look at what you had sent into the D1 Commissioner's office.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's all the cards I have. Commissioner Pritchett?
Yeah, this piece of, this property out here was subdivided a while ago, and when it was known this property wasn't going to be buildable as it transpired, and I think you picked it up for a good deal at that time, but it's always been known it wasn't buildable. The problem with this is it's so small you can't really do a septic system out there because it's not even allowed. So, and then the bigger problem is all of the residents around there, this would be a totally new fit for it other than one built back in 1960. And you have all these properties out here, and I have a feeling if we did this, we're going to get bombarded with this change, and I don't think it's a good personality for this area. So I'm not going to vote in favor of this tonight. I just don't think it's a good fit at this time. If down the road there ends up becoming sewer out there, it might be a different scenario, but right now I don't think this is a good fit. So I'd like to make a motion to deny.
Have a motion by Commissioner Pritchett for denial.
Excuse me, there is a comp plan item and a rezoning. Can you vote separately?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to make a motion to deny item 2, which is a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment.
Okay, so I have a motion to deny the comp plan amendment by Commissioner Pritchett.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion for denial passes unanimously.
I'd like to make a motion to deny the zoning classification change.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Pritchett, second by Commissioner Lober. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously, I think. I'm quiet.
Should we bring it back?
Yeah, yeah.
Actually, sir, could we get you to come back, if you don't mind, please?
I'm sorry, I'm being told he raised his hand and wanted to speak before the
I'm
vote.
sorry.
Oh, okay. I didn't see
So
it.
we should give him an opportunity to
Okay.
speak.
Well, I just want to mention that she said there was a pending sale on the property. There was not a pending sale on the property. Someone wanted to buy it, but because it was not zoned to build on, they would not purchase it, and so they backed out of it. And the property was purchased by my dad. That's why I got the deal on it that I got. And I just want to, I'm paying $31 a year for tax, which is nothing. And if I never can use the property, I'll sell it to them. I'll sell it to whoever wants to buy it. It's never going to do me any good. And if it's never going to do me any good, what's the use of holding on to property that's of no value? And when they say that I knew that the property couldn't be built on, I didn't know that. If my dad knew that and he sold it to me, that was him selling it to me, with me not knowing. If I'd have known this property wasn't buildable, I never would have purchased this property at any point. So I'm kind of stuck with a property that was passed on to me through a heritage, in a sense, that's not going to do me any good. And so what do you do with property that's of no value to you? You know, would one of you guys like to buy it? I'll sell it to you. I'm just being honest, you know. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Commissioner Lober?
Just a question for Ms. Bentley. Do you think we should move to reconsider both of those items and then vote them whichever way they go? Or are we okay?
That would probably be a good idea.
Okay,
Now that you have the new information.
let's go ahead and I'll go ahead and move to reconsider which came first in chronological order here.
Comp.
I'll move to reconsider the comp.
No.
I don't think you're going to want to.
No,
But
the
you're-
applicant has a chance to respond, but the public comment does not. Since he was the requester, so you don't have a chance to respond. Otherwise, we would be back and forth on everybody all the time. So that's the process for public hearing.
We're
You're
getting
about to
ready
We're
find out.
talking now, yeah.
We're getting ready to vote. We're getting ready to vote.
Okay, so as to the comp plan, I'll move to reconsider it. And I guess the motion specifically would be to deny it, to reconsider and deny.
Yes, sir. I make a second to reconsider it.
Is that clear for the clerk? Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner Lober, second by Commissioner Pritchett. All those in favor of denial say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to deny item number 2, the small-scale comprehensive plan
To
amendment.
reconsider and deny?
I think we just reconsidered it, so I'm making a motion to deny it again.
Okay,
Okay?
perfect. Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Pritchett, second by Commissioner Lober. All those in favor say aye for denial. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Motion for denials passes 4-1.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider item number 3, change of zoning classification.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Pritchett, second by Commissioner Lober. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion passes 4-1.
I'd like to make a motion to deny the change of zoning classification.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Pritchett, second by Commissioner Lober.
Come on, John.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion passes 4-1. I think you just do it just to be difficult. But that's okay.
That
That's
was
all
about
right.
the nicest petitioner we've had, who was respectful and
Very.
understood the decision, and
Yeah.
I think he
Of course.
was
He's a nice
wonderful.
guy.
But why would
Yeah.
you support it for denial first and then just to,
With the new information that was put in, that I was under the assumption that there actually was a sale pending, and the note we got at the last minute mentioned greed, and the fact that, first of all, greed is not necessarily a bad thing, but the fact that that's not part of it, that certainly swayed my opinion to go the other way.
yeah.
Guess that shows we do listen to public comment.
Item H4 is a proposal by Xiaoyu Lin and Robert McBride, represented by Oscar Busto, requesting a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment to change the future land use designation from neighborhood commercial to community commercial on a property 3.57 acres in size located on the northeast corner of Welty Drive and Freeman Lane. And the companion rezoning request, item 5, is a proposal to change the zoning classification at the same location from GU to BU2.
Okay, the applicant, Ann Brucker Busso.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Go ahead. Name and address, please.
Ann Brucker Busso, 233 Waterside Drive, Indian Harbor Beach, Florida, 32937.
Great. Want to talk about what you're doing?
So basically, we're trying to purchase the property from the first two names that you mentioned. Right now, I believe that it's zoned for residential. It's undeveloped property right now, and so we would like to try to get it rezoned so we can put a small business on it.
Okay. Great. Do you have any questions for the applicant? All right. You can speak longer. You can come back up after the comment card.
Do you want me to just come back?
Yeah, if you'd like. Maggie Schultz?
And they've got just over 4 minutes remaining on that. For when they come back.
Maggie Schultz, 331 Myrtlewood Road, Melbourne, Florida. I live in Lake Point. I'm the president of the Homeowners Association there. Welty is the backs up to a number of the homes in our area. And the only thing that really that I wanted to verify is that when the property is rezoned, that there was a myriad of different pieces of information that was sent in about not, I don't want to use the word restricting, but limiting the number of things that can be done that would face the houses. In other words, not multiple stories of a storage unit, not bright lights, not big signs, because they're really literally across the street from where the homes are. So that's our main concern, the noise, the lights, and the effect of another business directly across from the homes. Okay?
Thank you. Now, the applicant, you can come back up if you want to respond. But you're not obligated to. If that makes sense.
So yeah, during the other hearing, we did get a copy of that, and I think we did read it into what our plans were for the property and what our, I don't want to say limitations, but limitations were, and we were in agreement with it. We're homeowners as well, so we wouldn't want a business to be put behind our houses that would distract from it or lower the cost of our houses. So we have a copy of it as well, and it was read into what the limitations were, and we're in agreement with it.
Okay.
Oh, do you have a copy of it?
I'm sure we do as part of our packet.
Okay.
We don't have a draft BDP yet from you all, but we have the P&Z recommendation was exactly elaborating on those conditions that they agreed to.
Okay.
We'll just sit here.
Okay. In case anybody has any questions.
Yes, a little closer.
Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to approve this request, the zoning classification request.
This is a two-part item as well. Is this the comp plan amendment first?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and second that.
I have a motion by Commissioner Smith, a second by Commissioner Lober. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the second also.
Second.
Are we going to put any of the planning and zoning recommendations in there that they agreed to?
There's about a paragraph of a limitation of uses on the property that the
Isn't
applicants
that
have agreed
included?
to. Yeah, they are if you include that in your motion.
Yes.
And my second stands.
Okay. So with that included in the motion from the planning and zoning minutes, motion by Commissioner Smith, second by Commissioner Lober. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Good luck.
Before we move on to another item, I have a motion, if I may.
Sure.
I've moved to reconsider item J as in Juliet 1 to add the language mentioned by our county attorney in her discussion with Commissioner Tabaya. J as in Juliet 1. It was the Wickham Road and NASA Boulevard intersection. This is the item where I would have supported it had we had that additional language, but I didn't believe that that was included in the motion as it was phrased at first.
Bentley said she was going to bring that back as part of the package.
It will have to come back to the board as an exchange agreement with all the details drawn up, and we can include it at that time if you wish, or you can go with the reconsideration route.
Let's go, just to keep it clean, so they're on notice as well, since they've already left, that we're kind of expecting that. I'll keep the motion on the table here.
Is that clear?
I can
Item J1.
clarify it if you guys want.
Okay.
Clarify. So the short of it is, there was some language discussed by the county attorney in her discussion with Commissioner Tabaya, essentially to give us kind of a fail-safe fallback. I don't know if you'd care to.
You want some clauses providing for maintenance to be done by the future owner and builder of the pond, and that we would have an opportunity to impose a lien on the property if they fail to maintain the pond in the
Precisely.
future. In perpetuity, you want it to run with the land.
Precisely.
Commissioner Tobias?
And I know this was my suggestion, but I feel a little awkward with Mr. Knox not being here, nor the developer, to get their input on where they stand on this one. So that was my suggestion. Without feedback from Mr. Knox, I will be voting against it.
Yeah, I believe Mr. Knox actually proposed that, so.
Right.
Yeah, I think he was in
That's language that he was in
agreement.
agreement with.
Yeah. And it's something that if the board desires, if it's included, it can always be removed if it's something that
Yes,
the board
because-
desires to
yes,
do.
you
But
can
it's
take it
harder
out.
to add it in after, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So,
Peer pressure.
all right, well, he's not going to support it anyway. Motion by Commissioner Lober. Somebody second?
What are we seconding now, to reconsider?
To reconsider it, to add the language that Ms.
Okay,
Bentley
I'll-
just read
I'll
in.
second to reconsider.
Second by Commissioner Pritchett for reconsider. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 3-2.
New motion.
All right, new motion to add the language that was mentioned by Ms. Bentley
And agreed to by Mr. Knox.
and agreed to, as I understand, by Mr. Knox.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Lober, second by Commissioner Pritchett. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 3-2. Can't make this up, guys. You're witnessing.
Item
All right.
H6 is a proposal by Palm Bay REH LLC, represented by Hitesh Patel, requesting a conditional use permit for alcoholic beverages for full liquor for on-premises consumption in conjunction with a restaurant in the TU1 zoning classification.
All right, I have the applicant, Mr. Hitesh Patel. Are you enjoying the meeting so far?
Oh, yeah. I want to open this restaurant. Monday is opening, so.
Oh, nice. Can you state your name and address, please, for the
Hitesh
record?
Patel, 4885 North Highway 1, Cocoa, Florida, 32927.
Great.
So this restaurant used to sell the alcohol, and
Mhm.
I'm reapplying for the alcohol license.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you. If you have questions, we'll call you up. Thanks. Commissioner Pritchett?
Yeah, thank you for taking on this building. It had been on fire, and you've fixed it back up, and I appreciate it. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Pritchett, second by Commissioner Lober. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Item H7 is a proposal by Mark T. Hansen, requesting a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment to change the future land use designation from residential floor to community commercial on a property that's 3.01 acres in size, located on the east and west side of East Railroad Avenue, just north of Moore Road. And then the companion rezoning request is a proposal to change the zoning classification from RRMH 2.5 to BU2. Great. I take it you're Mark?
Yes, I am.
Hi. Name and address, please, for the record.
Mark Hansen, 3845 East Railroad Avenue, Cocoa, Florida, or north of Cocoa. Would you like me to just tell you what I want?
Sure.
Okay. We currently own this piece of property. It's 3.01 acres. As was read, it's RMH 2.5 with a future land use, a Res 4, and we want to change it to BU2 commercial with a future land use, community commercial. And it's a unique piece of property. I don't know if you have any maps or anything, but it's on an isolated, unimproved road in Commissioner Pritchett's district, and there's no other residential address on this road. And we just want to have a use for it. Our intention is just to use it as a storage yard for mostly RVs, boat trailers, maybe lawn equipment. We don't intend to build any like major infrastructure as far as, because there's no sewage on this road either. We have a septic tank and a 2,200 square foot single family residence on the property, which is is allowed on VU2. So we can keep that and use about an acre and a half of it for storage. And it's mostly cleared, and I've had natural resources been out there and worked with the planning and zoning department. And, and I've been a resident of the county since 1963, so I'm very concerned with the way we do our land use. And then we just want to make some kind of thing, because with an unimproved road, we don't foresee being able to build 4 residences per acre on this property with no sewage and paved roads and stuff. But we'll work to, keep it in compliance. We'll have a BDP, which doesn't allow fast food restaurants, drive-throughs, et cetera, which I don't think anybody would come down that road to use. And I'll agree with that. One of the zoning board members did add a few other items to that BDP, which I would comply with if necessary, but I kind of think it was, because there's a big long list, it's like 5 or 6 pages, that I don't know if any of those other BDPs really mattered. It was like one was a welding shop, one was a crematorium. I mean, I'll comply with whatever the zoning board came up with, but I don't really think that's really an important part for this particular change, and I would deal with the code compliance and permitting and stuff to whether or not a particular business, because they just went by the traffic flow and what would be good, but if you looked at the list of BU2 allowed businesses, I could have an ice cream parlor, but I just couldn't have a crematorium. I don't know what the difference is, or I don't know, but I don't know. I'm saying, I think it was just something that, I could see noise, because I do have a PUD next to me with a 40-foot vegetative barrier along my property, and planned unit development. And this would be a good fit for the county, because there's a lot of people that have boats and stuff that live in these smaller, where they, houses close together where you're not allowed to park a boat or whatever in front of your home. So I think we would be able to fit in there and charge a very minimal rate, and and it wouldn't have any, except for lights and cameras or security features, we really wouldn't have any major infrastructure. So, and that's what we wish to do, to make use of this couple acres of property, or whatever. And then unless you have any questions, I can address those, or from anybody my neighbors are very nice, so.
You are the loan card for this item.
Okay, so my neighbors, I don't think would ever complain. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Commissioner Pritchett?
Everybody has enjoyed you, and your creativity with this is I like it. I think this is a good fit. I'm good with it. Miss Aaron, the recommendations weren't really necessary on this, correct? Because this was something that they thought there was a BDP on areas around it, but there really wasn't.
This one is, these were crafted from scratch by the Planning and Zoning Board members, so I'd hate to call them not really relevant, because they...
Pretend I didn't say that.
Speak on their behalf. But they felt like a select few of the uses in the BU zoning classification could be perceived to be onerous next to a residential subdivision, which is why I guess they conditioned them that way. But what we found in the staff's analysis was just the couple of uses, like the fast food restaurant and the drive-through, that would trip the level of service on the surrounding roadway system.
We could put that in very easily. You already said you're comfortable with that.
Right.
Correct?
Yeah, and
Yes.
he's agreed to those in advance, the
And we
drive-through
als-
and the fast food.
And we also discussed, this is just going to be on that east part of this parcel, correct? And the west
Yes,
is?
ma'am.
Okay.
The west side's in wetlands, and it's
gonna leave that
undevelopable, it's
alone.
unaccessible, and whatever the county wishes to rezone that portion for future, if somebody ever buys it, I don't think so, but I would just put a bird watching station over there.
And Commissioner, just to clarify, you'll have to condition your motion on it just being east of the roadway if that's what you want to apply it to.
Do I need to do that on both these items? Okay. So I want to make a motion to go ahead and approve item H7, and that's the change of the small-scale comprehensive plan to the piece of property on the east side of the railroad
I'll
tracks.
second that.
Motion by Commissioner Pritchett, second by Commissioner Lober. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
May I ask, with regards to the BDP, is it going to be just the main three that?
They're going to vote on that now.
Okay.
Two different actions. You're only halfway done.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the change of the zoning to BU2 with the restrictions of fast food restaurant and
gas stations with or without gas pumps.
gas stations with or without
Do we need
gas
to worry
pumps.
about
Excuse
the
me,
east,
convenience
west?
markets with or without gas pumps.
Correct, sir. This is all going to be on the changes for the east side of the railroad tracks.
I'll second that then.
And you're agreeable, sir? I just want to verify. Okay. Motion by Commissioner Pritchett, second by Commissioner Lober. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. You're all set.
Item H9 is a proposal by Douglas and Cindy Robertson, represented by Bruce Moya, requesting adoption of the 2019 1.1 Large-Scale Comprehensive Plan Amendment to change the future land use designation from residential 1 to 2.5 to residential 1. This property is 20.39 acres in size, and it's located on the southwest corner of Fleming Grant Road and Seabird Lane. And there is a companion zoning request. Excuse me. They already have the RU 113 zoning classification, and they proposed a binding development plan for consistency with the future land use designation of residential 1. I'll just bring you up to speed with the large-scale comp plan amendment. This is the second time you've heard this item. You all approved it for transmittal. There are state agency comments in your packet with some feedback from several agencies. And then the companion zoning request, you have a binding development plan in your package. Staff, since the planning and zoning meeting, worked with the applicant on a few more conditions that to meet the intent of the comprehensive plan. And so we have a revised binding development plan just to hand you. He's was very concerned about the timing of adding conditions late in the game, but it was at staff's direction to work on additional language to clarify the density in the coastal high hazard area proposed. So the second half of condition 4 is new and condition 5 is new. I can read those into the record if the audience would prefer. Okay, I'm getting an So these are things that were discussed at the Planning and Zoning Board, but I'll clarify the language that was added. In addition to the conditions that the Planning and Zoning Board recommended, Mr. Moya added the second half of Condition 4, which says that the FEMA determined the base flood elevation will be revised in late 2019, early 2020. The base flood elevation is anticipated to increase from 4.5 feet NAVD to 5.3 feet NAVD. The owner-developer agrees to have all base flood elevation within the property comply with the updated FEMA elevation of 5.3 NAVD, or the minimum required by FEMA at the time of development, whichever is more restrictive. Basically, he's saying that this change is underway. We have a draft of the flood elevations rising in this area with FEMA, and he's willing to comply with that, even if he's ahead of when that change actually makes. And then condition 5 is language says no more than one principal structure shall be constructed in the coastal high hazard area of the property. And that was intended to meet objective 7 of the comprehensive plan, which says that we should not promote density or intensity increases in the coastal high hazard area. That area is 4 acres and at 1 unit per 2.5 acres, the density allowed by the comp plan today, it would allow just, 1 point something units. So he's clarified that in condition 5. All right, any disclosures?
I've got some, actually quite a few. And just to make this as brief as possible, do I need to give first and last name and date?
If you would, please.
Okay, I apologize. This will take a moment or several moments. All right, on 430, all of these, unless I say otherwise, are in opposition or the folks expressed concerns regarding the rezoning, every single one here. So on 430, received communication from Barbara Reisert, and I'll provide the clerk a list if they've not already been provided a copy by my office at the end of this, so don't worry about spelling. All the following are on 5-1. We had communication from Carolyn Green, from Ann Briggs, and from James Linder. The following from 5-2, Linda McLean and Ted Beck. On 5-3, Jody Lamaster, Carol Decker, Georgia Combs, Mark Locoyano. On 5-4, Linda McLean, Ralph Jones. On 5-5, we had an anonymous one. I'll provide the email address to the clerk. On 5-7, we had Stephen Calhoun, Robin Carroll, Diane Acker. On 5-8, Connie Blair, Jeffrey Davis, Susan Courtney, Diane Cathy, Richard and Susan Courier. On 5-9, Lou Kontnick. Also on 5-9, Vicky and John Romano. On 5-13, Shell Woods. With the Miko HOA on 5-14, Jane Schnee, and I apologize to anyone who I'm mispronouncing here. Richard and Linda Morris on the same date. On 5-15, Tim Glover with Friends of St. Sebastian River. Mary Sfar, also 5-15 still, Chris Davis. 5-19, Richard and Catherine Mozetta. 5-21, Lisa Soto with MRC. 5-24, Patricia Shelton, Jeff Abel, and Sylvana Strawn, also Carl and Claudia Sullivan Jr., Ted Moorhead, also on that date. 5-26, Ron Barcher again. 5-27, Catherine Johnson, Ryan Dads. 5-28, Stephen Gwen Heek, Mitzi and Jean Plunkett, Debbie Raymond, Dennis Porter, Robert Anderson, Lisa Sitak or Sitak. 5-29, Liz Neapolitan, and Helen, how would you say that? I'm not good with Greek names.
Stamaticus?
I'm going to go with that. All right, perfect. 5:30, Elfrida Tular and Terry Casto. So I'll provide all 49 over to the clerk at this point. Thanks for your patience.
Madam Chair.
Sure.
I have submitted some to the clerk. There are some additions. 523, my staff sent a follow-up email to Ms. Woods providing information regarding the comp plan amendment. 528, received email from Dennis Porter and Debbie Raymond requesting denial of rezoning. 528, staff received phone calls from Sandra Colin, Ken Turiger, and Lou Kontnick requesting denial of rezoning. 528 and 529, received email from Mitzi and Jean Plunkett requesting denial of the comp plan amendment. And finally, 529, received email from Helen Stamtakos, Veronica Iskin, Janice Zin Kojo, objecting to rezoning. Again, I apologize for butchering any names.
Okay. I have 49 emails in opposition, and almost all of them, except the few that you mentioned that you got, the same ones that I got. I think we're all copied on the same emails in opposition. I think I had one in support myself, and I believe we received 2 phone calls, which we also had emails from those individuals as well. And Commissioner Pritchett turned all hers in. And I have 22 cards. So, Mr. Ted Beck. Actually, we should have the applicant come up first. That would make more sense. If I don't have your card first, I'm used to having them in order, and I've got so many cards here. There it is. Okay, name and address, please.
Good evening, Madam Chairman and members of the Commission. Bruce Moy with MBB Engineering at 1250 West O'Galley Boulevard, Melbourne, Florida, representing the applicant. It's great to be here tonight to present this to you guys. I'm just going to do a brief summary of what we're proposing, and then I'll let all these nice people speak about their position on this, on our request. So as we summarize, it is 20.39 acres. It's a vacant tract It's the only vacant tract between the railroad tracks along that stretch of road that's left. It has an RU-113 zoning, which is unusual. That zoning is prevalent throughout that area, but it also has a land use of Res 1 to 2.5. So we have incompatible zoning with the land use. That zoning allows for a 7,500 square foot lot minimum with a 1,300 square foot minimum living area structure to be built on it for primary residence. At one unit to 2.5 acres, it would support currently 8 lots maximum. What we're requesting is Res 1 that would allow 20 lots maximum. Existing site conditions is that it fronts Main Street. Main Street is an urban major collector that only operates at 12.2% capacity currently. The site is wooded. We did a survey. It has 15 specimen trees, which are trees that are larger than, I believe it's 18 inches. So we had those surveyed so that we could see, what kind of things we could preserve. I'll get into that later. It has 0.57 acres of wetlands, one isolated wetland about in the middle of the site towards the south, and some shoreline wetlands for the mangroves. It has some gopher tortoises on the property, has no scrub jays. It's about 1,600 feet deep from the roadway to the river, and about the southmost 400 feet is in the flood zone. It has no water sewer, so in order to do this, we'd have to have well and septic, which is similar to all the other existing development in the area. And there's no public stormwater conveyance systems abutting or within the property. So with all the discussion that we've had and the meetings public hearings that we've had and all the comments we've heard from the public, we are proposing to only request 16 units maximum on the property. We're proposing to require a minimum floor area of 2,000 square feet, so there will be upscale neighborhood. We will have a minimum lot acreage of 0.5 acres, not the 1,500 that the zoning allows. And that anything that is north of lot 10, south to the river, would be 1 acre minimum. We would retain all existing specimen trees, oak trees on the property. That's 14 of those. That are 24 inches and over, I'm sorry. So 14 of those oak trees that we would preserve. If there was for some reason that because it is low and the fill, there wasn't a requirement that the fill was so extreme that we couldn't save them, we'll make every attempt to save those. We will comply with the future FEMA base flood elevation, which would be over and above what the existing structures in that area are doing, or more than what we could do currently. There was a small fix that Mr. Denninghoff pointed out in the wording of the BDP, and that's that if the BFE is set, our finished floor elevation would be above that, and then also whatever amount above that to meet with the county requirements for building at a floodplain. We will only allow one principal structure in the coastal high hazard area to meet the density requirements of that. We will be providing a stormwater management system that would comply with all St. John's and county requirements. We would provide advanced septic systems for all 16 lots, regardless of their setback from the river. We would limit ourselves to 0.37 wetland impacts across the site, and no impacts to the wetlands along the river. We would provide a 15-foot perimeter vegetated buffer tract, and we would create a homeowners association with an architectural review board. We would limit to one vehicular access to Main Street, and we would keep that a private road, so there would be no county maintenance responsibilities. So that's kind of what we're proposing. We think that that meets the intent of some of the concerns you're going to hear. So I'll leave that to them to explain that to you. So hopefully I'll be back here to rebut all the comments that are made. Thank you. Or if you have any comments or questions.
Commissioner Lober?
I just want to kind of point out for folks to emphasize what was mentioned with a couple of the prior items. There are so many people here. I'm never going to tell someone that they can't speak. You're certainly free to come and speak and say your 3 minutes. But I would just say it's, for everyone's sake, up here and down there, it's not necessary to be redundant. So if you want to come up and say, I agree with the last 2, 3, 7 speakers, whatever it may be, I oppose it, I support it, whatever the case may be. Looking with the neon that I was squinting to read earlier, I tend to get a feeling that there's a disproportionate atmosphere here that may feel strongly one way. So with that said, again, everyone's welcome to speak that wants to, but I'm just trying to save everyone a little bit of time if they're so inclined. So if you put a card in and you don't think it's necessary, you can waive it, but you're not by any means obligated to waive it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's start with Ted Beck, and after Ted, Ronald Barcher. Five minutes? Okay. You want to put the time together? Are we going to? Okay. Okay. All right, I don't want to change the order because, someone else may want to be last, but, because there's 2 items regarding this.
My name's Ted Beck. I'm at 9735 Fleming Grant Road in Mecco, and I have a 3-minute video that I want to show you.
Or did your wife fill out a card? Is that how you guys handled it?
Mecco is a small community at the southern tip of Brevard County. Fleming Grant Road meanders along the St. Sebastian River through the heart of Mecco. It has a unique rural character that is appreciated by area residents who enjoy seeing wildlife, horses at pasture, bucolic scenes, and green spaces. I am opposed to changing the comprehensive land use plan for these 20 acres. At the time of purchase, this property was designated as residential 1 home to 2.5 acres. This was no secret to the buyer. The comp plan designation 1 to 2.5 for property along the St. Sebastian River has been in effect since 1988, and no exceptions have been granted in those 31 years. This overlay shows 54 properties along the river that are 2.5 acres or more. All of these properties conform to the current comprehensive plan. The predictability of a properly enforced comprehensive plan benefits everyone. The Robertson 20-acre parcel is in a flood zone and designated wetland. Approximately 29% of the property is within a flood zone. 5 of the 20 acres is in flood zone AE. On the north side of Fleming Grant Road is flood zone A, which in recent years, due to poor drainage, has led residents to expect serious flooding after a heavy rain event. Flooding also occurs on the south side of Fleming Grant Road, as can be seen in this property next to the land in question. The large-scale comprehensive plan amendment was sent to the state for their expert opinions. The Department of Economic Opportunities Technical Assistance comments point out the current adopted land use density should be maintained until central sewering is available. The site has portions vulnerable to storm surge and future impacts from sea level rise. If this application is allowed, it will set a troublesome precedent for further small subdivisions along the St. Sebastian River. Increasing population and housing density will have a negative effect on our rivers and will be counterproductive to Brevard County's expensive efforts to clean up the lagoon. There is significant community opposition to this amendment. 16 houses packed onto this riverside land instead of the number allowed by the comp plan can only negatively impact the delicate ecology of the area and the waterways. There is no good reason to change the comprehensive plan for these 20 acres. Only one person will benefit financially from the passage of this amendment, but the local residents, wildlife, and waterways will suffer. The community is against it, environmental groups are against it, our delicate waterways don't need more stress, and precious wildlife and habitat will be lost in a rural neighborhood. Increased density will erode what is magical about Fleming Grant Road. Once our old Florida is gone, there will be no getting it back. I urge you to deny this amendment.
Did you want your additional time? Okay.
We were saying that you should come prepared next time, sir. That's good.
That was pretty incredible.
You needed background music. That was the only thing that was missing.
Can I ask a question?
You set the bar high for the rest of the group. Commissioner Lober?
Just a question for staff. So I saw that there were no exceptions with regard to this area in the past 31 years. How many, if any, folks have requested any exceptions?
I don't believe anyone's requested a change like this.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Ronald Archer? And after Ronald, Laura Lee Thompson?
Thank you. My name's Ron Barcher, 3431 Grant Line Road, Mims. I sent the commissioners a detailed objection, and I'd like just to quickly summarize what I had in my emails. Because the land use designation and the zoning classification are inconsistent, the only development rights that this developer has come from the original plat that was done in 1894. Yeah, that's 1894, not 1984. And that was 2 lots, 10 acres each, which means his development rights are 2 houses and 2 septic tanks, just conventional septic tanks. He wants to put on 16 houses with 16 high-performance septic tanks. The high-performance septic tanks, as you all know, they're twice as good as a conventional septic tank. So he wants, in terms of septic pollution, he wants to increase it by a factor of 4 from what he can do. That was first point. Second point was the property has about 5 acres of land that's on his own survey is labeled as swampy. So I would classify that as wetlands. He's got property in the high coastal high hazard area. There's also about 4 to 5 acres that have aquifer recharge soils. And when you take into account about 25% of the property for developing roads and water retention, it's unlikely that he's going to be able to have more than half an acre for a house for these 16 houses, half an acre per 16 houses. So staff research has already shown us a third of the houses are in that area are 2.5 acres or more. Another third are 1 acre or more. So 2/3 are already bigger, twice as big as what he wants to put on there. And if you look at the actual records for platting of those lots that were remaining, those small lots, 21 were platted back in 1956. That's 30 years before we even considered comprehensive planning. I don't think we should be using that 21 year or 30 years, that's actually now 60 years old, justification for putting in this development. So I would urge you all to deny this change. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Lee Thompson, and after Laura Lee, Mark Loyacano.
Hi, Laura Lee Thompson, 3550 Irwin Avenue in Mims. This comp plan change is really not that much different than the one that you guys denied a couple of months ago, or maybe last month, up in Scottsmore. And it's very similar. You have neighbors that are on large lots and whose quality of life and property values will be impacted if you approve these smaller lots. But it's also the impact to the lagoon. We have enough density along the lagoon, and I would hope that you would deny this comp plan change. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Mark Loyacano, and after Mark, Ann Briggs. Hi.
Good
Name
afternoon.
and address, please.
I'm Mark Loiacono at 1601 Sebastian Road in Barefoot Bay, 32976. And I am opposed to this amendment. I want to thank the Board of County Commissioners, though, first, for the recent $28.1 million septic to sewer, your unanimous vote. It adds genuine traction to efforts being made to improve our water quality. Thank you. Please limit development requiring septic systems installed anywhere close to fragile aquatic areas, at least until additional treatment plants are operational. While volunteering to the Marine Resource Council as a water quality monitor, and through that program, submitting weekly water samples to Florida's Fish and Wildlife Research Institute in St. Petersburg for harmful algal bloom research and logging where it occurs and when, and analyzing local area water samples for microplastics through the University of Florida Microplastic Awareness Program, and as a former ELC nature guide in Wabasso through the mangroves, folks would often ask me, Mark, how's the water? Well, I don't like to depress people, but in here, I'm going to tell you that there's good news and there is bad news. The good news is we're not going to completely destroy the St. Sebastian River or the Indian River Lagoon. In the grand scheme of our natural world, we just aren't that significant. But toxic brews of our own making have been and are still causing us and the natural world significant harm. This really is pertinent to this amendment. I paddle that river every week to collect samples, and I ship them to St. Petersburg. The bad news is the estuary's current state is adversely affecting us, too. And eventually it will be better suited for algal blooms, jellyfish, muck, plastic, and trash. What profit is there in that? Who benefits from that? And where do we fit? Where will we fit into that picture? Madam Chair, honorable commissioners, these are the tough decisions, aren't they? How can we help you? Because decisions being made about today's challenges will affect so many tomorrows for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ann Briggs, and after Ann, Matt Fleming.
Good evening. My name is Ann Briggs. I live at 9735 Fleming Grant Road on 4 acres, not far from the property in question. My husband and I have lived here for 8 years, and we've loved being in this area, enjoying the quiet, the amazing wildlife, and our proximity to the St. Sebastian River. You've heard our objections to this proposed amendment. You've seen our petition and our many letters. We live in one of those communities where everyone goes about their own business and mostly keep to themselves. But look around this room. You will see that we have rallied to protest this, how we feel about this proposed amendment. We are vehemently opposed. Environmental groups are opposed, and you should be opposed. This proposed amendment is not compatible with the rural nature of this neighborhood. The 3 roads with the smaller lot sizes that were developed before 1988 are not cause to say that there is density compatibility as justification to allow for this overdevelopment. They are the exception, Over 85 properties along Fleming Grant Road are 2.5 acres or more. This comprehensive land use plan of 1988, which designated the riverside properties on Fleming Grant Road at 2.5 acres per house, protects the river and the complex ecology to which it is connected. The developer was well aware of the allowed lot sizes when he purchased this vacant property. At the planning and zoning hearing, Mr. Moya said that the unregulated development of the past is the culprit for our river's ecological problems. That may well be the case, and following that reasoning, it makes no sense to ignore the 1988 comp plan, which acts as a countermeasure to riverside overdevelopment that damages our waterways. Sure, you can cram 20 or more houses on this land, but that would not be consistent with the intent of the comp plan, which was to have no more than one house on 2.5 acres. Since 1988, no exceptions have been granted to the comp plan acreage requirement in this area. There's absolutely no valid reason to change the comp plan, especially now that our waterways are in peril. Local government is tasked to follow and enforce the comp plan. At the 20 May Planning and Zoning hearing that many of us attended to plead our case to the board members, we got the distinct impression that our words and objections were quickly dismissed, that the environmentalists speaking on our behalf were also disregarded, and that the technical assistance comment from the state were downplayed. Mr. Moya's words, however, were carefully considered and a deal in his favor was worked out. The planning and zoning members quickly approved changing the 1988 comp plan and then allowed for up to 16 homes to be built on this property. 3 of the planning and zoning members did listen and did understand the negative consequences of setting this precedent and cast dissenting votes. I know that you, the commissioners, who are caretakers of this land, are also listening, and I respectfully request that you enforce the comp plan as written in 1988 and deny this amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Matt Fleming, and after Matt, Anita Unrath. I don't know if Matt is left. Anita Unrath.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I have a lot of friends here today. And my husband, who couldn't be here, wrote a text that I thought was pretty interesting. Anita Unrath, 1170 Ida Way, Melbourne. It was, since we're going through a little bit of history, 32 years ago in 1987 that the 5 people in your 5 seats approved a replat of Magnolia Springs in the Springs of Suntree. And it didn't really seem to be a big change in a neighborhood, but what they did is they left one vacant lot and a little road named Blue Springs Road to go into the 114 acres. The 1981 plat had no houses along 100 Acre Hollows, as it's called now, on that one side. The original plat had a very long road called Turtle Mound Road, which is now Holiday Springs Road, that cut right through there potentially and going all the way onto Interlaken and all the way down to what is Turtle Mound Road in Melbourne. That's just a little history lesson for you. So the 5 people who were sitting up there thought, oh, okay, we can change this plat, it's not a big deal. And then in 2015, the 5 commissioners sitting up there, only one of whom, our beloved Commissioner Smith, is still here. One of the commissioners said, we need to get rid of all surplus county lands, and they put it out for bid, which is the alphabet soup that Mr. Denninghoff was talking about earlier. I don't know what an RFU is or whatever it was. Anyway, it cost a lot of money to get that bid on the property, and then ultimately you had as many people or more who are here today against this, and the commissioners capitulated, and they decided, yeah, why are we going to ruin 4 neighborhoods because we want to put 200 more houses there where 200 houses were never a good idea. The gopher tortoises, the bobcats, the deer, all the commensal, 350 commensal species that live with the gopher tortoises are very happy. We have been rehabilitating the land. Our mission is to protect the wildlife, restore the habitat, and engage the public. And all of you here today, please look up 100 Acre Hollows. I hope that you all like us on Facebook and follow us and find out what's happening. But we are saving that area of Brevard County, and people are using it and enjoying it. Audubon Society has restored a native garden. We just planted another native garden, the birds, the butterflies. We're trying to improve the land. Okay, so I wasn't going to say all of that today, but it fits in because it was in 1980, it was 31 years ago that the comprehensive plan was set in place. I think it's a great comprehensive plan. I don't think we need to have more houses there. In fact, personally, I don't think we should have any more septic tanks in Brevard County. I think we should work on our infrastructure and we should get sewers to everybody, and that would really help, I think, to clean up the lagoon. But anyway, my husband said the highest and best use, which was the buzz phrase about 100 Acre Hollows, may not be only about money. In a septic system, no matter how advanced, poop is poop. And I said, may I quote you? And he said, please do. As high as the water table is in that area, just add some heavy rain and you know what's going to hit the river. So honestly, that's a joke from my beloved husband who isn't here tonight. I am totally against this, and I am speaking as an individual who lives in the Suntree area and is trying to save the environment up here. And I think we taxpayers taxed ourselves so that we could help clean up the lagoon. And instead, it seems like this is taking 2 steps backwards to try and add more houses. I wish there wasn't any more development at all along the lagoon. I think that this is something that 20 years from now, people are going to look back and go, what happened in 2019? And what you do here really affects people in Brevard County, not just tomorrow, but 20 years from now. Thank you.
Shell Woods. I don't know if it's Shell or Shelley.
It's Shelley, but it's okay.
It's interesting spelling. I don't think I've seen it spelled like that before.
Well, it's Michelle, really, so they just got lazy and did the C-H-E-L-L-E part. Anyway, I am Shelley Woods. I live at 9912 Riverview Drive in Micco. I am the president of Micco Homeowners Association, and so I am charged with representing everyone in Micco that's not here tonight, and I'm so proud of all the people that are here tonight, but there are lots more back in Micco that couldn't be here that would like to voice their opposition to this amendment change. We want it to stay at 1 unit per 2.5 acres. We don't want any changes to that. That's where it needs to be. That would be 8 homes on this property, and we think that's a great idea, if that's going to be the case. Actually, we kind of like it, leave it the way it is, but we can't have that probably. So since I have so much to say, I'm going to just read this if you don't mind, because I don't want to get off on a tangent. This property has direct access to the St. Sebastian River, which flows directly into the Indian River Lagoon. We taxpayers, as you well know, have spent and are spending millions of dollars to undo all the damage that development has already done to our Indian River Lagoon and to our St. Sebastian River. Development increases stormwater runoff, pesticides, and fertilizer contamination, which find their way into the river, ultimately the Indian River Lagoon. This area floods frequently. You can see from the map, and you already know from your packets. This increases the contamination hazards, and the East Central Regional Planning Council states that it is not advisable to subject double the number of residents to future flooding as is currently allowed. The Fleming Grant Road neighborhood has no sewers. The DEO states that the soils on the amendment property are of the type that has severe limitations to septic systems. The density proposal is not compatible with the rural character of this neighborhood. Most homes are on 2.5 acres or more. The DEO recommends maintaining existing lower density land uses in the at-risk coastal area, which is there. And you can see from this map that we have, it looks like some dense streets, but you notice that they were built in 1955 or platted, whatever, and in 1986. So once we had our comprehensive plan in 1988, we seem to have held very well to the 1 unit per 2.5 acres, which is what I hope we do today. I'd like all of you to remember, and you do know, that we only have one St. Sebastian River, and we only have one Indian River Lagoon, and we really do need to protect those. And so I urge you to please keep this at 1 unit per 2.5 acres, and I thank you so much for hearing me speak.
Thank you. At the request of a commissioner, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, if that's okay. They figured it would be more rude to step away while you're trying. Thank you, whoever whistled. Brought back memories, and my mom used to do that when we were younger. You could hear her from a mile away. All right, I had a request by a commissioner not to stop public comment, of course, but just to bring it back to commission to see if, because I can gather, unless somebody raises their hand and tells me that they're for this change in zoning, that hasn't spoken yet. Just to give you an idea of where we are, so maybe you can add to it or you can offer something different, because we're hearing a lot of the same things. And usually with a quasi-judicial hearing, and again, it's not to discourage anybody to speak, usually you're required to give evidence. And a lot of times, you know, if something's been said or it's a belief that something is going to be a certain way, that's fine to say that, but the repetitive isn't necessary because we hear you and we're listening. And, you know, I'm just trying to save your time as well, because we have other items here and people are asking that if we can move things, and it gets difficult because I don't want anybody to leave because they didn't get a chance to have their item, or they couldn't stay awake, or they had to be home to tend to their kids or loved ones. So anyhow, so if the commission is so inclined, we'll bring it back and just, I guess, open the discussion. Commissioner Tobias, this is your district, so I would like to get your thoughts on this.
I instinctively push the
if
button.
You want to give
yes.
them.
Sure. First of all, I want to thank everyone for showing up. Normally I have to say on both sides, but clearly this was just one-sided. Micco is a rural community the same way that Scottsmore is a rural community. Residents of Micco want to maintain their lifestyle, and an increasing density would not allow that. Like North Merritt Island, the area is extremely prone to flooding. This is not just anecdotal, because the state has commented that was in their report. I won't go over the quotes. They've been mentioned before. Although I will not be voting for this proposal, and I probably shouldn't say that, given, you know, there have not been all the testimony. I do appreciate Mr. Moya's work to address many of the concerns, such as the advanced septic tank. I am going to disagree with the, I'm coining it the Lober Edict, which is generally that commissioners should side with the district in commission in which the zoning occurs. So I certainly hope that my 4 fellow commissioners would look at the facts, and I'm sure you guys do independently, but certainly don't weigh my opinion any more than any of the individuals that have come up here and given their time and given their effort and their expertise on the video. So I would support you either way, whether or not this passes or not. Clearly, most of my stuff goes down in a ball of flames, but I understand that. I understand that. There's certainly arguments to be made on both sides of this, but that's currently where I stand on this.
Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, I'm supporting my fellow commissioner, not because he's my fellow commissioner, but I pretty much have the same opinion as most of these folks out here. I'm very, very concerned about the condition of the Indian River, the Sebastian River. We all know that increased density increases the problems of those bodies of water. We have comp plans and we have zoning in place for reasons, and obviously the reason that we have zoning in like Scottsmore and down in your area is that increased density doesn't fit. You've got low-lying areas, you've got areas that are prone to flooding, and of course you have, with increased density, you've got more people polluting the water. So I think the other thing in my mind is we're charged with we're responsible for growth in this county. We're responsible for managing your money in this county. We're responsible for an awful lot of things. And one of the things that I take very, very seriously is looking out into the future to see what we want Brevard County to look like in 20, 30, 50 years. And I can tell you just from my perspective, I don't want Brevard County to look like Broward County in 30 or 40 years. So I won't. I will not be supporting this effort.
Commissioner Pritchett?
I think I'm kind of with you guys on this. I got a question, though, because right now they can only build 2 houses. And if it's the 1 to 2.5, it would be 8. So, Commissioners, I would like to know your thoughts on that. I'm thinking that maybe the 1 to 2.5 might be appropriate. So just want to get your thoughts on that. That would be 8. They're trying to get 16, but that would be 1 to 2.5 acres.
Is that the current zoning, though?
The current zoning is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. So even if they weren't proposing to change the comp plan, or if you all were to deny that, in the zoning action, if the applicant were to wish to consider a condition limiting the density or the total units to 8 units, then that would make the current zoning classification consistent with the comp plan, and that would allow them to build the 8 units versus the 2 that they can build today on the lots that are out there.
Commissioner Lober?
Were I to hear nothing else at this point, I would certainly be in favor of Commissioner Tabaya and his position with this. That said, I would like to hear for anyone else for or against that wishes to speak. And I would like to give Mr. Moya the opportunity to rebut. But at this point, if I hear nothing else, I think I'm in the same boat as the bulk of my colleagues up here.
Mr. Tabaya, Commissioner Pritchett's asking what your thoughts are on the 2.5 acres to 1 unit. If you had a...
Yeah, I think the inconsistency probably needs to be rectified. I think we've had a couple speakers say that they would be much more comfortable with 8. We also had some that said they would like none. Obviously, none is not a feasible action here. I think 8 is a inconsistency in our zoning, and I would be in favor of fixing it as such.
Okay, so I'm going to go through the names so everybody does have the opportunity to speak. But at least you've got an idea that the majority of the board appears to be leaning not to support the current request. Not saying that's how everybody's going to vote, not saying if it's going to change from after hearing from more people, but I'm going to go through, and if you want to come up and speak, please come up and speak. Jacob Zander? Okay. Ken Chapin? Or Chapin? And after Ken, Allison Terry?
So my name is Ken Chapin. I live at 880 Oak Trail in Micco. I've lived there for 40 years. I love where I live. And I'm just going to say real quickly, I brought before this board 20 years ago 2 parcels, one right next door to this property, and I developed it at 2.5 acres. Another one very close by this property. And when I approached staff said that you have to go for 2.5 acres. That's all that's going to get approved. That's what I did, and that's the way it's been since 1988. And I don't want to deny these people from not building on the land, and I think 8 is fair. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening to everyone here and your patience with everyone here.
Thank you.
But we all love where we live.
Thank you, Ken. Allison Terry, and after Allison, Robin Carroll. Are you Allison or Robin? Okay. Thank you. Hi, Robin.
Thank you.
Oh, there's this too.
Okay, my name is Robin Carroll, and I live at 9575 Fleming Grant Road, and my home was within 500 feet of the subject property. I'm going to skip a lot that I have. I'm just going to say that when my husband and I and our best friends were looking for property to get out of Palm Beach County, it's not quite Broward, but it's just as bad. When I drove down Main Street in Micco the first time and saw that tree-lined street, the marina, made the corner, went through Little Hollywood, which is still a fishing village, went across the railroad tracks on Fleming Grant Road, and what opened up was amazing. Green space, wildlife, lots of property. I said, okay, this is home. We lucked out. We found 2 side-by-side acre lots, and we bought them. We searched for a builder in '02 to find one that would give us architectural changes so we could build a home that would fit in the country, not in the city with the arches and all the other fancy stuff. And it took a while, but we found one. I have a lap siding, a front porch, rectangle windows, and I'm really happy. We've been here 17 years, and we are ecstatic on where we live. The open space, the horses, the chickens. Okay, if you look at 5, you'll see a bunch of horses, chickens, turkeys, peacocks, guinea hens. I didn't even know what they were, but they're in our neighborhood. Goats, turtles, hawks, osprey, an occasional bobcat. Large homes, Mother Nature, tranquility. All work together to make it a great place to live. Mr. Moya said that his 16 septic tanks were going to make the environment better than doing nothing at all. That's what he told planning and zoning. I can't believe that. Okay? 8 septic tanks, certainly better than 16. And even the advanced treatment units, those things require permits and inspections. Owners are going to have to do that. Our area is beautiful. It's a wonderful area. It is not Palm Bay. We do not want Palm Bay development. With Emerald Lakes going in and the new exchange on 95 between 512 and Malabar Road, growth is coming. We know it. Let's be smart about it. Okay? Until we have municipal water and sewer, it's irresponsible to change the comp plan. We need the space. It's rural. We love it. Please don't change it. Thank you.
Gina Benuel. Okay. Mary Spar.
Oh, somebody left their glasses here.
Oh, yeah, I was supposed to ask because I've been sitting there for a bit.
Recognize them?
Going once, gone twice.
Mary Spar, 825 Clifton Cove Court, Cocoa. My card says I'm speaking for Sierra Club, but since there was a discussion that, and things have changed, I'm going to speak for myself. I understand legal rights and I respect them, and I always have. And with that in mind, we need to evaluate the proper number of houses for this area. In addition, we need to take into consideration our comprehensive plan, conservation element, policies, in addition, the ordinances. When I was growing up, my mother always told me, haste makes waste. Haste makes waste. That was drilled into me. And now I see a situation where haste may make waste. I have looked at the drawing, the tree survey drawing that is in the binding development plan. I see where the FEMA flood zone AE is. I've seen the map of the coastal high hazard area. And I really think that this board should not make an instant decision that they're going to go with the 8 homes. Now, if you want to do that at a later time, I think you should consider it. But I think you should get a concept plan from the applicant. You need to find out more about what the applicant's plan is for dealing with the coastal high hazard area, which pretty much overlaps the FEMA flood zone AE. You need to find out how much fill in that very environmentally sensitive zone is going to be brought in. How much fill is going in to build these houses? Is it really appropriate? And you should make this decision after careful consideration to put fill in the coastal high hazard area and to put what he calls one structure, which may involve more lots in that. So I think you ought to, in the concept plan, there ought to be stormwater plans shown. How is the applicant going to handle this? So what I would ask you to do is make your decision on the comprehensive plan amendment and then table or come back, for a new item, the discussion of whether or not you want to whether or not you want to specify in some legal way, which I'm not sure how it would be done, that there's going to be a maximum of 8 homes here. You really need to see how he's going to do it, because to be honest, I've looked at it, and I'm really not sure how he's going to do this in an environmentally sensitive way that protects the Indian River Lagoon. And we really need to think about our Indian River Lagoon first. So please don't be hasty in that particular decision. Thank you.
Tim Glover. And after Tim Glover, Linda Brennan.
Hello, good evening. Tim Glover, 9446 Fleming Grant Road in Micco. I'm also the president of the Friends of St. Sebastian River. And the St. Sebastian River is listed by the state and the federal government as impaired. And I think most of us know the issues with the Indian River Lagoon and the ailments that it is suffering from. Dr. Van Gilmore has, over the years, published some of his research on the rare and endemic fish species that are in the St. Sebastian River, and they use the river, require the river habitat over various cycles of their, during their life cycle. So the consequences of this decision is greater than just making a quick buck. It implies affecting some of those fish species as well. And this was observed and stated by all the agencies that reviewed this proposal. Pretty much consistently, they made those similar sort of comments. So I would ask that you consider those comments, and also we would ask that you deny this change. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Brennan, and after Linda, Steve Kramer.
Linda Brennan, 9675 Fleming Grant Road. I live right across from where the proposed development is. And I'm on 3 acres. My neighbor on one side's on 4. My neighbor on the other 5. My neighbor across the street 2.5. I did submit this to the county so they could see all of the properties you see in yellow with the dots on them are 2.5 acres or more. So our area is mostly just a rural community with large properties. And, you know, we're not opposed to this man developing his land in some way, but development in our rural area really doesn't fit. And I'm just going to abbreviate all of this. I mean, we have the petitions, you have the letters. The people that live in my neighborhood, they've invested their lives, their savings, their futures to be part of a rural community. Whatever decision you make today, we just ask that you honor that and keep us rural. I did see in the LPA comments when this application was presented that they said, and I read, the comprehensive plan's future land use designations are there to control the future. There is an understanding that although some of the surrounding development is there on lots that are less than 2.5 acres in size, that in the future the intent was to change that path and develop more sensibly. And so I just ask that you honor our commitment and the commitment that was made back then and just help us keep sensible development in our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Kramer. And after Steve, Mary Hirschberg or Hirschberg.
Hi, I'm Steve Kramer. Live at 9606 Tortoise Lane, and we're right in the middle of it. Our family moved here 40 years ago from Fort Lauderdale, and we moved here because we didn't like Fort Lauderdale. My dad spent a lot of time implementing some of the meetings, going to the meetings and implementing this plan that we all spent a lot of time developing to protect our neighborhood. And I think we need to stick with it. You know, we spent a lot of time doing it. It's for a good cause. And I hope you deny any further changes in what we already have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary. After Mary, Jim McMillan.
It's Hilberg, like iceberg.
Hilberg. I'm sorry.
I'm Mary Hilberg, 3780 Sierra Drive in North Merritt Island. I don't live in Mico, and we're like at the opposite ends. We're such a long county, and you're very well aware of it, that it's hard to sometimes be, I mean, a lot of places are kind of the same. Right around the water and the watershed areas, around the lagoon, it affects all the whole area. So as you see, I've gone through my paper here, and I keep writing off sea level rise, storm surge. Everybody keeps taking my points. I have only 2 left. One is about infrastructure. When you talk about the advanced property, the advanced septic tanks, and I hear that they're 65% more efficient. They put out 65% less pollution. That's great, but that doesn't mean that we want the 35%. You know what I mean? 2 of those, and you've got another full tank. So we need to kind of think about our infrastructure. It's really at the backbone of the county, and it's a hard shot because it's such a long county. Little counties that are tiny have much easier shots than we do. We have a difficult, challenging infrastructure. The second point is our property values for all of our properties in the entire county are tied to the lagoon. And when the lagoon is impaired and isn't protected, we all suffer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Jim McMillan? You going to pass? David Bato? And after David, Dr. Lisa Soto?
Good combination. David Bato, live 275 Poinciana Drive, Indian Harbor Beach. I serve as a volunteer on the board of the Marine Resources Council. First, I want to congratulate you. What I hope you're about to do is maintain the current zoning and comprehensive plan restriction on this land. Second, we had one like this up north, as Commissioner Tobey has mentioned. Now we have this one in the south. There are more to come, and I can almost guarantee you that we'll be here each time one of them comes up. It might be a good idea to stop and take a look at what the impact of development in these areas and zoning density changes are countywide, and have a study done, and in the meantime shelve any requests of this nature until that time, so we can get the whole thing in under management control. There is an important balance between pervious and impervious land for a body of water like the Indian River Lagoon. And it's important to maintain that balance between water that is running off and water that is being stored, percolated, and evaporated. I don't think we know what that balance is, and we should find out. I'm recommending a study be done, and we shelve any such major request for zoning change. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Dr. Soto.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Soto, the Executive Director of Marine Resources Council, and I'm really just wanting to come up and thank you in advance for what I believe you're about to do, which is deny this change in the comp plan, and answer your question, Commissioner Pritchett, that we would support a 1 to 2.5, 1 unit per 2.5 acre zoning, which is what is recommended in the current comp plan, if that was the way you chose to go. I also want to commend and thank our community for coming out to articulate their voice and, participate in the democratic process, and that it's important that they're here. So thank you again, and I think everything's been said. Everybody did their homework, and that video was awesome. So it's all been done. So thank you.
Tim D'Artani?
I'll waive my time. I agree with everyone who said. I live since 1947 at the first piece
Nobody
of
can
property.
hear you, Tim.
If you want to go, get up. Thank you, sir.
I don't want to talk, but...
Yeah. Well, I own the first piece of property as you turn on Main Street. But I agree with what everyone here has said. And all of the people from the lagoon, if they just stay around, because the lagoon is coming up next.
That was Tim D'Artani, 11520 Dragon Point Drive. Since he makes his own rules. Ronald Barcher, and I know some of you may have spoken, but if you have 2 cards in, we're hearing 9 and 10. So Ronald Barcher and Shell.
He just passed.
Oh, he did? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
I can't keep up, guys. Shell Woods? Okay. Ted Beck? That's like, you should get with our like public relations and maybe change the tone a little bit and like showcase Brevard County. Be like an advertisement video. And Mary Spar, did you want to speak again? Oh, where'd she go?
Right there.
Oh, sorry, Mary. You're so small. In a good way, though. I mean that in the most endearing, loving way possible. So you're good? Okay. All right. Mr. Moya, do you want to come back up? I don't know how much did he use?
He had 15 minutes total. I think he had 5 to begin, so he has 10.
Yeah.
10? Wow. Sitting through here for all that time. Okay, I better get to it. Well, I can't say I don't disagree with a lot of the stuff I heard here. I thought the video was awesome. I thought some of the testimony was good. However, what I didn't hear was any facts. So I'm here to present some facts for you because this is a quasi-judicial hearing, correct? So I didn't hear any facts. I heard a lot of emotion. So I'm here to present some facts for you. So the first one is regarding compatibility. This request is very compatible. Everything across the street is Res 1. Everything. Everybody that owns property across the street that has more than 1 to 2.5 acres could split their property right now and create a second lot. And you could double the density on that side of the road just like that. 30 lots within a half mile of this property are less than a half an acre. We're not even asking for less than a half an acre. We're asking for a minimum of a half an acre. And 53 lots are between a half acre and an acre. That's almost half the lots within half a mile are exactly what we're requesting. How can that be incompatible? It's impossible. So I think there's some facts for you there. I don't think anybody in this room loves this Indian River more than me. I've lived here my entire life. I've never invited all these people here. I've embraced everyone that's ever moved into this county in my area since I've born, since I've known people. I've never rejected anybody that wanted to come to this area. This isn't about one person. This is about 16 potential families being able to enjoy living on or near the river in the future, that can enjoy the same thing that these people are enjoying, that they want to deny those future families that privilege. And I think that it's due that. And when we're asking for 16 lots, we gave you a litany of things that we're going to comply with that will make this request less intrusive on the environment. That's why we're proposing the septic tank. So I'm going to give you some information here. Right now, see if I can get this to turn. If you take all the property from the railroad tracks that front the river, that have direct river frontage to the Sebastian River, it's about 128 acres. The total phosphorus loading of those existing septic systems that aren't of the advanced kind, that are within certain distances of the river, have a total nitrogen loading of 740 pounds per year at a total nitrogen removal cost of $1.5 million a year to the county. That's what sits there right now. If we did 8 lots, which I think if we can get compatible zoning, the issue here is the zoning is not compatible with the land use. I believe we can get compatible zoning regardless. I think we have to get compatible zoning because we have a land use. We could do 4 lots and we could do no drainage, stormwater system. We could put our old septic systems right on the line and we could continue to pollute the river at a rate way higher than what we're proposing. If we did 8 lots and went with conventional septic tanks, that we could do that if we get the compatible zoning, which we should be able to get because we have the land use, that's 20.6 pounds per year. If we do all 16 advanced septic systems, we will be 14 pounds per day. We will be less by, what's that, 20-something% less? So we will have less impact to the river. If this is really about pollution, our proposal should be in favor by everybody here. Because if we don't have stormwater systems and we create 4 lots where we're going to mow down the property, we're going to have no drainage system, treatment system whatsoever, we're going to get rid of the trees, we're going to get rid of the treatment of the stormwater, and we're going to sod everything, we could fill the wetlands in too, because then we would be under a different set of criteria. That we would pollute the river more. It's irresponsible to not go with our request. We are going to be better than we could be. We could do something that is really not in the best interest of the property. Now, these are the facts. I didn't hear any of these other facts. So with the restrictions that we're putting on here, we believe wholeheartedly that we will reduce the pollution to the river, which is what this is all about. That's why we're here.
Ma'am.
You know,
Don't
I didn't
speak
say
out.
anything when they spoke, and they spoke a lot. I spoke actually very highly of what they said, so I hope that I don't have to deal with that, because they outnumber me quite significantly. So that's why we went down to 16 lots. That's why we're going to do a stormwater treatment system. That's why we're going to do the event. We're not going to get water and sewer down in this end of the county in I don't know how long. Longer than any of us are going to be around. That's not going to happen. So that's not realistic. The comp plan has been around since 1988. We've changed it 100 times. Density used to be the only way we could control anything. Well, we've come a long way in 30 years. We've learned a lot. And this, I'm sorry, Commissioner Smith, this is nothing like the request in MEMS, nothing whatsoever. So we've learned a lot. Density is not the overall, that thought process really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. We can do things with the things that we've learned, with the engineering we can do, and the technology that we have to make a better subdivision and keep our river as clean as possible. Or we could not get this, and we could just do conventional systems and make it worse. But I don't think that's really what you want. That's not what I want. And I surely hope that's not what you want. So I believe that we have proven that our request makes total sense. If we're trying to reduce the pollution, you got the numbers, you can run it by your staff, but that's the numbers that come from your study. That comes from your
Please
study.
don't interrupt the speaker, because now you're just disrupting the meeting.
Those are facts from the county's septic pollution presentation that they made to the county commission and to the public. So those are facts. And so with knowing those facts and all the conditions that we're going to put on this, we still believe this is the best possible solution for this piece of property. So I hope that we've swayed you. It's hard to overcome all the emotion that you heard, but I don't think you heard any facts. I think we gave you the facts. And I think if we really, really care about the river as much as I do, I think you'll vote to approve this. And I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Do you have questions for Mr. Moya?
Not for Mr. Moya. No.
Commissioner Pritchett? Okay. All right. All right, we're good for now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lober?
I just want to kind of let everyone know where I'm at with this. I'm still where I was when we had a little bit of internal discussion here. I will say, though, regardless, with respect to the one per 2.5, I'd be fine with that. So the 8 units, whether we do that now or in the future, I think that's reasonable. I think folks have a right to do with their property what they'd like up to the point it starts causing problems with their neighbors' property values or impinging on their rights, or infringing on their rights, I should say. That said, I'm looking for a motion from Commissioner Tabayo when he's ready for it, and I'm happy to second it.
Okay. I do. Sorry. I'm sorry. I got my chairman. I've got the vice chair instead of the regular chair. I apologize.
That's all right. It's hard when you're called upon.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Pritchett?
I'm not very good at time setting.
Commissioner Tobias, I'm sorry if you wanted to jump
No,
in.
go
So
ahead. By all means, I apologize.
I'm very female, and I've been waiting. So, just Mr. Moyer, after you talked, you almost made me want to stick with just 2 parcels on that property when you start saying you're going to mow everything down and pollute the river. But I just from knowing and looking at Aaron, because I know better, you still have to put the high-end septic tanks that close to the water anyways, and you're not allowed to just mow everything down. So I'm going to forget you said that. And Commissioner Tabaya, I think I hear where you're going to go with it. I'm probably very comfortable, sir, with where you're going to lead us on this.
What are you afraid of? I didn't yell at anybody. I didn't yell at anybody.
I apologize. I hate jumping in. So my bad. Just a point of fact here, for those folks that are new to this, to be frank, not the folks that are not being paid. I'm talking to the people, the person that is being paid. The first part of this is a comp plan amendment. So it is in fact not quasi-judicial. So everyone's opinion, heartfelt stuff, whether it's based in empirical data or whether it's feel, it's 100% legitimate up here. And I think everyone heard that. So I am going to go ahead and make a motion to reject the large-scale comp plan amendment, Madam Chair.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Tabaya, a second by Commissioner Lober. Any further discussion? All those in favor of rejection, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes for rejection of the comp plan change. Item H10.
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Moya, do you want to talk about H10?
Madam Chair, we'd read the H10 into the record earlier, but since you guys talked about that potential condition to make this zoning classification consistent with the existing land use designation, I'd like Mr. Moya to address whether or not he'd be willing to agree to those conditions.
And that is why I brought up the quasi-judicial nature of it, because we combined the two items.
So what would we get?
You know, some of the conditions may need to be wordsmithed to be more appropriate to 8 units, and I'm not sure whether or not you've had some time to consider that. Certainly, denial would take starting over and re-proposing something from scratch, but if you needed some opportunity to look at the existing zoning classification and making it consistent with the comp plan, you could either serve up some proposal to change the BDP cap from 20 units to 8 units, and evaluate those conditions now, or request more time to do so, or the board could act.
Yeah, no, we'll reapply.
So are you withdrawing your request then?
Yes.
Okay.
You withdrew it, correct? Could you?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. So we don't need to vote on that one because it's withdrawn.
I was going to give him the 8.
What? It just got withdrawn. He doesn't want the zoning request. It's going to stay inconsistent, essentially. Okay. You know, or not compatible with the future comp plan. It just means that the zoning request, he just withdrew the request. So as it remains, it's not consistent with the future land use, but nothing can be done there. I mean, we denied the comp plan change, right? Yeah, he can have 2 as it sits now. He can have 2.5, just like you were okay with.
2 lots only, 2
Wait,
buildings.
or 2 buildings only. Okay.
20.
Now you guys are confusing me because you guys are over there going.
1 per 10
Okay.
acres.
So it's 1 per 10 acres until he asks for something better. So he'll be back again, but not for probably a bit. I just mean that he's going to have to talk to his client and find out if. What's that? I don't.
Well, he can't clear it.
Ted?
So if you were to develop the property, you would have to comply with all of our requirements. And we do have requirements that look at, the removal of trees. We look at what kind of fill can be put in through the permitting process. So there are codes in place. We wouldn't really be able, I think what Mr. Moya was saying was to just emphasize that he was proposing a development that was much more environmentally friendly than what he felt that he could do without that, for emphasis. But I don't know that I would necessarily agree that the property could be absolutely clear cut and filled as he.
And I actually understand what he meant about creating a storm system, because you can create ditches and you can pull water off. So I get where he was coming from, but it was just the number of. I had an issue myself, at least with the number of septic added to that area. So that was my more negative vote on that item. But all right. So right now, he can only build 2 buildings, or 2 structures. You have to either come up, or we have to wait till public comment, because you could ask Tad, and he can give you that answer. All right.
Should we give them a few seconds?
We'll give you 5 minutes, guys. We'll give you 5 minutes to get out because it gets noisy.
You have just saved them a lot of money to change.
Sorry, guys.
Development tax budget plan, as was defined several weeks ago, related to tax funding of up to $1 million, which can be allocated for lagoon and estuary projects. Right now, the current ordinance states that projects over 50,000 have to have a 3-to-1 match. The TDC voted that they would recommend that the grant guidelines be changed to 2-to-1 match, and then to drop the requirement that the matching funds be from a non-county source. There's some additional changes which are really cleaning up the wording in the ordinance related to dollar amounts of the tax that basically dates back a number of years and is no longer accurate. So we're recommending cleanup of that wording.
All right, I have some cards unless you want to speak first.
If I can, just briefly.
Okay.
So with respect to this, I'm going to go ahead and move to approve it, pending discussion, pending public comment. But I will say, I think the important thing to keep in mind with respect to this is it's not that we're handing money away or allowing people to somehow take greater advantage of the county, but we're increasing the opportunities for entities that otherwise wouldn't be able to participate in the cost sharing plan because they simply can't raise the 3-to-1. So that was the goal when this was discussed at the TDC. It was actually proposed to be lowered to 1-to-1 instead of 3-to-1, and the compromise that was brokered there that seemed to be pretty well received was 2-to-1. So I think we'll be able to get more municipalities involved at the 2-to-1 level than otherwise would be if we leave it at 3-to-1, and I think it's overall a good idea. It certainly has come through with the TDC's recommendation.
Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, I'm kind of going to, I'm going to go against what you just said. I've talked to numerous cities, representatives from cities, and 2-to-1 is still out of their reach. Most cities can't come up with that kind of money. So I would suggest that, and I would like to modify when we get to that point, I would like to modify the motion to reduce funding match from 2-to-1 down to 0.5-to-1, or even consider 0-to-1. That way, we'd have an awful lot of these cities that would be eligible to and enable to get that money from the TDC that's available and put it to use to clean up the Indian River Lagoon.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I'll go ahead and modify my motion. I can't go quite that far, but I'll go ahead and modify it 1-to-1. I don't know that I'm comfortable 0-to-1, and if the board feels differently, obviously I'll get outvoted, but I'll modify it 1-to-1.
You want to make that motion now, or you want to take some public comment?
I'll make the motion pending public comment.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Lober, modified to be 1-to-1 city match.
I think you should hold it after comment.
Well, we can seek a second after comment.
Okay.
Okay. Vince Lamb?
Evening. Waited a while for this.
Name and address.
Anyway, Vince Lamb, 11590 Dragon Point Drive, Merritt Island. I'm a recently appointed member of the Beach Committee, and when I joined the Beach Committee, I was, of course, enthusiastic that the CDC had committed this $1 million funding to grants to improve the lagoon. But then I looked back at the current year, and basically there was not a single grant, single qualified grant application received that had the 3-to-1 match. So I went to the Beach Committee meeting and I spoke up that I thought that we should get rid of the matching requirement. I've actually talked to some of the people with municipalities, particularly Courtney Barker, and the municipalities just basically don't have the ability for the 3-to-1, and maybe 1-to-1. But what I would recommend would be no match, but if somebody has a match, then it gives them a preference on the scale. So that, it gives them some points that would they would let that happen. I really want this to be successful, and I think this year, $325,000 in grants were issued out of this potential $1 million funding because there weren't enough qualified grant applicants. So what I would look for would be that in the year ahead, let's remove the match requirement, or make it 1-to-1, whatever you guys think. But but I really want to see the qualified good projects, things that will help the lagoon, things that will positively affect tourism, which I think a healthy lagoon affects tourism. So my encouragement would be that I think that the most attractive would be to not have a matching requirement, but to give some points if there's matching, but 1-to-1 if you can't go that far. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Tim D'Artani? And after Tim, we'll have Laura Lee.
I'm chairman of the Tourist Development Council, and we discussed this at length. And when it was originally proposed, the 3-to-1 was put in by a group in the TDC that really wasn't interested in supporting the lagoon, but felt that they had to. Randy Fine actually put this language in, which our representative, and he did a wonderful job. It's one of the things that I really support that he did. And it was to encourage us to spend some of our money for the lagoon. And but they put in all of these 3-to-1. 3-to-1 is ridiculous. You realize last year that we took $5.65 million out of the beach fund, where this money's coming from, and gave it for the Lori Wilson Park, which I love Lori Wilson Park, but we did it without a match. And they said, well, for this $300,000 or $400,000 a year, which is basically what it's going to be, we want 3-to-1 because they really didn't want to give any money for the lagoon. And so I like what Commissioner Smith has proposed and what Vince Lamb has proposed. That's what I was trying to do at the TDC. And unfortunately, politics got involved, and people that, there were a lot of animosity, and we we compromised on 2-to-1, as Commissioner Lober stated. But if we could do, as Vince Lamb stated, just make it no match, just like we did with the lagoon. I mean, I'm not the lagoon, with the Lori Wilson Park, but prioritize it. People are willing to put money in to match it, then they go to the top of the list. And you're going to get a lot of cities that are going to come in and try to improve their systems, and it's going to be good for the lagoon. So please help the lagoon and help Commissioner Smith with his great idea.
Laura Lee? See, you moved. I thought you left. You were over there earlier.
Laura Lee Thompson, 3550 Irwin Avenue, Mims. And I object to the people that were trying to keep the match in place for the beach funding being represented as not caring for the lagoon. I take offense to that. The 3-to-1 match was put there to try to match the same kind of match that we get. This money's coming, it's for beach restoration. And I'm not sure that the $5 million will even eventually go to the Lori Wilson Park. I don't think that's a done deal, is it, Peter? I mean,
Yeah, go ahead.
Right now, that's
I'll
where
stop the clock.
Yeah.
Right now, that is where the money's designated. So, that was voted on by the Board of County Commissioners. So it would have to come back to the board to be reallocated in some other way. So right now, that's the intent of the use, and that's how we would use it.
Okay, but there is an entity that is interested in possibly taking over maintenance and fixing up Lori Wilson Park. But when we get when we do a beach renourishment project, we usually get a 3 to 4 to 1 match for every dollar that we spend on the beach. And the beach is the number one thing that brings people to our county. And so we don't want to jeopardize. We don't want to have a hurricane and then not have the money in place to be able to work on the beach, because that's bad for tourism. So that's why the 3 to 1 match was put in place. We only had a 9-month time span on the grants last year. We hurried up. And so there wasn't a whole lot of time for cities to try to plan and try to find matches. But the intent was to protect the beach money and make sure that we got back the same amount of match on the lagoon grants as what we get when we do for beach restoration. So it wasn't done maliciously to try to keep money from being spent on the lagoon. It was done to try to preserve the beach renourishment funding. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the cards I have. Are these new lights or old lights?
Mine's new.
Okay. Commissioner Pritchett?
Mine's new.
Yeah. Thank you, Laura Lee. I was thinking about this. We live at the north end, and we don't have any beaches. So it would be smart for me to say, let's just dump it all into the lagoon, because the beach tourism doesn't really affect us up there. But I'm smart enough to know that a family in Missouri says, let's go on vacation and go to Cocoa Beach. They're going to the beach. They don't say, let's go to the Indian River Lagoon. Not that we don't love our lagoon, need to fix it, but we're doing the money to fix it. Not that I think that we shouldn't do some extra things with the lagoon, but my thought is we do need to protect the beach as far as renourishment. Now, there was extra money this time, so moving it over might be a good thing. I'm saying all this to say this, that it might be okay this time to do it. I'm not sure I'm going to keep taking the beach funds and moving them over to the lagoon, because that beach has got to be muy importante, or we're going to be paying more taxes, because they're going to all head to Clearwater to go on vacation instead of our beautiful Cocoa Beach if we don't keep it beautiful. So I think that's something that we need to revisit, because I think we need to all hear this, because I think it's a strong concept, and you guys all have beaches, so it should be important to you as far as keeping your beaches up and drawing the tourism. We're kind of known for our beaches. There's beach funds, lagoons funds, and advertising, so maybe some of those other things need to be shifted around for these other projects. Not that I don't like some of these projects we're doing, I do, but I think we need to be aware of that balance moving forward. So I'm probably going to support this tonight, Commissioner Lober, but I think I just want to throw caution to the TDC that I know you think there's all these politics, but all politics aside, I just think it's smart to protect the beaches as far as tourism, because this is tourism tax dollars. And I think it's why the major reason the tourists come is to go to the beach, except to go over and out of here to play ball. So I think it's a very important aspect of our community.
Commissioner Lober?
Obviously, I have the motion to reduce it to 1 to 1. I will say, if I don't get a second and that doesn't pass, I will probably be supporting Commissioner Smith's initiative, either to have it half to 1 or 0 to 1. But I think 1 to 1 is a safer bet. Ms. Thompson's comments are well received, and I am concerned that we try to see where the palatability is with the municipalities before we just go whole hog after this. And I think 1 to 1 would give us that opportunity. And if it turns out that we have far too many or far too few applications, we can adjust it down the road and see where things go. But that's, that's the motion that's there and hopefully gets supported.
Commissioner Smith?
Peter, how much, excuse me, how much of money is available for the beach renourishment? How much money, excuse me, how much money is available for the matching funds for beach renourishment?
One moment, please. I'm just going to try to call that up. Okay, I'm looking, the best I have right in front of me is the proposed budget for 19 and 20, which is still yet to be approved or come before county administration or the TDC, but just to give you a good idea of where we think it's going. Right now, what it looks like is we'll have a TDT allocation of $4.15 million next year. We have a balance forward of $13.75 million. When you plus up with interest and what we have to pay the collector and then reduce from administration and statutory reduction, that's net revenue of call it $17.2 million. The recommendation will be for next year that $7 million be for beach renourishment. 5.5 for Lori Wilson, and 3.5 for to go into restricted reserves, which that was a big issue with the TDC recently, and we only had $1 million in that fund. If there were a storm event or something that would be a major impact, we wouldn't have any kind of reserves really to do much with. So putting another $2.5 million into the reserves was something we really wanted to try to do to get that to 3 to 5, and that was at the advisement of Mike McGarry, who we all know from Natural Resources is the beach expert and the person that oversees the whole beach renourishment program. So that wasn't everything, but that gets pretty close to that $17 million I was mentioning.
Okay, so roughly $7 million is targeted for beach renourishment.
Yes, sir.
And so if you get 3-to-1 match, that would be $21 million.
Correct, sir.
Okay. How much is set aside for matching funds for the Indian River Lagoon?
$1 million.
Okay, so we've got 21 million versus, or 7 million versus 1 million. Lori Wilson Park, which is a great place, and I'm excited to see what could happen there. But to Commissioner Pritchett's point, there's nobody in Topeka, Kansas, or the other side of Florida, for that matter, that's going to say, "Oh, let's go to Lori Wilson Park." Ain't happening.
They're going to Cocoa Beach.
They'll go to Cocoa Beach. They're going to go to the Indian River Lagoon too before they're going to, and you're only looking at $1 million for the lagoon. So, and last year the cities had 9 months to come up with some ideas, some funding. They couldn't come up with the matching funding. They couldn't. And like I said, I've talked to the cities, and they really want 0 or 0.5% matching funds because they can do that, and they can. So my point here is that we have $1 million set aside for the lagoon. We had $1 million set aside for the lagoon last year. And how much qualified, Peter? Do you know?
There are no applications that could qualify over the $50,000 mark. So all of the grants were for $50,000 or less, and I believe there was $326,000 in grant money for that. And then as a follow-up, there was some funding that was opened up at the county level that could match our funds, and so we put another $112,500 into a matching program to remove derelict vessels out of the lagoon. So that was a really good project, and that was sort of outside of the grant program.
But it still benefits the lagoon.
It benefits the
lagoon,
yes,
that brings
sir.
us up to almost $500,000.
About $500,000,
right,
yes,
okay.
sir.
So we left $500,000 on the table. That's my point. So if we make the funds available and they can't be used, then it really doesn't do us any good. So if we make it easy for these cities to use it, coming up with a 0 or half a percent. And moving forward to next year, if we see we've got an awful lot, then maybe we could raise it to 1 or whatever. That's just my reasoning. So you guys can go which way you want, but I'm going to say that I would like to see 0.5 as a compromise between 0 and year 1.
Commissioner Pritchett?
I'm not disagreeing with your information. I'm probably going to support the 1-to-1. But on the beaches, let me, one more time with this, they're putting money into Daytona Beach. They're putting money into all the beaches down the coast and across the other side of the coast. And I've been to our beaches. They're okay. But I'm telling you, if we don't pay attention to them, tourism will come here one time and they'll go to another one the next time. These beaches are important. And you guys have them all. And I just want you to know I'm going to support you on doing whatever you need to do with your beaches, because I think it really helps greatly with tourism tax dollars.
Yeah, but we're not taking money away from the beaches.
Well, here's the thing. If you keep moving the beach renourishment fund over, when maybe you could do other things with those grants. I mean, you're talking grant, 21 million. You move 1 million from the beach renourishment, you're actually moving 3 because there's a match on them. And I don't know what's coming up with those things. And I think you guys need to get a little more creative and find some ways to promote the beaches maybe also. I don't know. You guys have a hard job to do on your board. But I'm just telling you, I think those beaches are very important. And I'm just going to encourage each of us to put a little bit more into it, because I think it would be great we've got so much beach down our coast. I think it's just a good thing. Not that the river's not either, but we have more funds coming in on the lagoon than we thought were coming in. You guys, we can't take every penny and dump it to the lagoon. As much as we love it, we have other things we have to pay attention to too. And I'm done.
Commissioner Lober?
Okay, I kind of changed my mind sitting up here a little bit. I do want to make one point, though, before I get into that. As far as Laurie Wilson Park is concerned, given where it's located, I can tell you, as a kid, I grew up in Seminole County. I've lived either in Seminole or Brevard all of my life. My family came out here really often. It was either New Smyrna or it was Cocoa Beach. Those were the 2 beaches we went to. Once in a very blue moon, we'd go to St. Pete, Clearwater. But really, it was New Smyrna and Cocoa. Those were the closest beaches. I'll tell you, if Laurie Wilson Park looked then like it looks now, we probably would not have come back here as often. So I'm not saying that you're incorrect in saying other items are important to tourism, but I would just be cautious to discount the value of cleaning up that piece of property. It's unique in quite a few different ways, and I don't want to get off on this tangent too far, but there's really nothing else like that up and down that entire portion of the coast. So I am very concerned about doing anything to deallocate or change the funding going toward that park. Now that said, when I was looking at this, I was thinking it was going to be 2-to-1, which I was happy to support, and then you were at 0.5 or 0-to-1, and my compromise was 1-to-1. So I can't go down to half to 1, and quite frankly, I think I'm going to go all in, kind of like a poker game, at 1-to-1. And if it's not 1-to-1, I can't support anything lower than that. Again, I'm happy to revisit this in 6 months or a year when we see what comes in. And if we don't get what we're looking for, I'm happy to adjust it downward or upward. But I don't know that I can go lower than 1-to-1, because I came in here thinking it was going to be 2-to-1. And that's about as far as I can go.
I'd just like to say I didn't minimize Laurie Wilson. I just used it as a comparison. We're not asking any match money for Laurie Wilson. That was my point. Not that it's not a money worth spending.
I appreciate that.
It's just we're requiring a match on these other things, but Laurie Wilson, we just threw the money at them and said, you don't have to get a match. That was my point.
Understood. Yes, sir.
And my head hurts. So I'll just say this. I believe that anything that we do for the lagoon is good. I do want to make cities more eligible for those projects. My fear is that, because we awarded several grants under 50 grand, is that a lot of these municipalities who can't afford the match were shrinking their project scope because they couldn't afford to come up with a 3-to-1. I want to do whatever I can to make these funds available. I think it ups the game of what kind of projects they bring forward. I imagine that there's some criteria for that beach renourish. That $1 million doesn't go up just because we collect more in TDC TIF. So I like the idea of it. I think the more accessible we make it, the better. So I'm okay with your 0.5%. or, no match at all, because I think, again, you're going to get good quality projects. If they're going to get ranked, then you're going to have projects that come forward that are a little bit more exciting than, the small scale stuff we sometimes see that are well intentioned but don't have a larger impact, if that makes sense. What I don't like about this is I don't like, no offense to the county, but I don't like the county getting their grubbies on this money. I'd rather see the municipalities. The county collects the largest amount of lagoon tax. I don't want the county being an applicant to the TDC tax. That's where I don't agree with that change. At least that's my opinion. I think it needs to go to the municipalities because, different municipalities contribute to the TDC
I like
tax.
the idea that we heard that if you make it a 0.5% and do a ranking, so if people come in with a higher match, they're going to go up on the ranking.
That, or they have a better project that has, a bigger nitrogen removal or whatever. I don't know. That's probably a TDC argument as far as your rankings and stuff go, but I'm okay with the below. I want more people to be eligible to apply for those funds. It was an ongoing joke last year about how they made it 3-to-1 on purpose, and that's a fact, because that rumor got around quickly, and it wasn't you that told me, and it wasn't anybody up here that said it. It was just well known. Let's make it difficult for people to pull the money, because the tone, at least at the time of the TDC, was they didn't want us to take any money for the lagoon purposes because they wanted it for the beach, and that's just not fair. I think it's all important. So where are we? John?
I'd just like to remind the board that this item requires a supermajority.
That is interesting. Commissioner Tobias? Your light's on.
It's probably an old light, Madam Chair.
Oh.
I apologize.
Commissioner Lover?
Just real briefly, since it is germane to the topic we're on right now. We had, I guess, in a couple meetings prior to this, we had what was forming up to become a motion to direct me to make a motion at TDC regarding natural resources involvement with respect to the ranking process. I just want to let you all know that I did look at that after we had that meeting. There was nothing binding on natural resources, but in an abundance of caution and out of respect for the folks that were here that requested that, I still went ahead and essentially moved to rescind any portion that would compel natural resources to be obligated to participate in that. So I don't think it had a functional change, but I think it's abundantly clear at this point that there's no obligation on natural resources. So I'm hoping I get a second on the 1-to-1.
Commissioner Pritchett?
Would it be all right if Ms. Laura Lee comes up?
I don't think that's fair to call you back up. I appreciate it, but...
It's going to change the way that the grant, we're trying to get this
Okay, we can't.
Well,
I know, and that's what we're going to go into.
If somebody wanted to ask him a question, it would be fine. But with the beach grants, I'm guessing you're going to do the 3-to-1 match and where the matches come from?
I'm going to go along with you, but I need clarification.
Okay, we can't. I can ask our staff if that's what you would like. Mr. Kranis? Okay, you can't speak out. I appreciate your passion, but... Hi. Did you get that question, or did you get the concern?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't get the question.
There seems to be some concern about us changing the way the grant process is going to work for the $1 million.
Depending on the preference of the board, we'll have to change the wording in the grant guidelines, but
Right.
I think we can figure that out. We need to understand what is it that we're solving for. So if it's, if we go down to 1-to-1, or is it a 1/2 to 1? And then I heard you say that you didn't want the county to be eligible. So, we just need to understand all of those parameters, and then we can go back and fix the guidelines based on that.
Commissioner Pritchett, did you have something else?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Tobias?
Thank you. Madam Chair, I think our county attorney threw a wrinkle in there that we need a supermajority on this. We're all over the place. I have one commissioner at 0-to-1. I have a couple at 1-to-1. I didn't even see this coming. I think what we all agree on is 3-to-1 is inappropriate. And I guess if we keep on voting this down, the status quo will probably stand. So, and listen, I don't care. I just want to make sure that we're not at at 3-1. So, you know, I hate math, but 3/4 to 1 seems like it's somewhere in the middle here. No one's brought it up, but it's somewhere in between the 0. I've got 2 1s, a 0. In all honesty, I don't know where Commissioner Isnardi is on this one.
I'm good with 3/4.
But I'll just once.
Why not?
I'll make a motion.
That's just weird. Can we
listen,
make
I'm
it at
sorry.
least- Okay.
I'm pulling the Commissioner Lober here as the consensus builder.
Go for it.
That's the way to split the baby.
I'll go ahead and modify the motion 3/4 to 1. That's fine.
And are we going to, did you have any interest at all about the county applying for those funds? Are you okay with that? Or-
My 50+% of constituents in Merritt Island will skin me if I'm okay with that, so no. If you want to
Okay.
make a separate motion for that, by all means, but I can't support that portion.
They should be a city, but that's another story. Okay, Commissioner Pritchett?
Yeah, I'm struggling with this because I almost would have just liked the 2-1. So when you got a 1-on-1, I kind of got, well, maybe I can handle a 1-on-1. Because you know what? If people are wanting to do this, these municipalities can come up with some funds because it's helping their cities. So I don't know if that's not fair for a 1-to-1 match for a grant. Just a thought.
If the
That's
money
for
isn't
another
getting
mention.
used, it doesn't.
Well, one getting used at a 3-to-1, but 1-to-1's quite a significant difference. And the TDC came along with a recommendation of 2-to-1. So
3-to-1 makes it unattainable.
I
You
know.
what mean?
So I don't know if a 1-to-1 wouldn't be appropriate moving forward. It's even a little different than they
0.75 is a
recommended.
good compromise.
I don't know if I'll vote for 0.75, so.
See, and I want the county provision removed.
Well, if it doesn't pass, we'll go back to 1-to-1. But do we have a second on my 3/4 to 1?
Second.
There we go. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's a strange light to be on because it doesn't come on very often.
Well, it's time for me to just provide a little bit of input. And I know you have the concern about the county's participation, and I was listening very intently when you said that, you know, the county taking the majority share of the Indian River Lagoon money. I had the internal auditors look at that over the last 3 years because I've heard that discussion. That's not accurate information. The county is not getting its proportionate share of those funds. So if you exclude us from the TDC portion, I mean, if we applied with everything, with everyone else, I just want to bring to the board's attention that, you know, that proportionate share isn't necessarily heavily skewed toward the county.
Well, I wasn't implying that it was heavily skewed, but what I'm saying is the county, for the most part, I mean, we collect the tax, our staff is on, you know what I mean? We
But
have,
the distribution of the projects is more
Right.
to the cities than it is to the unincorporated.
of course, yeah.
Mr. Bate, would you drop the mic? I'm just
Oh,
kidding.
jeez. Wow. Everybody's getting a little slap happy up here. Is that a new light?
No.
Okay, what are we doing? Okay.
Call the question.
That's motion by Commissioner Lober, second by
Commissioner Smith.
Commissioner Smith.
3/4 to 1.
3/4 to 1 match, okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay?
Motion passes by supermajority 4-1.
Good job, guys.
Now, I'm at least going to put it out there, you know, and ask if anybody's interested, or is everybody okay with the county applying
I like the idea.
You're okay with that? Can you make that motion? Are you fine with the county being allowed to apply?
No, I like the idea of the county being able to continue to apply. I don't want to change the status quo with respect to it.
Okay.
Am I?
You guys are okay with that? Okay. Then that stays.
It's not a continuation because last year the county was not able to apply for the.
Oh, thank you. Let me go ahead and make that motion separately then.
Second.
Perfect. Is the clerk on board? Thank you.
Is this a supermajority also?
Commissioners, the county did apply last year. Natural Resources got a grant or two. Parks got rejected.
No, those were 50,000 or below. We're talking about the 3-to-1.
3-to-1.
Or now 0.75 to 1.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so we had a second. Let's go ahead and call the question on that too.
Okay. So did you get the motion in the second?
I believe we got it right.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. It's crazy. It's a crazy world we live in today.
Moving right along.
Of the ordinance?
No. No, just kidding. Okay.
Madam Chair, a motion to adopt the rest of the ordinance.
I'll second that.
Motion by Commissioner Tobias, second by Commissioner Lober.
Let's see if we get this one unanimous.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Pretty good.
Gosh, kill me. Okay. Item H12.
Okay, it's my item, but I think we've all kind of gone over this. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but I'm going to go ahead and move to approve.
I've got 6 cards.
Oh, there we go. Let's have at it.
Okay. W. Purdue.
My name is William Purdue. I live on North Merritt Island,
Who's this from?
and we understand you want to change and do away with the North Merritt Island Advisory Board. We put that into effect about 20 years ago because North Merritt Island is very low. And we were trying to keep
You gonna pause them?
housing developments
While
coming
he's
in
talking? No.
and building
It's rude.
and flood the place. The county's already put millions of dollars into pumps up there and to make changes to hold the water down. When we and we got the county commission to go along with us about 20 years ago to put this advisory board in, and we hear the people that want to make changes on North Merritt Island, they come before us first, before they come to y'all, so that we can try to give y'all some information ahead of time. Because when I moved to North Merritt Island, it was 2.5 acres is basically what you had to have. And we held to that for quite a few years until it was a flood. Somebody broke it because it wasn't a hard, fast rule. Just like the group that left here. They're trying to hold it to 2.5 acres. If you want to keep putting subdivisions up there, you better look at trying to get a few $1 million pumps to put up there to pump the water down. The last I have dementia and I can't talk right. The last big rainstorm we had up there, there was 6 houses that I knew of, but the rain got to the front door or either got in the garage. Now, if you want to keep putting houses up there, you got to go buy some more pumps. That's just a man fact. And if you don't believe me, the gentleman that I rode in the bus with a week ago showed us how bad North Merritt Island is. And it wouldn't hurt y'all to get the gentleman that works for the county that's in charge up that way to take y'all around North Merritt Island real quickly and show you how much drainage between houses up there even drains in. And when that drainage gets so high, it starts running into into houses and stuff.
Okay, your time's up. The reason why there was a little bit of scuttle and discussion up here is because we weren't sure if you were on topic.
I can't hear you because I'm half deaf.
The reason why we were discussing up here when you first came up is we didn't want to interrupt you, but we weren't sure if you knew what item you were talking on. Because this isn't related to like drainage and stuff like that.
I can't hear you.
Do you want me to? I can project pretty well. So what she was saying was the reason that we had a little back and forth when you first got up here was because we didn't believe that the comments that you were starting with applied to this particular item that's being considered right now. I can tell you that this item doesn't do anything with respect to drainage in North Merritt Island. I'll also just tell you, since it touches on something you did bring up, Commissioner Tobias and I both separately did go on the drainage tour with Mr. Denningoff. And I am happy that he was able to set up another one of those drainage tours to take more folks from North Merritt Island around. But this particular item that's being proposed, it addresses how appointed members of an advisory board, any advisory board, can be removed. It's not disbanding any board. It's not changing any special district. So there's no risk with respect to this particular item harming in any way the North Merritt Island Board or any of the concerns that you've mentioned. So that
We got the idea that y'all might do away with the advisory board.
and that was previously proposed, and when it came up the last time, it certainly didn't go forward. I'm not in favor of doing away with the advisory board.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. The good news is you're getting what you want. We're not going to do away with it.
No.
Not tonight, at least.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ronald Barcher.
Thank you. Ron Barcher, 3431 Grant Line Road, Mims. And in reviewing this proposed section, I believe I'm looking at paragraph 3, and the first sentence really doesn't make sense to me. It states that 3 unexcused absences plus 2 excused absences shall be deemed resignation. Well, that's fine for that one case. What about the other 65 possible cases of combinations of absences that you're not addressing? For example, I would consider the worst case is the guy that misses all 10 meetings for like P&Z and has no excuse for any of them, but that wording in there doesn't address his situation. So while you're modifying this section, I would suggest that you clean that up and kind of make it meaningful, and so it does what it's supposed to do. For example, the previous year, this was a 96 modification. In 95, the wording was 3 unexcused absences. So that's very clear, and it covers all the cases. But when this was changed, I think it messed it up. So I'd just like for you to fix that. Thank you.
Holy light.
I don't know if they're new or old.
No, Commissioner Tobias, is that an old light, new light? Because the whole panel's lit up.
I pushed my button recently, but I thought they were on too.
Yeah, I never hit mine for this. I don't.
Oh, Lord. I mean, are we going to listen to public comment first, or are we going to ask everybody questions?
I actually have a question about what he brought up specifically.
To who?
For Ms. Bentley.
Okay.
Okay, so just real briefly, if we were to change something in that, will we have to re-advertise? So that's my concern. I don't mind doing it if we have to re-advertise, but I'm just concerned that it may push us back even further.
Commissioner Pritchett?
That was what I was thinking also, because you were just making this one change right now. This whole thing needs a little bit of work, and I'm a Commissioner Tobias put in a couple little notations too. So I think maybe if you guys want to wait on this and start making a lot of changes, or we can just pass it with the removal portion. Either way, I'm okay, but this, we're not even abiding by this necessarily right now anyway, so we probably need to do some work on that later.
Okay. Michael Yoch? Yoch? Michael Yoch? Jane Purdue?
Jane Purdue, 545 Chase Hammock Road, Merritt Island. Madam Chair and Commission, I was under the understanding that there had been a recommendation that the North Merritt Island Advisory Board be done away with. Am I misunderstanding, or is that correct?
it's not up for consideration tonight, so that's not something that, unless someone makes a motion that's not on the agenda, is up for consideration. I don't think there's any real risk of that happening this evening.
Okay.
And I was the one that proposed it, and I think it died for lack of a second. So seeing as it didn't even receive a second, I don't plan on bringing it up any time in the future. If there's another talk about reducing boards, that's not even one that I would even bring up, because there's not even a second person on that one. So
Okay. Thank you.
Mary Helberg?
Thank you.
Okay. John Shanson? Okay. Commissioner Tobias, is that a new light?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you. It sounded like there was a first and second. I just have an amendment to the ordinance. I've all passed it out. You'll see the yellow are the changes by Commissioner Lober. Mine are the green changes on the yellow changes. So let me explain that. And they're all very similar. First of all, I want to thank Commissioner Lober for bringing up this gap in our board's code. I think it's important that all advisory board members have the opportunity to understand the procedures, and cleaning up the code accomplishes that. However, as it's written, I'm worried that these amendments would be subject to abuse by potential future boards. This will allow a simple majority of the board to remove appointees of another commissioner without cause. If we are worried about situations in which misconduct may have occurred, as Commissioner Lober indicated, that when this was raised, there is a solution to this problem that addresses the donut in the code, while at the same time providing some protection against abuse. The amendments I have passed out address this one by making it an extraordinary act, by making it a supermajority vote. In the event of a vacancy, a simple majority would suffice to fill that seat. So again, my only change is making it 3 votes to remove to 4 votes to remove. So while there is a motion and a second on the board right now, if should that not pass, I would bring up another motion to make it a supermajority, Madam Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Lober?
Okay, so a couple thoughts with respect to that. I think it's important to kind of go back for a moment and look at what's been in place up to this point and what we're doing, and whether or not there's actually legitimate change from the process that currently exists. All we're doing in what's been advertised thus far is codifying what's already in place. I think we've heard from Ms. Bentley that's her opinion. Am I accurate in that statement? So I'm not looking, and I'm certainly not at this point in favor of changing something that I hadn't, on account of sunshine, quite frankly, known was coming. I don't know that we've had any problem in the past of politics driving a simple majority of the board to play a political game of kicking other commissioners' appointees off. I agree it may be a problem in the future, but I think if it's worked thus far, I don't know that I want to impose a different, either more or less onerous requirement on a system that seems to be working pretty well. We went ahead and we waived the first hearing on this item when I brought it up before, because I was concerned about the glaring omission, as I think we've all recognized exists there. I don't have any problem with the changes that were proposed during public comment as to the third item. But given that we fast-tracked this in the first place, if we're going to have to re-advertise it anyway, I'd rather at least push through tonight what's codifying the existing structure and codifying the existing procedure. And if someone wants to move to re-advertise over and above that, the third item or any other item, I don't know that I'm opposed to that. I would like to get done something productive with respect to this item tonight. So I don't know that I'm in favor of a supermajority, though, because that would be a requirement that's over and above what's now required. And I don't know that there's been a specific concern identified as to a time that's happened with exactly this procedure in place.
Commissioner Pritchett?
Commissioner Tobias, I think I'm going to get a T-shirt. I like it. and just because we've been up here a while, but I think if we have if we have an appointee, it would be hard to just have them removed without a supermajority. So I'm going to agree with your motion, sir. And I'll take that T-shirt. And
I'm going to throw a little bit of a wrench in it. I agree as well. I think it should be a supermajority only because this commission may not do it, but it could be abused. And that's my biggest fear. And one other thing I noticed that wasn't in here, for everybody that worries about us talking beforehand, it's obvious that we don't. I would like to make sure that the commission, if it's a commissioner's appointee, that commissioner is one of the people voting to remove their person. Because again, you could be up here in a minority, and then if you run the risk that people just ditch your board members, I don't think you should be able to pull my board member off because you don't like him. You know what I mean? If he's my appointee, then what's the point of us even appointing people? I mean, you could easily argue that. So I would say that the commissioner that has to be in favor of that if that's the commission's appointee. That's just me. That would make sense because if you all hated my guts, you could remove everybody that I've put on a board just to be jerks. I mean, I would hope that wouldn't happen, but it could. I've seen people abused up here pretty pretty awfully.
That's a very valid point, one that I didn't see, but I would certainly, again, there's another motion and a second on the table, but should we get to the motion there, I would gladly adopt that provision.
Which that would probably cause for re-advertisement, I'm sure. No? That one wouldn't? Okay. Okay. No. Commissioner Lauber?
Okay, so, God, I kind of regret having brought this up in the first place now. That said, being as we are where we are, I think a potential compromise that I, at least at this late hour, could get behind, and I don't know that it require re-advertisement, but I'll defer to Ms. Bentley on it, is if it's, I guess we could say either a supermajority vote or a simple majority if the individual commissioner who appointed that particular member is in favor of removal. Because then that makes more sense. So if you essentially don't want your own appointee, you shouldn't have to have a supermajority to get rid of them. The political gamesmanship concern wouldn't apply in that situation because that would be your appointee.
Commissioner Smith?
Okay. I hate to throw a wrench in this little love fest, but how about if the appointing commissioner isn't on the commission anymore? Then it would have to be a supermajority.
We could just say the specific district who's commissioner appointed, so whoever fills in that spot, or if it's a chair appointee, which is another concern, then whoever's serving as chair at that time.
Boy, you guys are just making this like...
See, my proposal was simple. We should just go with that.
I don't like the people having power to remove your appointees that you've appointed. That makes me nervous.
Yeah.
I think it's risky, and I think it's, especially with a simple majority, because, I've seen this commission with one or two outliers get, pummeled. I wouldn't want to see that again.
So if you want, I'll go ahead and modify my motion, though. And I guess I'll defer to Ms. Bentley on how to wordsmith this, because I'm kind of operating on fewer cylinders this late. But I guess what I'm trying to accomplish is, God willing, without re-advertising, either by a supermajority or by a simple majority, if the district whose commissioner appointed the member is in favor of removal. Is that sufficiently clear?
Yes, and it does not require re-advertisement.
And should we do anything to address the situation with respect to chair appointees? So that whoever is currently serving as chair would, for all intents and purposes, be able to check that same box and require only a simple majority?
I think it's whoever appointed them. They'd have to be part of the simple majority.
Because again, the concern is if someone's a different chair or we rotate off and that person's not even on the commission.
Privilege of chair, though. But then you would do a supermajority to remove them.
I'm fine either way on that. I don't think that's going to be a tremendous, but what do you think, Ms. Bentley?
Yeah, it's getting really complicated.
I think it's time to go home.
Because your chair's going to rotate.
We may have to address it.
Yeah, I mean, we could address it later.
And the chair has very few appointees anyway.
But if they appointed them, you have privilege of appointee.
Well, the chair.
That seems to be smart.
You
long as the appointed chair is in the simple majority.
Can't hear. Yeah, and the chair would have to be in the majority if they're the appointing authority.
The then chair.
Right.
No, I think the chair that appointed it would have to be in that vote. It's
that's
privilege of
different.
chair. So if Commissioner has already appointed someone now, and we brought this up next time, that was her appointee privilege of chair, she would have to be in that simple majority to remove them, I think. Privilege as chair.
That would be up to the board's discretion, how they want that to work.
But if we're writing it in it right now,
Yeah. So I mean, do you want it to run, with the person who was the chair at the time?
person who appointed them,
Whether they're the chair or not. So the
their
chair,
appointee.
the current chair, who would have the new authority to appoint, would not have to be in the majority.
It'd be the person
Correct.
who appointed them.
I'm not super opposed to that, but I kind of am in the other boat. If that's a huge sticking point and people feel differently, I'll support it, but I'd prefer whoever's serving as chair have,
Privilege of chair, it's their appointee.
the question is which chair?
Whoever appointed them at the time, I think that's privilege as chair.
Assuming they're still on the board. And if they're not on the board, you want it to run
And
with the
then-
current chair.
Then you have that supermajority to remove them, correct? That's
You
what we
would?
just
Well,
did.
that's, if they're not on the board and they're objectively horrible, but I don't know about tabling it.
If they're not on the board, you wouldn't need their vote because they're not here, so it doesn't matter. I think it's sort of as a moot.
Well, but you don't want a gap in your ordinance as
That's
to
what I'm
which,
concerned about.
whether you need
Commissioner
simpler.
Tobias' version's a lot easier.
Yeah, I feel real strongly that we shouldn't have that, we shouldn't require a supermajority to remove our own appointees. That to me seems a bit overly onerous, and it's certainly way above and beyond anything that's required right now.
See, and I think a compromise to that would be the person making the appointment would be, if it's a simple majority, that would require the person making the appointment
Yes.
to be on the agreeing side, you know what I mean? Because
If
obviously,
they're on the board.
to prevent the punitiveness of it,
Right.
Right,
you know, seems to be the concern.
right.
Because if I want to remove somebody, I come on a board because, you know, this may have been in place before.
Right.
But not with Ms. Bentley, but I was told differently when I had a board member that was on, that wasn't communicating with me at all and was appointed by the previous commissioner, and I couldn't remove them, is what I was told.
If that's the will of the board, I'll support that.
So,
I mean, is that where everyone's at? If that's the case, I'll go ahead and modify the motion accordingly.
Person who appointed.
And we'll make sure that the clerk is on.
Yes.
Okay, do you have it already written down, Ms. Bentley? Or do you want me to wing it?
As I understand it, you want a simple majority vote with the commissioner of the district who nominated the appointee in the majority.
Correct, for removal.
For removal, right. And that would also apply, that same simple majority rule would apply for the person who was chair and appointed someone, or the current appointing authority,
yes,
if the chair who appointed is no longer on the board.
that's perfect.
If the
Okay.
original appointor.
Okay.
Right. A new word.
There we go. Yeah, let's
right.
go ahead and modify that accordingly, and hopefully the second stands.
Vice chair.
All right.
Just real quickly,
Are you good?
I'm sorry, that's a simple, not a super, that's a simple majority.
If you
Yeah,
have
as
the
long as it
appointing
includes
authority.
the individual that,
Alternatively, it'll be a supermajority.
because it could be technically a supermajority, and if the person that appointed the person doesn't agree, it wouldn't matter how the vote went, because that person has to be in the
Right. So
in the
you're,
affirmative.
so just to confirm, the supermajority language is out, and it's simple majority with the appointing authority in the majority.
Yes,
Okay.
Were we going to leave
I apologize for asking you to repeat it again.
and that protects the commissioner and the appointee.
You've moved from supermajority to simple majority with the appointing authority in the majority.
Yeah.
Or alternatively by a supermajority, I was thinking was what we were going for, but I'm happy leaving it as you've just said. I thought it would be an either or.
Yeah, let me ask a question, Commissioner Tobias, because I kind of like the first statement in this. Let's say that we have a wackadoodle commissioner down the road, and...
Because we don't have any of those now.
No, we don't. We really don't. But let's just say they appointed just somebody that's just really whacking out the boards. I mean, I don't know that a supermajority shouldn't be able to remove somebody.
That's where I'm at, too.
So So I like his first part of this, and then make it the simple majority if the commissioner that appointed them is leading it.
Yeah, I would
That
leave it
makes
as either
sense.
or.
Because then that takes care of both.
Are we on board?
So it's either
Sorry.
or.
Who was this? Was it Commissioner Smith or Bridget? Someone
Oh, yeah, I
seconded.
did second
Okay.
the first time.
Sorry.
So it's a supermajority or a simple majority with the appointing person voting in favor to remove.
That, yeah, the only thing is that does not protect the individuals that are currently on boards right now that were appointed by previous board members.
Well, why would you want to protect them
What do you
if
mean?
the majority of the board and they appointing your district? So if you have somebody on P&Z that you immensely disagree with philosophically or dislike or whatever,
Oh, P&Z is a bad, because it's a one-year appointment, so P&Z is a bad option.
TDC.
It's a better one.
okay, so if you had somebody on TDC you didn't like, if you're asking the board to, I'd like to replace this person, if you had a majority vote, you could do that. A simple majority. Now, if I don't like your person and you say, well, I like my person, we couldn't remove them unless 4 of us forced you to remove them.
Yeah, but let's assume there's someone sitting on the TDC right now who was placed there by a previous board member. Then it would only need 3 votes to remove
It would go
that.
to the appointing authority, I thought.
So if it was someone from your district last time,
Yes.
you now become the primary person. that
You're the
can remove
appointing
it.
Yeah,
authority.
but there's many times I ended up with appointees who I would not have selected. So there's that crossover there.
But you could remove them
This
as long
helps
as
you
you're
in
the
that
one
case.
that wants to do it.
Yeah, but maybe that was an error, and I could not because statutorily there's some that had we gone through that workshop we'd have found out that statutorily you cannot remove. So
I
I'm
thought
just,
that we could, Eden.
The TDC has staggered terms, so you run into some issues with that. So you would have to look at each appointment to see. You couldn't do a wholesale removal of all the members of the
Right.
TDC because of the way Chapter 125 is written. That's just the easiest example. Some of your other boards don't have those restrictions.
Call the question.
Okay, we'll call it. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
nay.
Motion passes 4-1. We could have gotten that done a lot sooner. Well, it's funny because you got half of what you wanted.
That's true.
Oh my gosh. Where are we? We did J1, J2.
No, we didn't
No,
do
we
J2
didn't.
yet.
We have several cards.
Can I
Anybody
address?
need 5? Yes, 5 minutes.
Thank you.
And before we start
Maybe
public
7,
comment, when we
'cause we
come
have
back,
We have a lot of cards, so we'll take a quick break.
can I kind of address folks before we?
Sure.
Okay. Moments to briefly address the individuals that are here on this particular item, but I'm sorry you've had to wait this long to get to something that I'm hoping is going to be somewhat anticlimactic. I think it's important for everyone to keep in mind that we're talking about, with this particular item, only the current fiscal year. We're not talking about any subsequent fiscal year. That's something that will come up past the break, July, August, whenever it's put on the agenda. So given that we're talking about 18-19, I have some strong feelings about this, and it may surprise folks given how I voted at the TDC at this last go-around. But we've got individuals working there at the BCA office who have families to feed, and I don't think it's fair, regardless of the circumstances, and certainly there's not been anything so far extenuating that justifies, in my mind, pulling the rug out from under those folks as to the current fiscal year's funding. I see the options here. My thought, though, is given that we're dealing with human beings, at the end of the day, the appropriate thing to do is to pay them what we told them they could reasonably rely on and ensure that they're able to meet their expenses. I understand the argument's been made that they have some reserves. That, to me, is irrelevant. Whether they have $200,000 or $300,000 in reserves, I don't care. That's a separate issue from whether or not we're obligated to pay them what we've essentially promised them we would pay them. So I've spoken with some of the folks that I thought would be against this or for this, and interestingly, it seems that there may actually be palatability on both sides to, and when I say that, I don't mean commissioners, I mean folks that are sitting in the gallery right now on opposite sides of the gallery, in fact. I spoke with Mr. Levine, I don't know, at least half a dozen times, would you say? Something like that. I've spoken with folks on both sides. I think the real answer at this point is to go ahead, and I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to allocate without conditions the remaining $105,000 to BCA. I think it's a good move. I think it's the fair thing to do. If you're unhappy with the future years, don't punish them this year for what your concerns are with how they may be structured in the future. I don't think that's fair to them. I don't think it's fair to anyone that acted in reliance of the grant programs they have. I don't think that we need to do something essentially to punish them when they didn't have any notice that this was even a potential issue until very recently. So that's my motion, to go ahead and allocate the full 105 without requiring anything of them, basically to give it to them and let them conduct their business for the remainder of this fiscal year, and we'll address the following or subsequent year when that comes up.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Lober, a second by Commissioner Smith, and we'll move to public comment before we bring it back for a vote and further discussion, if that's okay. Unless Commissioner Tobias would like to speak now.
Just a question on that motion, and was that without a contract?
As to this year, yes. As to
Okay.
a subsequent year, again, that's a different issue I'm not addressing tonight. Thank you.
Jim Ridenour?
Thank you.
Okay, Jim Ridenour waived in favor of the motion. Janine? I don't want to butcher her last name. Is there a Janine here? It's MJOSCTH, so I didn't want to mess that up and be rude. Okay, so I'm assuming Janine's not here. Shane Bergman? Shane waves in favor.
Thank you for waiting, too.
Hassan Patterson?
Hassan Patterson, 758 Croton Road. Honorable Commissioners, thank you for your time. I already hear that you're kind of heading in that direction, and I appreciate that. But just to kind of maybe hopefully drive the point home, I've been an artist my whole life, professional artist, and I've been working with the BCA for about 5 or 6 years now. And for me, art for me is a little bit more than I think what affects other people. I interpret it a different way, because for me, art saved my life. I grew up in Boston. I don't know if you've ever been to Boston, but it's a beautiful city, but it could also be a very cruel city. My father was shot and killed and murdered when I was 2 years old. So I lived, my sister and I, without a father influence, and my mother had to raise 2 small kids, working full time. And so I got into trouble. And at 15, I, started running with the wrong type of people and dropped out of high school. But I always had my art to kind of fall back on. That was my space, that filled that void that my father, was when he wasn't there. That's what the art did for me. So when I say that art saved my life, to me it has power, because one fateful night, my so-called friends came by. They wanted to hang out, steal a car, do something like that. But one of my friends, he wanted me to draw, Iron Maiden or something on the back of his jean jacket. So I really wanted to finish that up, so I told him no. And they all got caught that night, and it was my wake-up call. And that's when I took art a lot more serious. And, opportunity to work with the BCA has been life-changing, cathartic. I wish that everybody here would visit one of these kids at risk site, because to me, I was one of those kids. And if it wasn't for art, I'd be dead or in jail right now. So for me, it was life-changing. And, you know, I've seen some horror stories when I teach some of these kids, and you see the despair in their eyes because no one believes in it. They especially kids at risk, because no one wants to give them a second chance. And if you take away this art, it's another nail in the coffin for them. They're going to say, Brevard County doesn't care about kids that make mistakes. They don't get a second chance. And it makes me a little angry, because I feel like people can cavalierly just kind of say, oh, they don't need that funding. And these are lives at stake. These are kids at stake. When you bring out an innate talent that they have, and I hear words like, I didn't know I could do that, it just changes my life. So I hope that you guys can, you know, see your way through. I know that this year's pretty, you know, wrapped up, but, you know, following years, keep the funding going, keep the BCA going, because I think it's a wonderful program. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin Albright. And Julie Kinsey, I have your name on here if you wanted to speak as well. Yeah, I see that. Okay. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kevin Albright, and I live at 1404 Hill Avenue, Melbourne. I've been a public school teacher in Brevard County for 22 years, twice having been selected as my school's Teacher of the Year. I've also served on the board for the Florida Music Education Association and the Florida Vocal Association for a combined 16 years of service. I currently teach at Vieira High School, and I've also taught at Melbourne and Heritage High Schools. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Brevard Cultural Alliance and to share my unique perspective as a highly qualified teacher from the front lines of the classroom. As the director of a program receiving an artist through the BCA grant, this program provides an enrichment not possible through our budgetary means. I can say with first-person experience that this enrichment has the power to change lives and keep kids involved in school, artistically, as well as academically across our country, our county. And my predecessor speaking, I think, speaks to that as well. Expanding on our budgets, our music programs do not receive enough money through BPS to cover the costs of our required assessments, much less any other enrichments. To fill the gap, we go to our communities to sell cheesecakes, discount booklets, discount cards, gift wrapped. We perform for community centers, etc. And we are grateful for all their support. The sum of those efforts merely pay for the basic transportation, equipment, and materials, but not for the most critical area, human resources. In our case, any available volunteer just won't do. The BCA has demonstrated their ability to foster contacts and partnerships to bring the highly skilled professionals into our classrooms, helping professional educators such as myself in our skills and building upon our most precious resource, our students. I'm probably the only teacher that hasn't gone home on the last day of school, just to deliver this message. I hope you consider releasing withheld funds to BCA and continue to support their vision and funding into the future. In doing so, you are ensuring that high-quality arts enrichment will continue to make a critical difference in hundreds of students' lives each year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Julie?
Now, if you have the opposite view, I'm going to be shocked.
Oh, well, I had good afternoon. It's good evening at this point. I had written this with the perspective that I thought that funding was being cut for future as well, so if you'll take my comments with that in light. Julie Kinsey, I live at 1404 Hill Avenue. I've worked with the Brevard Cultural Alliance as a resident artist for the past 2 years. During this time, I had the opportunity to go into 2 schools here in Brevard County to provide supplemental enrichment to our public junior, senior high schools, as well as professional development for our music teachers. I've also worked as a substitute teacher for the past 4 years, focusing on music classes. I hold a Master of Music from the Eastman School of Music in Rochester, New York, and a Bachelor of Music from Westminster Choir College in Princeton, New Jersey. I was very concerned when I learned that funding to BCA was not only being withheld, but also cut and possibly eliminated. BCA is the reason that we have the artist residency program in our public schools, as without it, there is no one to secure funding, find qualified artists, and manage the application and implementation of the program for our county. As resident artists, we work closely with teachers to enhance their students' knowledge and skills, taking a significant pay cut in the process. We, the artists, along with the Brevard Cultural Alliance, are doing our part. It's imperative that this commission do theirs. I believe that it was suggested sometime that these projects could be supported by volunteers. As a resident artist with this program for the past 2 years, I can tell you that I already volunteer, in that I take an almost 50% pay cut in order to serve this community through my residency. It's grossly unfair to expect that professionals should do this for the love of their art. As a resident artist, I work directly with students in the music classroom in support of their development as artists. This program that BCA supports is a win-win. It supports students in their social emotional growth, as well as provides a vehicle in which professional artists can earn a living by sharing their craft and educating future generations. I don't think anyone on this commission would deny that the arts play a critical role in the enrichment and development of our children, but also in the development of communities at large. I would proffer that the extent to which a people prioritize the arts is the extent to which they value the very members of their community. I would ask that you please provide the funding that BCA needs to continue to operate so that at a minimum, they can implement the programs already in place for this year. In closing, I'd leave you with a quote from the co-founder of Microsoft, Paul Allen. He says, "I have seen the critical role that the arts play in stimulating creativity and development and developing vital communities. They have a crucial impact on our economy and are an important catalyst for learning, discovery, and achievement." Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Laura Lee? And you moved again, just for the record. You've moved seats again.
Are you doing that to throw us off?
It's like musical commission.
Yeah, I was thinking it's where's Laura Lee instead.
Tom Powers?
Good evening. I'm Tom Powers, 149 Martesia Way, Indian Harbor Beach. I'm an artist, been in Brevard County since 1950. I am on the TDC's Cultural Program Committee, so I'm one of the bad guys. But I am here to support the $105,000 to the BCA. I have no problem with them getting the money that was already intended to go to them. My issue is with the future contract, the future way the funds are handled. And so I waited all this time, and I just want to tell you that I'm in favor of it.
Thank you for your patience, and everybody who's speaking and stuck around. Tim Dirtani?
Tim Dirtani, I'm an artist. I've been an artist all my life. I'm also the chairman of the Tourist Development Council, and I also support giving them the money. No, that was never a question. The 105 from this year, it was they didn't want to sign the contract, and your very able-bodied county manager says without a contract, unless this commission agrees to it, he can't go above $100,000, and so that's fine. They should get the money, but for them to bring up people that think that the BCA is going to go away because they're not getting funded is not true. And the money is there. Our money was not involved with what was, with the school projects, and it's a totally separate issue. But I support giving them the 105 for this year, and I support it, and I'm glad I like the motion as you presented it.
Thank you, sir.
And I don't think Susan Hodgers is here.
No, I think she left.
Commissioner Smith?
I just want to offer a quick aside. Tim Dirtani is not kidding. He is an artist. You should see some of the stuff he's done.
So we have a motion and a second. Call the question?
Okay.
Unless, if you want to.
Do you want to speak?
That's
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
We were just waiting for the lights. You're just slow to the trigger.
I'm in shock here for numerous reasons. I guess, I'll be the bad guy. Sorry, am I to understand we're handing over $105,000 to an organization without a contract?
Yes.
So could said organization use that money for purposes that have nothing to do with Brevard cultural activities, and we would have no enforcement mechanism in order to get said money back?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think the short answer is they've got a board of directors that's going to control how they spend that money. Knowing that they're up to be axed in the future as well, I would be very disinclined to believe that they're going to play any sort of games with it. Is it a theoretical possibility? Sure. Is it going to keep me up at night? No.
Okay. Commissioner Lober, as if I was to retain your services as an attorney, would you?
I don't have that hat on.
Yeah, well, I'm asking that. I'm asking that now. Would you advise me as a client to enter into an agreement by handing over more than $100,000 and receiving nothing in zero? There's nothing to prevent the Brevard Cultural Alliance from spending this on booze and parties.
Here's what I would advise you. First off, I would advise you I have a hell of a conflict, and I couldn't give you advice on this, but nonetheless, were you to put a gun to my head and ask me for advice, I would bring up the concept of promissory estoppel, whereby by your actions, if you essentially promise someone something of value, namely $105,000, they reasonably rely upon that to their detriment, we may be on the hook even in the absence of a contract. So, there's certainly a couple sides to this.
I'm not an attorney. I did read, Madam Chair, is that okay?
Go ahead.
Thank you. While I'm not an attorney, nor pretend to be one, I did read the agenda report, and it clearly states that our county manager spoke with the Brevard Cultural Alliance months ago and warned them that should there not be a contract, the money would not be dispersed without board action. So I think that would most likely take your Estoppel Act off the table if they received fair warning of that as a possibility.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So again, I don't know the specific chronology of when that happened, but we're talking about a full fiscal year. I don't know whether they've brought on new staff. I don't know whether they've offered more in grant opportunities. That would require a lot more information than I have presently available to me. And I will tell you again, just to go back to the initial point, if your concern is that they're going to misspend it, I would again point out that they're up to be axed very significantly. And I think that would be the absolute last thing on the planet that they would be inclined to do. If they asked me for legal advice, I would tell them the same thing. I have a conflict. But if Mr. Levine put a gun to my head, I would tell him, you got to be really careful with that money, because you absolutely will get gutted when you come before the commission again if there's any hint that it's being misspent. So I'm satisfied with it.
My question would be this, since you and directed you as you sit on this, if the BCA was being so altruistic as you claim their intent would be, why wouldn't they sign the contract that the attorney's office presented them with? In fact, I saw their counter to it, which was an absolute, utter, and total joke as far as I'm concerned. It was almost an insult. So I see contempt here. I don't see capitulation.
You do raise a valid point, but I would tell you the one item that stands out to me first and foremost with respect to that is that the mechanism of determining ROI that was presented in that initial contract was something that BCA had grave concerns that they could meet. They didn't want to enter into a contract that they knew they would immediately turn around and be in breach of. So given that they didn't want to violate terms that they didn't believe that they were able to actually put into place and to see out, I can't, to go back to legal advice, I would never advise someone to sign a contract they know they're going to breach immediately or in the immediate future. So one of the issues was, I believe the initial contract, and this isn't the verbatim language, but for all intents and purposes it's good enough, it required room nights to be accounted for. The new contract measures it, as I understand it, as at least one of the proposals had recently gone, in increase in event attendance, which to me is something that is a reasonable measure. I don't agree, as you said, with or alluded to, with some of the other changes. I don't agree with what BCA has proposed in its entirety, but I think that there have been steps that have been reasonable by BCA from the time the initial contract was presented to them and now. Now, should they have done it faster? Would that have been nice? Yes, it would have been nice, but the point is we're at the situation and we're at the point that we're at now, and my question is, what in all fairness should we do? I think the fair solution that's even acceptable to the folks that initiated this whole process at the TDC, the subcommittee level, and at the TDC level, they're even okay with this. In fact, one of the concerns that was brought up was if we have them execute a contract with this, that's potentially going to form the basis of any future contract. And as a result, if we have to rush into doing something, this may not be the way to do it, because we may end up in a worse situation rather than a better. And I'm of the mind that it's easier, it's fair to give them what they were told they could reasonably rely upon.
Okay, couple questions here. One for Mr. Abate. Are you aware of any time the county hands over more than $100,000 without a contract?
I can tell you that during the last several years, this money was done without a contract.
Sorry. Yes, thank you. Other than handing over hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars to an organization that, okay, I'm going to be nice. Other than the BCA, does the county offer any other money to that amount without receiving anything in return?
I'm not aware of it, because when we found this out, actually Mr. Liesenfeld found it out. That's when it became an issue that we tried to address. So I'm not aware of that happening.
Okay, thank you. And this one's for the county attorney's office. And sorry, you said you don't want to handle this. I'm looking at this whereas clause. On the proposed one from, we're not even going to follow the proposed one, but the proposed one we got from the BCA. This is how much of a joke this is. 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth whereas, right? Brevard Cultural Alliance will use tourism development tax funds to promote cultural tourism in Brevard County in various ways through out-of-county advertising and marketing, including, but not limited to. Does not limited to allow them to use those funds in other than $1 or $2 for any way that they deem fit?
Generally, it gives them a broader discretion than the listed items. But does it just give them carte blanche to use it for non-cultural items?
Could they throw a rooftop party on Fifth Avenue and claim it's a cultural event to bring people down to Brevard County with the but not limited to?
It would be a question of whether or not it's a cultural event. That's what you litigate.
Art is all a question, whether or not it's art. So I mean, it's not even but now, without a contract, would there be any question at all? Would they be allowed to go out and do that?
We would have to come up with a creative way to sue them to recover the funds.
I'll be voting against this. We got to. I think that the actions of the Brevard Cultural Alliance have been deplorable in this, and I think we are not. It's wonderful that the TDC now supports this. Congratulations, but I don't care. I care about the taxpayers. I care about the taxpayers out there. I represent more than 100,000 people that I think would be Republicans, Democrats, and Independents that would be disappointed at the least to know we were handing over $100,000 and not receiving anything, not a darn thing, except I think they're going to want money in the future, so they're going to act on their best behalf. So absolutely, utterly, and I will be voting no on this one, and I know I will be probably one of the only, but this is a horrible, terrible idea.
Do you want to speak again? Or are you just...
I'm going to call the question.
Well, wait. You can't keep doing that to me, because I give you the courtesy, the courtesy of speaking first. I just want to say, you don't have to like what BCA does, and you can be upset with how they've handled things thus far, and you want them to correct some things. They're either going to be corrected, or the TDC is not going to recommend funding in the future. I think a lot of what you do is wonderful. I think there's some personality issues there, you know, and I get that. Whose fault that is, I don't care. But either fix it or you're not going to get funding next year. That's what's going to end up happening. And because we can't go against what the TDC is going to bring to the board for recommendation. However, we just now are trying to get a contract in place. So to act like we've, you know, the board is appalled that we don't have a contract and you know, how dare they negotiate a contract? They haven't had a contract. We've been here since 2016. You guys have not had a contract. It wasn't required. Whether that was a smart idea or not, probably not. We probably should have a contract because we have a contract with everybody when we deal with large amounts of money. But to act like this is some brand new thing, I mean, this didn't happen overnight. This is what's been going on for years. And we should have fixed it when we came on in 16 because we should have caught it if it was this much money or if BCA was allegedly not spending it the way that the TDC wanted them to. I think what the BCA does is awesome. I think you probably need to be more accountable for how you're spending your money. And I think that we need to make sure that enough organizations are getting that funding. I know that these are some issues that have come up. However, I see the impact and the reach that BCA does have, and I see the benefit of having an organization. I am the last person that wants to bring another arm of anything into in-house. I think we need to farm out as much as we can, and if there's an organization willing to do it and do it properly and do it where everybody's pleased with the feedback, with, you know, showing where the money's being spent and otherwise, then great. That's the perfect scenario. But hopefully you guys will be able to work that out. You know, we can only hope. However, keep working on the contract. I mean, this was an approved amount of money, and I support the idea of making sure that we don't pull the rug out from under you. We should have demanded a contract years ago. I'm just saying. So I'm glad that you're negotiating that contract now. So I'll support it. Commissioner Pritchett?
Commissioner Zanardi, since you said all that, I agree with you completely. And just piggybacking off of that, the TDC is an advisory board and appreciate all that, but we're going to have this discussion before someone decides to get rid of an entity because I'm not there. Because I think when you get somebody that knows what they're doing, that's handling the culture, I think if it's working, I do agree we're going to have to work on a contract and those types of items. But as much as I like these organizations, nor more that I would take natural resources and let them divvy up the money for that either. It's not the qualified entity to make those decisions for cultural entities in the county. So I hope the TDC hears that. I'm not sure. I'm not going to vote in agreement for them to take on all of the decisions of where you're going to spend the cultural money. I'm not going to give you that authority. But I'm looking for another entity to do it. If we change this entity, fine. But that's going to be the direction I'm going to look moving forward. So I just thought I would just go ahead and let everybody know that up front. So I'm going to be looking for something different. It's an advisory board. We make the decision up here. So I think you need to hear the commission on that, of what our thoughts are. And Commissioner Zanardi, I'm in agreement with you. Ma'am.
Anytime we can pull something out of government and give it to the private sector, it's a good thing anyway, you know, for multiple reasons. But with that, I'm going to call the question. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Hey.
Motion passes 4-1. Item J3. Thank you.
No, we got a few more.
I can just go ahead and make a vote to approve this. I can make a motion to approve this.
Hey. Kick my butt.
I have a card on it. You can believe it. Huh? That's Tim.
I like your attitude. I do. I've been there.
He wasn't going to shake his hand.
Pesky sunshine.
All right. Item J2. J3, sorry. J3. Anybody going to introduce it, or?
I'll do it. Unless
Okay.
you want to do it, however you want to do it. Commissioner Pritchett?
It's Miss Laura Lee putting through her waiver like we requested people to do for the...
I'm sorry, I don't have it right in front of me. But
Thank you, Jim. I'd love for you to jump in.
I'm not jumping in. Frank was looking at me. It's not a staff. Oops,
I'll make it
It's
simple.
not staff. It's a request. It's from District 1.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Tobias?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I read through the agenda report, and I was all on board until I read the last sentence, or the second to last sentence, that Dixie Crossroads provides 50% discount to TDO when paying their travel writers' meals. There's a huge conflict inherent in that, and it's glaring, and this is the first time we saw it. At first glance, it may seem that this is nothing more than a discount, but this restaurant potentially could be getting significant benefits from their relationship. So what I did is I looked through travel writing, and you would not believe the number of travel writers, big ones, Lonely Planet here, that are Rodney Thompson develops the rock shrimp fishery off Cape Canaveral coast in the early 1970s, and in '83 his daughter Laura Lee opened the Dixie. I mean, it goes on and on about how wonderful it is, and I'm sure it is wonderful, but if this is not a direct conflict by providing a discount in order to lure travel writers in because of the relationship on the TDO, I don't know what is one. Now I would be willing to, and this sounds bad, but I would be willing to agree with this if Laura Lee would stop offering the discount and let the market play to where these travel writers would want to go. But when you offer a discount, you honestly, it creates all sorts of issues. So, Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I'd like to ask if Laura Lee would be, the last individual who requested a waiver was willing to withdraw from direct business relationship from the Office of Tourism. I would ask the same thing of Laura Lee. Would she be willing to do that as well?
Would you like her to come up?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Laura Lee Thompson, 3550 Irwin Avenue, Mims. For probably 15 years, we didn't charge the TDO when they brought travel writers to the restaurant. And you're right, it's a good thing when travel writers come to the restaurant. And at 50%, I still lose money. But you know what? I'd be happy to not have the travel writers come to the restaurant while I'm on the TDO or while I'm on the TDC. And then you don't have to worry about it.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not worried. I hope they do come to your restaurant. I just would not be interested in incentivizing them to come for the other wonderful restaurants that I'm sure are in the Titusville or the north region of Brevard County. So when you offer that incentive to lure them in while you may lose money on the food, the amount of advertisement that you get that's positive more than makes up for half the price of the meal that you're saying. So, again, I would vote for this if you would, and I understand you're only going to be on it a little bit longer, but if you would pull that 50% discount.
Like I said, don't bring them. I take offense at you saying that I'm trying to incentivize the travel writers to come to my restaurant. I never asked ever for the travel writers to come to my restaurant. The TDC staff would call me up and say, we have travel writers from Germany, can we bring them to your restaurant? And for years, I fed them for free. But now I think 50% is fair. And like I said, I still lose money at that. But to accuse me of trying to incentivize...
Well, that's what a discount is. Am I wrong? Isn't a discount incentivizing?
My partner felt like it was not a good business decision to continue to feed, because they would bring in like 20 travel writers at a time. It'd be like $1,000 bill, and I would eat it. So my business partner said, that's stupid. we'll charge them 50%. And
I would go get a new business partner. What is the value of being right at the top on Lonely Planet and saying how great, how great? I would argue that's well worth $1,000, multiples of that. And I pulled them up from all over the place, blogs, from various travel writers. And what I've done is
and
I've
how
asked,
many of those do you think came on their own? The Lonely Planet people, they just bounce in. I don't call them up and ask them to come to my restaurant. They come in incognito, and so yes, some of those articles that you saw were a result of the TDC bringing travel writers, but the TDC doesn't bring every travel writer that comes to my restaurant. They come on their own.
again, just.
But I will be glad to instruct the TDC or the Office of Tourism not to bring any travel writers to my restaurant as long as I'm still on the TDC. I have no problem with that.
That's further than what I was asking for. So
What are you asking for?
I was asking that there not be a discount. The discount is the incentive.
I did that to help our Office of Tourism out.
You don't see the ancillary benefit that you receive by the positive press that you got from your restaurant.
So, Commissioner, I'm not understanding your question, because it sounds like you want the TDC to still send travel writers to my restaurant in the rotation that, that they rotate the travel writers around, but you want me to charge the TDC full price when the travel writers come to my restaurant. The travel writers don't pay. The county pays for them to come to my restaurant. So I'm not giving travel writers a discount. I'm giving the county a discount. So what is it that you're asking me to do?
So you've hit the nail on the head. Maybe the issue is larger than what I initially. What about the businesses, the restaurants out there, and this may not speak to yours specifically, that don't have a representative, that aren't on the rotation? Obviously, there are many more restaurants in the Titusville area that may not be on that rotation, right? You happen to be on that rotation and sit on that organization. So I think their inherent is a conflict. So maybe it is more than the 50%. I didn't put that together until I saw this as part of the agenda report. And again, I see how it may seem, but the issue is you've taken the bull by the horns and said that you are willing to ask the TDO, and I certainly hope that all restaurants that have ownership that sit on your board does follow Laura Lee's lead and makes that same request.
I want to sneak a quick motion here.
No, Commissioner Pritchett wants to.
Okay, I was just going to move to allow us to continue the meeting.
Are you done, Commissioner Tabaya?
Yes.
Just a couple things. I think you'd need to go ahead and charge the county full price. And then the other thing I want to say is that your family, through my whole life, you guys have donated so much money to the community. I got to tell you, Thanksgiving, they would open up and feed the homeless people that didn't have money out of their restaurant. Their family has continually poured money into the community. And I've got to tell you, ma'am, you and your family are just heroes in everything that I think of. I've worked in a church my whole life, and I tell you, you're incredibly wonderful to our community. And I don't know how this looks with whatever, but ma'am, your reputation is never in question with me of you doing honorable things and giving everything all the time. You even paid $50,000 of your own money to try a seagrass thing going on in our community, and I think you're incredible. And your reputation is not in question with me. And your restaurant's always full. People come from all over the world to eat at Dixie Crossroads. When your dad started, it was phenomenal. It was a little hole in the wall. It was always busy, and y'all expanded. And I just had to say that because you're one of my all-time heroes. Thank you.
So, Commissioner, what is it you're asking of me?
Can I sneak a motion here?
The issue may be larger with the TDC than your business. If we're dealing with conflicts. I think the conflict may be the way that it's ministered, not the way that you're handling things. But it sounds like you're handling things extremely honorably and saying that you would instruct the TDC not to put any of your restaurant on the rotation, neither should any of the other businesses that sit there be on the rotation. That's wherein lie would be the conflict.
Okay, so, Peter, don't send any travel writers to my restaurant until I get thrown to the curb.
Thank you.
Or charge the TDC full price.
Well,
I don't think that resolves the issue.
I'm hearing two things.
So yeah, why don't
He
we?
says no travel writers. You're saying bring them in, but charge the office of tourism
And I think we have to
full
be
price.
careful not to penalize you as well. We shouldn't penalize you because you're a restaurant either.
I'm being penalized because I sit on the TDC.
Right.
Well, I mean, that's like my TDC appointee in that sense. She's penalized. She was making money, and now she's on the TDC. Now she's lost money.
Well, my point is, I wasn't making any money, but I did get some publicity. So I'll just stand with what I just said. Don't send any travel writers to my restaurant as long as I'm on the TDC.
Commissioner
They're gonna
Lober?
come anyway.
It's already been moved.
Commissioner Lober?
Before we do anything else, I would like to make a motion to extend and allow the meeting to go on beyond 9:30 because we're going to have a problem otherwise where we're
Are y'all done
capped.
with me?
So I'll move to extend it to 10 o'clock. If we can just take care of that real quickly.
Motion by Commissioner Lober to extend the meeting to 10 p.m. It fails for a lack of second?
Okay. Well, if we don't get things done by 9:30, we have a problem.
You're done with me, right?
All right, I think it was already seconded earlier. I moved and either Commissioner Smith or Pritchett seconded it
I don't think there was a
Yes.
vote.
There was a motion and a second.
previously
Yeah.
to approve the waiver.
Are you approving it for Dixie Crossroads too then, or do you need to amend your motion?
I'm keeping my motion as it was to approve it. If Commissioner Tobias wants to, tonight if we have time, which is unlikely, or at some point in the future, move that TDC or the tourism office not send folks to your restaurant, that's a separate issue, and I may well support that in all fairness. But I think we need to address one thing at a time.
Yeah, it's a completely separate issue, one that we can't handle tonight.
Oh, there's a card?
Tim, sorry. I think it's because I've seen your name on 3 other cards. I assumed it was left over.
Tim Derricani, I'm the chairman of the Tourist Development Council, and I didn't really understand what she's asking about the conflict of interest. Why does she think she has a conflict of interest? And I don't believe it just speaks to what he said. It speaks to being on the birding thing and having all the birding people come to her restaurant, and we're giving the birding people money, and she's on that. And isn't there more to it than that?
There's nothing about a restaurant and the birding thing. It has to do with the nonprofit that she volunteers for. She's not compensated as a member. I didn't even think that needed to be on here.
That's what I was wondering. I didn't either.
I think we're overkilling this waiver thing.
Well, that's
and
what I
we're
think,
running into a problem because half of our appointees are required to be in the tourism industry.
I know.
Half of them have to collect the tax. So now we're disqualifying people that are required by the statute. Yeah.
I was just amazed to see it, but I do remember that Miss Thompson was very adamant about Anna Palermo and her thing and at our meeting, and that she was just incensed that that she it wasn't good enough for that she was going to give up her income and commission, and she went on and on about it. And matter of fact, Bob Bogger sent me a letter saying that I cut her off because she was going on so long. But that's good. I was just amazed that it was on there. And I hope that you give her exemption.
Yeah. Okay, so let's call the question on that. Did you get who made the motions? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Item J4.
Item J4 is requesting to approve the purchase of a 50% undivided interest in the final parcel needed for the Hall Road Pump Station Drainage Improvement Project on North Merritt Island. The request is also to waive the requirement for a Phase 1 environmental site assessment and also authorize filing of a partition or other necessary legal action. This drainage improvement project will replace the mosquito control pump and also provide 2 permanent pumps to improve stormwater recovery time for the area south of Chase Hammock Road, east of State Road 3, during larger rain events. Staff recommendation is to accept the counteroffer that we received of $100,000 from the seller. The county attorney's office has reviewed the contract and will be happy to answer any questions.
Move to approve.
I have a motion by Commissioner Lober, a second by Commissioner Smith, and I have 2 cards. John Shamson?
My name is John Shanson. I'm a resident of North Merritt Island, 7105 Briar Oak Drive. And continually, the commission has agreed to increase the density and raise the property of the new properties, making those of us that have been out there for a number of years to suffer the water problems. And so I'm here to speak on behalf of the additional pump and the property needed. Thank you.
Mary Hilberg? We hit your lights.
Mary Hilberg, 3780 Sierra Drive, Merritt Island, North Merritt Island. I'm also here to request that you approve the pump project. The North Merritt Island still has significant high hazard flood areas, and it looks like we're going to have more coming up in the future with our interesting climate changes. So if you could please and consider maybe not increasing our density so we don't need more. Just to throw in. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary. Commissioner Lober?
Okay, I was going to say, in the interest of time, again, we have less than 7 minutes to get through everything left, including board reports. So I'm going to go ahead and call the question.
Commissioner Tabaya?
2 quick questions.
He just called the question on the, but you know there was no
There needs to be
motion.
a second, I guess.
There was no motion, so go ahead.
What is the amount on this?
It's
The
$100,000.
$100,000.
And I think I heard you correct. Do we have a contract
Oh, there
for
was.
that $100,000?
The current status of the contract is we've received a...
There was sarcasm in that. You don't need to answer that question, Mr. Denny.
The question was called anyway.
The question was called. I moved. Commissioner Smith, I believe, seconded it. So let's get rolling.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, I have no public comment cards, if you guys can believe that. So item K, we'll just skate right on by. L, board reports. Mr. Abate?
No report.
Ms. Bentley?
No report.
Ms. Pritchett? No report. Mr. Lober?
You know, if I were mean, I could talk for 5 minutes to deprive the
Mr.
folks coming
Tabaya?
after me.
Don't do it. I'm
Really
just kidding.
quickly,
I'm just
less
kidding.
than a minute. Early on the consent agenda, the board approved EDC contract 5-0. Somehow the county manager managed to reach a mutual agreement with many of the protections and reform that I've been seeking but have been unable to get. I just want to sincerely thank the county manager on his wonderful negotiating skills in reaching this agreement. As always, transparency in the use of taxpayer funds is paramount, and thank you for his hard work.
Good job, everybody. So what you're saying is the county manager did a better job than the politician?
A much better
Okay.
job.
Just so we're clear. Commissioner Smith?
No report.
And I have no report. I want to wish everybody a lovely June. And take care. Meeting adjourned.
The opinions expressed by any member of the public during any period of public comment do not necessarily reflect the views or opinions of the Board of County Commissioners of Brevard County, Florida, Space Coast Government Television, or the program sponsor, and are solely those of the presenter. The Board of County Commissioners of Brevard County, Florida, Space Coast Government Television, and the program sponsor hereby expressly disclaim any and all responsibility or liability for any defamatory or slanderous statements expressed by any member of the public during any such period.